Flesh and Blood fanatics, welcome back to the Arcane Games and Events Open Series. We are in New England this weekend, and sparks are going to fly. Just in our last Open in LA, we saw the West Coast get to put their take on Mastery Pack Guardian and how it's impacted our great world of Wraith, but the East Coast has yet to have their say, and if there's one thing I know about them, it is going to be spicy and very flavorful. Michael, do we think there's going to be any Valda in the mix?
I sure hope so. I've been a little bit saddened to see the lack of Valda in our recent tournaments. I'm not sure if that's because coming out the gate, she feels a little bit less powerful than people were hoping, or if it's because they want to feel her out and test her more before bringing her to a big, important tournament. I got my fingers crossed that maybe we'll see something today.
Well, regardless, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned before, it's AGE New England. This is the second to last Open for the region. We're already moving towards the Players' Championship in LA, but there's plenty more to battle it out for on the leaderboard in the East. Before we get to any of that or any of these amazing Flesh and Blood games, we've got to talk about weekend stories. Go ahead and hit the button, Mr. Producer. Copenhagen and Kansas City are the most recent callings that we have for reference points for the current meta. Michael, you've done a lot of watching of the coverage in Copenhagen. Tell me what you saw.
Well, I saw what looked to be like a very diverse meta for the first time in the top 8. I don't really mean for the first time, but there's been a lot of gravy bones coming out, and it was refreshing to see a Slippy versus Syndra, excuse me, right? Yeah, Syndra, those draconic ninjas. In the finals, no gravy bones to be seen. And in that very finals, we had what looked like a very close game up until the final moments. Close your ears now if you don't want any spoilers. But we saw one of the nastiest Bonds of Agonies I've ever seen played live. And, don't want to jump too far ahead, but it certainly brings questions to my mind about Ban and Restricted coming up soon, because that was one heck of a closer. And that really stands out to me as the moment that I saw, that punch.
It could be the last hurrah for that exact chaotic punch that you saw in Calling Copenhagen. This event here in Nashua is going to be one of the last few on stream before that banned and restricted announcement on September 1st. We will be talking about that and a whole lot more in regards to shakeups to our game. But we also have to turn our heads over to Kansas City. I had the opportunity to cast that event, and boy, was it an amazing one. It definitely seemed, like you're talking about, Michael, a very diverse top 8 unfolded, and yet it still ended up being a Gravy Bones versus Gravy Bones in the finals. Honestly, that was a bracket that seemed rife for disruption by Oscilio Constella Intelligence, but a couple things just didn't quite break their way, and Gravy was able to proceed on to the finals where the full power of that deck was on display, both in the hands of Jacob Clemens and Evan Herndon, who ended up taking it down. But if there's one thing that I know, it's that Gravy is going to have to take a hit in this banned and restricted announcement. Last time we were on stream, Michael, we were kind of talking about, there are certain things that are unexplored, certain avenues into Gravy Bones. I'm willing to go on record now and say we were wrong. Gravy needs a hit.
Yeah, and I want to give a ton of credit to the Gravy Bones pilots for making it through those tough matchups. There are still hard matchups for Gravy Bones. That being said, it seems like Gravy has this particular ceiling. If the cards come in the right order, even the counter decks can't quite get there. And that's what we saw. I think it was a combination of really good player skill on the Gravy Bones, coupled with some really nice deck. The decks were just flowing nicely. I remember watching the games and just watching the amount of output that was coming out of these Gravies into what I would consider a counter matchup, and just going, oh man, if Gravy can do this, how do we stop this?
Exactly. The aggro decks in the meta that are supposed to be the answer to him are sometimes not spitting out as much damage as him.
It's just not quite enough when the cards align for Gravy. So I do think that Banned and Restricted will hopefully show up and help bring him down just a pinch. And I'm really excited. I have my own preferences on which cards I would like to see go, but we'll get to that later.
Well, it is clear that we really want to talk about it. It's on the tip of our tongue, so let's go ahead and proceed.
Sure.
The upcoming ban and restricted announcement, as I mentioned before, is coming up on September 1st. We have seen a massive amount of power from these finely tuned Gravy Bones decks, which begs the question, what is going to take the hit? There's so many engine pieces that could be hit in order to just kind of take the consistency down. There's also Saltwater Swell and other cards of the like that could bring down the overall ceiling of these really intense aggro and also board state slanted turns. There's also a legendary piece of equipment that could be on the chopping block. I tend to think, based on the way these ban and restricted announcements have gone and LSS's careful way in which they interact with legendary pieces of equipment, that's not going to take the hit. I also don't think it's going to come in the form of an ally, namely because that is just so indicative of the overall playstyle and flavor of Necromancer. But your thoughts, Michael?
I mean, I can see that you've been following the online chatter around this. I've seen the legendaries suggested. I've seen Chum. I've seen Swell. I've seen Golden Tipple. And at the end of the day, I really feel like the player base has kind of come to a consensus that it feels like Swell is the right choice. That's the one that, after all these different things have been thrown around, hitting Golden Tipple has the drawback of ruining the consistency of the deck. It also has the drawback of hurting Marlin. We don't want to do that. We don't really want other heroes to get caught in the crossfire. I think Swell is the obvious choice, and I hope that LSS sees that as well. The player base has really done a good job recently of discussing this, honestly, and I think that although there are some disagreements here or there, I've really seen kind of like through polling and other sources that it looks like everyone is pretty settled on the idea of Swell needs to go. I don't know how many colors, if it's all 9, if it's just the blues or just the reds, but we will wait and see for that. And there are 2 other heroes that I've heard murmurs of possibly needing bans. One, we just talked about, that Bonds of Agony turn. And there are a couple cards, I think, that have come up. Interestingly, Bonds of Agony, one of them. A lot of the conversation around Gravy Bones was about, well, we can't ban Majestics, right? Like, the Majestics are your expensive cards. We don't want to hit those. The only conversation I've heard is about hitting Majestics for Slippy. So that's an interesting difference. And it seems like people are like okay with that in this instance.
It definitely seems that if Slippy is going to take a hit, the Majestics are the only ones that would actually do anything. Like, sure, I could see. Nobody's going to be talking about Art of Desire Body, Infiltrate, Infect, anything like that. It's definitely your Kiss of Deaths, your Tarantula Toxins, your Bonds of Agonies that are putting in the major work in that particular deck. I do wonder if Bonds of Agony should be taking the hit there. I wonder if it really eliminates the majority of the identity of Slippy and also provides intense drawbacks for the other assassin in the meta. That being said, Mario, after taking down battle-hardened Copenhagen, just seems to be a completely different playstyle than that of Slippy. And Bonds of Agony certainly doesn't fit into that shell nearly as well.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. Which maybe has the upside of like, hey, you don't have to ban out Mario. We're just hitting Slippy. But I will say I did see a really interesting video and take by DM Armada that talked about not any specific cards. I mean, he brought up specific cards, but it was really more about the identity of Assassin. And he asked the question, what is Assassin's identity? And I really like the framing of that question because it kind of makes you look at the whole picture. And what is it about Assassin that we feel is flavorful and right for the class? And what is it about it that's feeling off? And in that video, he kind of reached the conclusion that it sort of does too much, including damage. And that makes me wonder if maybe the right hit might be just a Nick. It's a 0 for 5 reaction that if you take that one away, now we're not doing overrate stuff anymore. And, sure, Bonds is still really, really difficult to deal with, but at least it's not 17, right? The numbers change to the point where the reactions are coming in for 3. The breakpoints are going to be at those set places, and you're not going to get thrown by this, +5, because Bonds is actually a red when you get it off.
Exactly.
That's the problem. Just a Nick is hitting a red, and now we're going way over rate on damage. And I think that Assassin should be lower damage, higher disruption. So for that reason, I do actually love Bonds of Agony as a flavorful card. Just like you said, it's really, really important to Assassin Identity to be able to pick the deck apart, pick out those pieces that are important for your win condition. But at the same time, I think it's too much damage. 17 out of nowhere is too much damage, guys. Anyway, that's my opinion. And he also compared it to Warrior, because Warrior is supposed to be the reaction class, and we're not seeing 17 damage out of nowhere from Warrior unless you're doing like a double overpower red turn on Dorinthia or something. And that
it would be
never
out
happens,
of control.
so.
Yeah, would need several counters on that Dawn Blade in order to feasibly get up to 17. So I really do like that take. Hitting Justinic does reduce the ceiling of nasty Bonds of Agony's turn, keeps the identity in Assassin, the ability to surgically pick apart an aggressive opponent's hand, and yes, makes it so that at least it can't be a blowout out of nowhere. So the third hero, Michael, I'm guessing you're talking about our Earth Wizard.
Yes.
100%. Okay, so let's talk about hits there, because the discourse, especially on Arsenal Pass and other podcasts of the like, has been that, well, okay, we all agree that Gravy needs a hit, but if he takes one, does Verdance just become rampant?
Yeah, we're talking about a preemptive ban in this slot, and not only preemptive because, oh no, Gravy is going down, but also we just saw a pretty good new card. We'll talk about that one in a bit, but with the new card that was revealed, I believe, last weekend, Verdance is going to get stronger. There it is, Light Up the Leaves. I mean, this is an Earth card that can be searched by Plume of Evergrowth to just, as long as it's in the graveyard, you can go find it and do 6 damage plus your Waning Moon on demand.
And not just that, it is also a Decompose enabler. I mean, Burn Bear was a huge upgrade to Verdance.
Absolutely.
Everybody thinks so, but this is essentially Burn Bear with even more upside. Like, we also think about changing the archetype back to like a Surgeon Aethertide, Channel the Millennium Tree focused Earth Wizard build, and this card kind of enables that, namely because, yes, it gets your Decomposes on faster, but also it allows you to keep Channel the Millennium Tree around longer because it is a red pitch. You can always throw both that and an Earth Blue into the pitch zone in order to keep Channel the Millennium Tree around for one more turn. And heck, send another massive arcane spell instead because you've got a whole plethora at your disposal at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. It does everything that Verdance wants to do. Blocks 3, sends 6. It's Earth. It can turn 0, decompose 2, or get 2 Earth cards into the banish, rather. It's really, really powerful on all axes. And so for that reason, plus if Gravy gets hit, maybe preemptive ban for Verdance, just to kind of keep her in line with everything else. I do think that this is the least likely ban to happen. It wouldn't surprise me if... Actually, I could see Assassin not getting banned either.
I could as well.
I'm very uncertain. I think LSS has recently talked about wanting to do more bans and be more proactive. So that's the reason I'm thinking we're going to see stuff. But if we just look at their history, they don't like to ban things. They would much rather have the player base just figure it out, solve the meta. And that has been their take in the past. So we'll have to see if they turn a little bit and try to give us a little bit more babysitting, as it were, to help us through these rough waters.
Well, that rethinking, that change in philosophy definitely came off of the back of the meteoric rise of Aurora Shooting Star all the way up to Living Legend in less than a year. And Brian Gottlieb, for example, is on record saying, I should have just hit Flicker Wisp earlier. I should have just hit it because we knew that card was egregious for those massive Arc Lightning combo turns, and she just didn't need that. She was already in a very good spot, could have just put a damper on that hero and, you know, obviously avoiding misprints as well, tamper exactly how fast she was going to ascend to the Hallowed Hall. So I definitely think that is... Aurora is always in the back of the devs and the balancer's mind when making these decisions. But the question is, are they going to lay down the law and slam down the ban hammer?
It's always a tough decision. I know that every game designer would really just like it if they didn't ever have to ban anything. So
it would be nice, especially when we're talking about problematic cards that have just come off of the printing press. You know, you want to print powerful things. You want people to have fun with the identities and the power levels of their heroes. But when it becomes when the main thing that your game offers is an equitable competitive scene, you got to do something.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've already talked about one spoiler, Michael. That is Light Up the Leaves, but there are so many more out there right now. We've got Armory deck spoilers. We've got plenty coming in Super Slam. We even have one from Arcane Games and Events that is going to be spoiled on September 9th. That'll be a Tuesday evening, so be at our home on YouTube. We're going to have a roundtable discussion with the AG Pro Team select members who I believe are particularly well catered to talk about this card that we have on offer. But Michael, what is making you most excited besides Light Up the Leaves, which we've already discussed?
Well, honestly, I've always really loved the limited formats. I don't, play them competitively all that often, but I, for one, am always saddened when our Armory moves away from them maybe a week or two earlier than I would have liked. I just love sitting down and drafting. It's so fun for me. I like sealed a lot. I like draft a lot. So that's really the thing I am most excited about. But that being said, 31 expansion slots sure has me excited as well. I think the injection of new, interesting, and fun cards into the meta on all hero fronts is just really cool, unprecedented.
It doesn't tamper your excitement at all to know that 4 of those expansion slots were dedicated to one particular hero, Olympia prize fighter.
He needs it. It is interesting to see that many of the same card, literally the same card for 4 different slots. But yeah, I think that he needs the support. I've seen people talk about how maybe this isn't even enough because of the way that it restricts your sideboard and things like that. But let's wait and see. I think that people are going to cook up some really interesting Olympia lists.
I really hope that those hatchet wheelers are going to get back into the kitchen and see what they can do with Visit the Golden Anvil, because that is definitely an interesting card that has gone by the wayside for a very, very long time. I do want to see if it has any legs moving forward.
Absolutely.
I mean, giving yourself essentially a free 8 block early on in the game, and the fact that Olympia just generates a lot of gold by himself maybe means that you can really hold on to those temper 2s until they'll make the most possible impact and then change out your loadout after visiting the Golden Anvil. There could be something there.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think, like I mentioned earlier, the difficulty in having a sideboard that can handle all the different matchups will be the weakness. And so it would need a meta that doesn't have too much diversity, I think. One that the armor suite is really helpful against. But as we know, armor is one of the most powerful things you can have in Flesh and Blood, and having double, triple, quadruple fridge, I don't think they'll go that far, but that's a lot of armor to get through. And there will be decks that I think Olympia can now prey on, which is really exciting for him.
Speaking of prey, let's talk about our Green Man in the Reckless Rampage. Reinar is getting some support in the form of an Armory deck. That's going to be coming out the weekend of the World Championships. Ooh. So it's totally possible that Eugene C is going to fly himself out to Philadelphia and have some serious sauce for us to view on stream. But Alpha Instinct is the only card that we have revealed from the Armory deck thus far. Brood players, rise up. You've been asking forever. This is a new blue 6. Sure, it's a Reinar specialization. Cost 3, comes in for 6, blocks for 0, still makes it a viable popper. And also, when it's discarded to beat chest, create a might token. So that signals to me that there is going to be new engines for that mechanic introduced in heavy hitters in the Reinar Armory deck, and I can't wait to see those.
Yeah, no, very excited to see that. It's super cool to finally see that blue 6 that Reinar players have been asking for like 4 years at this point. Interesting, too, that it blocks 0. That part has me a little bit scratching my head. I think that LSS knows better than I could possibly know about how strong it would be for it to block 3, and they made the decision to make it block 0. It also could just be that there are rules to fab math that you sort of have to meet, and when you have a 6 power, I think it's a 3 cost, right?
Is. Yes.
So you got to take the stats from somewhere.
Without a doubt. So the Callings in Copenhagen and Kansas City, and of course the looming World Championships are not the only illustrious flesh and blood competitions in the realm. No, indeed, the AG Players Championships for Season 3 are just on the horizon, both for Los Angeles and for New England. There are only 2 Open Series left for New England, the region that we are representing on today's stream, and LA has already concluded it. Colin Erickson in the first seed has set a new record for the number of AGE points carried into a Players' Championship. There are opportunities in New England already in their first season as part of the circuit to upset that record. So we'll see if the Boy Wonder can hold on to it with his nerdy, amazing hands that flick Kasai reactions this way and that.
Yeah. Wow, look at that. We got the top 8 or 16 sealed, and here we've got the East top 16. Still 2 days to go. We're on 7 of 8. About to start today, but we have a lot of jostling still that can happen on the East.
So I want to point out in the number 1 seed currently is William Perlman, unable to attend the event today, but if he secures just 1 first place finish at the event in September, then he will trump the winning score of Colin Erickson. Actually, no, wait, he might be 1 point short. Come to think of it. So Kevin Markham as well is unable to attend today's event. So it's left basically up to Tyler Goodridge and Fino Black in order to dethrone the Boy Wonder in the record that he set just 1 month ago.
Ooh, that would be sad, wouldn't it? You get that record and just immediately ripped away.
If I know Colin, he will come back swinging in Season 4 and challenge his dethroner right away.
He's a consistent player. It wouldn't shock me if he was able to once again upset his own record. He just keeps getting better and better at this game.
Undoubtedly. So, Michael, we're here in Los Angeles. All the players are in New England. We're handling this stream remotely from AG Studios, but the action is sure to be underway. The players' meeting is already moving forward, and we're going to be back with amazing games of Flesh and Blood in just a moment. So we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be right back after this. We're back at Arcane Games and Events Open Series in New England, where the players are going to be duking it out in Nashua, New Hampshire at Grave Troll Games, one of our homes on the Eastern Seaboard. Bryce Platts here with Michael Murray, and this first match is going to be a battle of the blades, not a conquer of the high seas in sight, no dagger flicking, because
maybe
we have got Boltyn, Sir Breaker of Dawn. Wow, Sir Boltyn, Breaker of Dawn versus Katsu, the Wanderer, one of the first heroes to make it on the scene in Wraith. Michael, how excited are you to see this spicy one?
This is a throwback, and it feels very refreshing. It's so cool to see how different players across the world handle the meta. Seeing Boltyn again, I think he's a pretty good deck. You know, I think he's being not slept on per se, but it's really cool to see the Boltyn truthers out there showing up with the hero that they love. And Katsu has gotten some tools. I'm really excited to see what he can do. It's a great first match to start things out.
Our Boltyn player perhaps licking their chops at the confirmed Boltyn spoiler coming from Ellie Bird, the biggest Boltyn grandstand there is at the beginning of September, if I'm not mistaken. So perhaps just getting the reps in now, making sure that they know exactly how to pilot that hero into this gravy meta, because, you know, Olympia is not the only one getting powerful tools.
Love to hear it.
Let's talk about what is on the line for all of these players today. The winner is going to go home with $400. Second place, $200. Third and fourth, $100. Fifth through eighth, of course, $50. So everybody in top 8 is going to go home with cash prizing, but that is not the only thing on offer. The right side of this prizing bracket here is probably the more contentious at this point in the season. With only 2 opens remaining, these AGE points are worth their weight in gold. So forget about the $1,000 total on offer. The points are what people want to go home with today, Michael.
Absolutely. Get those points, lock in for the Players' Championship at the end of the year, and win those Players' Championship prizes.
So we do have to keep our eyes on the folks that are both well-positioned in the top 16 at the moment in New England, but also the ones that aren't on this leaderboard. It's your 17th through 20th that have the chance to make the biggest shakeup today, and several of them are in the room. I'm looking at you, Chris Legg. Who else? Paul Gibby is also right at the edge, piloting Oscilio. So, furthermore, we are missing several folks at the top end of this bracket. William Perlman, Kevin Markham. Who else? Ka Chan was not able to make it today. So anything can happen in these last 2 opens.
Absolutely. We've got a ton of shifting around still left to do. Excited to see how it pans out as the day progresses.
Okay, Michael. I do believe that our players are just about ready at the feature match table. Do we dare proceed down for one of the most amazing Flesh and Blood games I think we'll have seen in a very long time? Light versus Wind.
Love it. Can't wait. Let's get the show on the road.
All right, if you insist. Here we go. On the left side of your screen, it's Adam Wright. I believe making his first appearance at an AGE event on Katsu the Wanderer. Look at him with eyes glowing as the Lord of Wind on the left side of your screen versus a Monarch, the Monarch man, Sir Boltyn, Breaker of Dawn, in the hands of Cadence Goyette.
Look at that. All right. Players shuffling up, getting ready to play. What do you know about this matchup that we should be on the lookout for, Bryce?
Absolutely very little. But what I do know is that Sir Boltyn nowadays is generally leaving the combo package at home. It's probably going to be a Raiden Duskbane loadout for Cadence in this situation. She's going to be trying to play the tempo game plan as much as she can, especially against a deck that has such a high offensive ceiling like Katsu the Wanderer, especially now that he's got his hands on Bonds of Ancestry once again. She's going to try to do just leak damage wherever she can and get her way through the deck until she can find herself a copy or 2 of Lumina Ascension, both dish out a ton of damage against Katsu, who cannot block nearly as well, and also gain a ton of life back in as well.
Yeah, no, I think of Boltyn as like one of the de facto mid-range combo decks that exists. As you said, those Luminas are super important, but I do really like the way that mid-range plays into a hero like Katsu. It will be so important to block out those early attacks. Katsu, if he connects, will be tutoring for any card that he wants in the deck, and that is one of the most important things to stop if you don't want to get run over immediately. So having a hero that can block well, lots of 3 blocks in the deck, D-reacts to respond, I think this will be a really interesting back and forth.
And there are several different directions that Katsu can go in nowadays, thanks to the Armory deck from Ira. Okana Scar Wraps just sing in Katsu. I mean, if you've ever been blown out by a Breaking Scales activation, what if the Katsu player can do it several times a game? That can become something that's super backbreaking, especially against decks that aren't well positioned to block. But as you said, Michael, Sir Boltyn, Breaker of Dawn, has access to 2 defense reactions at this point that really lend it themselves to his game plan. Soul Shield is going to go into Soul after it blocks. Saving Grace is going to allow him to charge a card from hand in order to get a little bit of extra damage prevention. So the tools are definitely there for Boltyn at this point. The question remains, will the Katsu just go way over the top before any of those defensive pieces line up?
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. It always does come down to how does the deck treat you? And we see Cadence shuffling up just to try to make sure that the deck is exactly in a shuffled order ready to draw up.
Shuffling is so important in the game of Flesh and Blood and all TCGs. So want to dot your I's and cross your T's. Make sure that all of those Lumina Ascensions are filtered or peppered nicely
Yeah.
throughout the deck,
You want
like
that
a fine
even
bit of
spread.
seasoning.
Personally, I like it when you get 2 in a row.
That's fair.
You know, I'm summoning my inner shuffle RN Jesus to try to get that to line up.
You heard it here, folks. My co-caster is Jesus, at least in a certain respect. And the Okana Scar Wraps and Edge of Autumn are presented for Adam Wright, along with Breeze Rider Boots and Hearten Cross Strap, and, of course, Mask of the Pouncing Link. So we are going to see one heck of an explosive zephyr of a turn from Katsu.
So I really like to see the Mask of the Pouncing Links into decks that you believe will be trying to block you out, and we see that here as Adam flings his Edge of Autumn onto the combat chain for the first attack of the game.
Definitely cannot be flicking it. He doesn't have that legendary arm piece. No, indeed. It's the Okana Scar Wraps. Instead, one go again right here. Cadence all too happy to put a card in front of that on this turn 0. The follow-up here is Seek Vengeance. Going to have go again thanks to the fact that the previous attack on the combat chain is Edge of Autumn. And there's one of those defensive pieces. Saving Grace already coming out. Cadence extending a little bit on defense here, choosing to charge a card from hand. Yes, gaining a quicken token because it is one of those bannerets from Dusk Till Dawn. But that does leave her a little bit more exposed if Adam decides to go 2 extra wide on this turn. It is an Ancestral Empowerment out of the hand, giving +1 to Seek Vengeance. Gonna draw a card there.
Drawing the card, but not leaking the damage. The Soulbond Resolve putting in work here.
I do believe it was a Ancestral Harmony, perhaps, drawn up from Adam Wright. Could bode well for a future power turn, but doesn't really indicate that he wants to go any wider on this turn. So Cadence really heads up play there, charging off of Saving Grace, getting a little bit into Soul and also a Quicken Token at the beginning of their first swing here. And what have they got to work with? Oh, NIMBY is one of those cards that is absolutely awesome in the Boltyn deck, is almost always a 1-card 6 after tutoring out of Nimblism. Even better if you can give it go again. But when you've got the snatch, you've got to send it. Adam, however, has the response. It's Sink Below out of the hand, covering up all of that Fierce Mon hit.
Wow, 2 very clean starts. The Sink Below right on schedule as the snatch comes out. I was just about to comment on what an amazing start this is for Cadence, being able to send that breakpoint early, but Adam with the perfect response.
And then what do you do as a follow-up here? Cadence has not charged as of yet, has the opportunity to with Spirit of War here, but will they then proceed to give go again? The question remains, does need Spirit of War to get a power greater than its base in order to access further action points. That being said, they've got NIMBY lined up for the arsenal.
And I do see a Sink Below in Adam's hand, so has the perfect answer once again, but getting those out of the deck early, nice for setting up. We'll have a bit of a weaker turn coming over, but it looks like Adam is just taking it.
Says A-OK.
Would rather arsenal that Sink Below.
Cadence now cleaning up both the attacks on that combat chain and also the Quicken Token generated by the charge on turn 0. 37 plays 40 now in the hands of Adam Wright, who has only used 1 card on defense. Does, however, have another defense reaction in hand. I do believe he is going to be able to convert all 3 cards on this hand. Ancestral Harmony coming out, finding a Be Like Water. Unfortunately, not a combo card, so not going to be able to be played on this turn. That being said, Ancestral Harmony is still going to impart a +1 to all combo cards for the rest of the turn. Searching Strike is the way that Adam would like to start his offensive potential here. 5 go again in the red.
I do like the use of the cross wraps here, allowing Adam to keep up pressure with only a few cards to work with. It's so important to make sure that you are able to take the tempo as the ninja. You don't want to be sitting on the back foot blocking. That being said, that is an important piece that is no longer with us.
Cadence has a handful of 3 blocks. Does also have access, I believe, to another Saving Grace there. Could perfectly cover up this Searching Strike with a charge from hand.
Yeah, really nice, especially when you could consider the Edge of Autumn coming in. Is the Edge of Autumn in the graveyard?
It's in the Banish Zone.
Ah.
At the ready to be bought back. Courage token generated here after Soulbound Resolve charges a Banneret of Courage. into Cadence's soul, who has a hefty number of cards in there. It's 3 so far. Can probably generate action points at their leisure.
Adam just cleaning up.
And that's that. Really hoping to make the best of a kind of rough situation with that Ancestral Harmony, perhaps holding on to that Sink Below in hand, hoping to tutor out a Whelming Gust Wave in anticipation of that Surging Strike hitting. But now it's Cadence Goyette back on the front foot. Celestial Cataclysm is going to banish all of those cards from Soul that they painstakingly generated. But the plus there is 8 Go Again off of a Courage token, and also Go Again being printed on that card.
Conqueror of the High Seas at home, folks. And Cadence being able to build up 3 Soul that quickly, paying off here. Huge hit. And Adam says no blocks. Likes the hand. Wants to keep the sink for something a little bit more meaningful.
Down to 29, Adam goes. Can't quite make out that. I believe it's the something of Cry of Bologna. Nimby is going to come out of the arsenal for Cadence. Only 3 at the moment. So will not be able to be given Go Again by the Boltyn attack reaction.
We're looking at a potential IP here. Maybe this is a Snapdragon's turn? That would make sense.
It's possible, especially if Cadence wants to send that last card in hand with the Nimblism. Doesn't necessarily have to. Right now, though, Adam descending down to 26 must really like what he's working with. A curious thing, especially because he's still holding onto a Sink Below.
I think it makes sense to hold on to that for a meaningful on-hit or some way to prevent the Boltyn from gaining Go Again, as it's not an attack that you can block with. Pretty much all cards in Ninja are attacks other than your Sink Belows. And maybe
your Ancestral Harmony, which is coming out of the hand, does find a combo card there. It's 100 wins in the red, no less. So 26 plays 40, but that is certainly going to change after Adam has his say.
Yeah, this is a big turn. Of course, we know that this is only 5 cards. The Sink Below will not be committed on offense, but 5-card hand is still quite a lot to deal with when you're giving +1 to everything on the chain.
I've definitely got my eye on that Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. Adam doing his due diligence, sorting out exactly how to sequence this turn. Seems so confident after accepting all of that damage, but now that 100 wins, perhaps making it so that the calculations change just a little bit. But no, it comes out as the first attack so far, comes in for 4, thanks to the fact that Ancestral Harmony is on the arena.
Cadence does still have a lot of armor to work with, so that is an important thing to be able to prevent those on-hits. The later in the combat chain you can go, the less options Katsu has to tutor.
The question is, what does Adam need from the Katsu hero ability in order to make this turn sing? I do see a Surging Strike in the hand, and I see Enact Vengeance. I tend to think that he's looking for a Whelming Gust Wave. Also doesn't really have any resources to efficiently use that Surging Strike as far as I can tell. Oh, it's a Bonds of Ancestry in the left side of Adam's hand. Maybe trying to make that combo line work.
Yeah, the Surging Strike is a bit of a clunker. But, of course, the fact that this hits, no?
Just Enact Vengeance, which because I believe it's because the previous chain link hit, he's coming for the Arsenal is ultimately what it is.
Right.
But I think Edge of Autumn has to be the last attack on the combat chain. I can't quite remember.
You could be right about that.
Let's pull up Enact Vengeance and we'll confirm that. Looks like Cadence, however, whatever the on-hit is, takes 7 there. And yes, destroys all cards in the arsenal, but only if Edge of Autumn or a card with Vengeance in its name was the last attack this combat chain. So no on-hit conferred there. Cadence is altogether too happy to accept all that damage. Adam, after taking so much on Cadence's last turn, really doesn't dish out a whole lot. It was just 4 into 7, a 4-card 11, not where Katsu wants to be.
Yeah, the all-red hand with 2 costs was a really rough spot, but I also have to give credit to Cadence for disallowing the Edge of Autumn, or rather banishing that earlier when I believe the gloves were used, which banishes the Edge of Autumn, but it was blocked out. So that made it so that Adam could not use that in combination and get the on-hit.
Spirit of War is blocked by an attack from Adam's hand. Looks like Adam might have forgotten about that little bit of text on the Boltyn hero ability because Cadence has charged this turn. Whenever her attacks are blocked with an attack, it's also going to give +1 to the Boltyn's attack. Right now, looks like a judge call is coming over. Perhaps Adam looking for a little bit of a rewind there. War Cry of Bologna has been put in the soul, so the passive ability is definitely active here. The active attack reaction ability is also available for Cadence, but instead throws the Snapdragon Scalers out onto the combat chain. So 1 damage is going to leak through, generate a Courage token, as long as we don't forget the on-hit from Spirit of War. And does seem like a Nimblism is going to be the follow-up. There we go. Cadence has remembered their trigger, and Nimblism comes out of the arsenal, thus making Nimby a 1-card 6.
That's a lot of damage coming through here. +4. Let's see if this will be draw or +2. And it looks like the mode is draw.
Not bad when your Enlightened Strike is already coming in for 9.
This Boltyn is putting out damage.
Yeah, Cadence showcasing exactly why Nimby, when revealed, was touted by so many as a Boltyn card. Adam, however, blocks with a card from hand, a piece of equipment, and finally that Sink Below out of Arsenal. You know, even though Adam has had really middling turns, the life totals remain fairly close.
Yeah, no, this is definitely a back and forth, and it's nice to see the Katsu bringing in some defensive tools to help mitigate the damage while they wait for the combo to come together. I think both of these decks play on a similar axis, with Katsu being the slightly more aggressive hero, but right now we're seeing Cadence bring out just as much damage, if not more, than the Katsu.
The card drawn by that E-Strike for 9 goes into the arsenal for Cadence after they swing Raiden Duskbane as the combat chain finisher. It's back over to Adam, who just has an E-Strike and another card in hand of his own. 21 plays 27. But depending on the chosen mode, Adam could even up these life totals once again.
I feel so it depends on how many blues are in Adam's deck. Okay, going for the 7. So that tells me that Adam does not want to risk pulling a blue and being forced to arsenal that card. I do like that play. It does depend a lot on deck construction. I know as a Guardian player, I'm very hesitant to say draw a card, even if it could be a nice hit.
In terms of the cards being used on offense and the ones being used on defense, I definitely want to give the edge to Cadence in this current position. Do you agree with that, though?
Yeah, it does seem like Cadence has gained a little bit of a lead here. And just blocking full out.
Saving Grace, charging the soul with a Nimby. Probably not where you normally want that card to be. You would much rather be resolving Nimby, turning it into a 1-card 6 whenever possible, but does indicate perhaps that Cadence's hand didn't quite line up. Oh, and there's why. There's another Nimby in the hand, the third in the deck. Does look like Engulfing Light is going to be the attack here. Charging Nimby, threatening on hit to go to Cadence's soul and join those 2 Nimbies.
And we see another very big ramping of soul here. I wonder if we could see another big Celestial Cataclysm or something along those lines coming out.
Either that or the card that Cadence is almost assuredly digging for, Lumina Ascension, which could turn this game not really on its head because it is definitely going Cadence's way at the moment.
And it does look like they found one.
It's a Lumina Ascension in hand, but we've got Adam's turn to deal with first. Edge of Autumn is the first attack here. I do believe I see a Seek Vengeance in hand as well. Going to go again from Edge of Autumn being the previous attack on the combat chain. 18 plays 29. It's tense already in New England.
Bit of a pause, and Cadence decides to just take it.
Down to 28 goes Cadence. Seek Vengeance is the next attack on the combat chain. Gaining go again because Edge of Autumn was the previous attack on the combat chain. 4 go again here. Soulbound Resolve. I don't believe Cadence is posturing it as a block. Adam's just making sure he understands exactly how that card works.
These are the turns you have to be so careful. Even with 10 life ahead, Katsu can just do so much when the tutoring is allowed. We see another new card.
Yeah, that is the attack reaction that is going to banish Edge of Autumn, give +1, and also draw a card if Seek Vengeance hits. No defense reactions from Cadence as of yet, or maybe it's just you draw a card if it banishes an Edge of Autumn.
Yeah. Really efficient.
It must hit.
Oh.
So that implies that damage has been accepted at this point.
Okay, yeah.
Legacy
and we see
of
22
Ikaru.
to 18.
But what has Adam found for his troubles? Oh, it's an activation of the Katsu hero ability here. Searching for a card with combo at the cost of discarding a card with 0 cost.
This is exactly what I was afraid of. Cadence accepting that damage, likes the hand, but this gives Katsu all the space in the world to find exactly the pieces that he needs.
But with 2 Surging Strikes already used, I wonder what combo lines are actually available to him at this point.
That's a good point. It may not be anything overly threatening, and maybe Cadence knows that and decides that it's not that bad for Adam to search something at this point in the combat chain.
The one thing you don't want Adam to be finding is a card that says Bonds of Ancestry on it, or any card that enables that combo line, because that's when free cards essentially are just flowing in Katsu's favor, making chain links that can be 5+ wide and diminish all of that life total that you have so painstakingly kept out of Katsu's clutches.
Vengeance never rests.
If Edge of Autumn was the last attack this combat chain, it's going to get go again. And when this hits a hero, banish it. You may play it again this turn. So Adam indicating that he doesn't have access to any of the high-powered combo lines. Instead, just going to try to make the best of a bad situation and force some blocks out of Cadence.
I do like the line, but it is a little less whelming than I would have liked from such an open attacking field.
Certainly not overwhelming, especially because Okana Scar Wraps have already been utilized this turn. So not going to be able to sneak 1 damage over and get some extra value there. However, Cadence giving some serious respect. Lumina Ascension is the block here.
Interesting choice. I'd have to calculate the hand to understand why this was the card chosen, but I'm sure Cadence has discovered that it doesn't quite fit with the texture and isn't really what they want to be doing at the moment.
It could just be that the V of the Vanguard is the more tempting option here. Going to require Cadence to pitch a card, however, which is usually where Boltyn doesn't want to be, especially when you are sending V of the Vanguard, which requires you to charge so many cards in Soul to get value. But here it comes, charging a Snatch. Just happy to do a little bit of a tempo play here. V of the Vanguard is going to get +1 thanks to the fact that 1 card was charged from the hand, but so will Raiden Duskbane. So this is a 2-card 8 for Cadence, Goyette.
3 if you count the charge.
If you count the
so
Soul, fair enough.
You called it a tempo play. I would almost call it like a slight lack of tempo play. Just a little bit under rate. And it does appear to me, not to read too much into body language, that Cadence isn't thrilled about the way that this panned out. I also do understand the block with the Lumina now. Because you have to pitch, it just doesn't have the enough effect without being able to play it at instant speed. You can't really get the action points to double swing. So it does make sense here.
Cadence also shaking their head because a little bit of a mistake was made there. V of the Vanguard requires light cards to be charged into Soul in order to confer +1 to the entire combat chain. Unfortunately, Snatch is not a light card. There is a light Snatch in the form of Bolt of Courage, but Snatch simply is not that. So Cadence feeling the pressure of the first streamed game of the day. And Adam saying absolutely no blocks, because if he were to block with an attack action card, that would open up the line for Cadence to activate the Sir Boltyn attack reaction, banish a card from Soul, gain go again on V of the Vanguard, and thereby swing Raiden Duskbane.
That's a really rough situation, going from an 8 damage turn down to a 3 damage turn. And props to Adam for doing his due diligence, reading the card, making sure that he understands it, and catching that mistake.
Nevertheless, a red card in the pitch for Adam. Just not finding the natural bonds lines in general that we have come to appreciate since the full-powered days of Zen. This might be the difference, though. Descendant Gustwave is the first attack on this combat chain. Does he have the bonds of ancestry to back it up? Not currently. However, there's a Fluster Fist in hand that can certainly become a bonds of ancestry in a pinch.
Yeah, Cadence catching a little bit of luck. A couple turns now this game in the form of all red hands that do require pitching. So Adam also not coming out with the most value that I'm sure his deck can pump out by lacking those blues when he most needs them.
Both players having a chuckle at these lackluster turns from two decks that can definitely do some really nasty things. Retrace the Past is the card found off of the Katsu trigger, I think.
Yeah.
Which can become any card that Adam so chooses. Bonds of Ancestry is almost always the choice, though.
Does make sense if you want to continue that combo line.
So Retrace the Past probably being named as Bonds of Ancestry to then go find, I would imagine, yet another Descendant Gustwave in order to enable a double bonds line.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage. Cadence sitting with a slight life lead at this moment.
Does have their hand full of 3 blocks. See a Light the Way, I believe another Lumina Ascension. But 4 damage conferred here. Down to 14 goes Cadence Goyette, and it's going to be a lot lower before this turn is over, especially if they like the hand that they're working with. 4 go again on offer here with Whelming Gustwave. Perhaps then the chosen card was Surging Strike instead on Retrace the Past.
Well, they already have the bonds, so it seems like what they're going for is the full line. I don't know if they have a Dishonor. Wait, is it Dishonor?
There is a Dishonor in the graveyard.
Okay,
He blocked with one.
Okay.
On a previous turn. So this is definitely the Dishonor line, perhaps exactly why Cadence is deciding not to send blocks too early, but this is definitely one that you've got to block. Whelming Gustwave will draw a card on hit thanks to the fact that Retrace the Past was renamed to Surging Strike.
Yeah, wow, this is a very difficult blocking turn for Cadence, and it looks like Adam has all the right pieces to push one of the strongest turns that Katsu has available, that Dishonor line.
He certainly wouldn't mind a better pitch card than a red. Would have loved to mix in an Edge of Autumn swing here and there. But you know, beggars can't be choosers. The other thing that Cadence has to be cognizant of is that Okana Scar Wraps are still sitting there like a Breaking Scales effect, waiting to push one of these combo attacks over by 1, and there it is. Yeah, only blocking 4 on that Whelming Gustwave is going to be a massive punish. Adam able to push Whelming Gustwave up by 1 power at the cost of banishing his Edge of Autumn. So, card drawn for Adam, and things are looking really bleak for our Light Warrior. Bonds of Ancestry is the follow-up here. 4 go again, and it remains to be seen what is chosen. But it's going to be Dishonor.
Yeah. We've got the line online, and the Dishonor, one of the scariest on hits I think the game of Flesh and Blood has to offer, turning off the hero ability for the rest of the game. And that is something that will be absolutely crippling to Boltyn if it goes through.
Dishonor banished. Can be played this combat chain. Banished from the graveyard and also from the deck, mind you. So only 1 remains, but I don't think this turn is going to the point where a second Dishonor line is going to be relevant.
Likely this is the one and only. If Adam Wright was able to top deck an attack reaction here. Oh, no, because Cadence will give 2 cards, so an attack reaction is not likely to.
Does have access to Soulbound Resolve, so Cadence is only required to give 1 card from hand and the last block on their chess piece.
True. That's a risky play, but a more efficient play. And maybe sitting at 9 plays 15, that might be the right choice here. But Cadence respecting the potential for an attack reaction and puts down 2 blocking cards.
And holy, what respect it is. Beacon of Victory plus Lumina Ascension, the second copy in the deck, are the chosen cards for Cadence Goyette to block there. They've got to find themselves one of these Lumina lines in order to regain all of the life lost from these small errors against Katsu the Wanderer, who just does not give any quarter for mistakes.
Right, you are, as we see another somewhat lackluster turn here. another lack of ability to give go again if Adam chooses not to block because of a base power of 3 not being pumped yet.
The charge has occurred with Banneret of Courage, generating a Courage token. Beckoning Light is also, if I'm not mistaken, going to gain go again if it connects either way. So Adam is priced into blocking or not blocking, kind of damned if he does, damned if he doesn't. So Cadence is assuredly going to be able to get Raiden Duskbane online here because I don't think I see any non-attack action cards in the hand of Adam to block.
You know, I did think that was a Spirit of War, so thank you for the correction. This one, as you said, it will have go again regardless if it hits or... Oh, we're blocking here. That is an attack, so that will pump it up. Thereby
giving Cadence the opportunity to attack react with the Boltyn hero text and give Beckoning Light go again. They do. Nimby comes out of the soul into the banish zone, and Raiden Duskbane is going to be the follow-up here. Should be coming in for 4, yes, thanks to that Courage token.
So getting back on track with the on-rate plays. And Adam goes to 11, so we still have a close game, but it's very scary to be sitting at 9, staring down the barrel of 4 cards.
Nevertheless, Mask of the Pouncing Lynx is gone. So the ceiling on Adam's turns are forever lower. Wow, and Ravenous Rabble coming out of the hand. Adam certainly seeming very red line based on what we've seen him pitching early on, but perhaps indicating that the entire deck is filled with red if you're running Ravenous Rabble, not a card I typically see in Katsu.
Yeah, this is a very interesting card to see come out. We've seen that the blues have not been flowing in the hands, and it's been sort of problematic when it comes to paying for these surgings and these 2 costs. But now seeing this Ravenous Rabble, I wonder if it's a deck construction choice rather than just an unlucky draw to not see those blues.
Cadence Goyette blocking out entirely that Ravenous Rabble. Follow-up is Gustwave of the Second Wind, which currently does not have go again, thanks to the fact that there is no Surging Strike on this combat chain. However, we can take a little gander at the boot slot for Adam Wright. Breeze Rider Boots is going to confer go again to all combo attacks for the turn, and there they go, away from the equipment zone, gaining Adam's action point back as he tries to slam the door on Cadence Goyette's tournament run.
Thinking about the Katsu trigger here, it wouldn't surprise me if Adam chose not to, but no, wants to find something a little bit better.
Might as well find Bonds of Ancestry. I think there is another copy left in the deck. Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's go wide.
Yeah.
Bonds of Ancestry found off of the Katsu Wanderer trigger. The card in hand still must be discarded, and it must be a 0 cost if I'm not mistaken, unless there was a second Fluster Fist in the hand. I guess there was.
Maybe the discard already happened.
Because okay. So 2 Fluster Fists in the front there.
Mm-hmm. And Bonds is searching for a Bonds.
No. That's not good
because
for Cadence.
that was a card with Gustwave in its name, huh?
Exactly. And so that also implies that Adam has himself a card with Gustwave in hand.
Oh my goodness.
But none of them. Oh, they will get... So if it's a Whelming Gustwave in hand, because Breeze Rider Boots has been activated, that will have go again.
This is tricky, and I like it.
If you thought you were safe from lines like these just because Zen was gone and he was keeping Katsu back, well, the banned and restricted announcements and also that Ira Armory deck have something to say to you.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage coming out of nowhere. Adam Wright just piecing together. Was that a 4-card hand, right? And we're going to see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards on the combat chain, likely maybe 6.
Yeah, he did block with a card on the previous turn, one of those Fluster Fists, so only had 3 in hand and 1 in the arsenal. Currently pitchless as well, mind you.
Yeah, finally, the need for blues is not present this turn.
Cadence accepts 4 damage from this Bonds of Ancestry, knows that there is at least 7 more coming. No, it is indeed just pitching the Descendant Gustwave. There wasn't a Whelming Gustwave in hand, so Adam just sending Bonds of Ancestry for no additional effect here. So Cadence survives to fight another day at 3 life, but Adam has probably done the work that he needs to do because he's left his opponent with a single card. It is the biggest one it could be. It's Celestial Cataclysm. Cadence cashing in all of those cards in Soul, except for a Banneret of Courage to send 7 go again.
If only there were a card charge this turn and a Raiden follow-up. But of course, Cadence not able to keep any cards in hand just to stay alive at 3. And Adam taking the 7, going down to 4. Another 4-card hand to work with. This is very scary for Cadence. But if they're able to piece together the blocks they need to stay alive, we've got a really interesting endgame on our hands.
It's definitely going to be tough based on what I am seeing in the hand of Adam Wright. Yeah, starting off with a Descendant Gust Wave here. 3 Bonds of Ancestry, however, have been removed from the deck. It's just going to be Legend of Ikaru to push this one over 1. And because an attack has hit there, both the Katsu trigger...
just the Katsu trigger.
No combo here because no Edge of Autumn on the previous chain link.
Pretty underwhelming. And we're seeing the drawback of needing to pitch... Paying 2 cards to do 3 damage, then pump up by 1. I mean, look, we're getting there, right? We chipped in 1. We're now at 2 life on the side of Cadence, but this follow-up here is just another measly 4, a breakpoint that can be blocked out with the armor and the 3 block from hand, leaving Cadence with 2 cards from hand.
And if there's one thing I know about Boltyn, he can do a fair bit with 2 cards, especially when your opponent is sitting at 4 life. This could be exactly the moment where Cadence buys back the tempo here. It's an Enlightened Strike, one of the most efficient cards in the game of Flesh and Blood, I would imagine coming in for 7. I don't think, buff power is the chosen mode, despite the fact that Cadence is leaving their arsenal wide open. And I think that's exactly what she's got to do in order to stay in this game.
And asking for 2 cards is a lot. Katsu does not like to function on only 2 cards in the same way that Boltyn does. So now we have a really interesting shift of tempo here.
Looks like it's a Gust Wave of the 2nd Wind and a Legend of Ikaru in the hand for Adam Wright. Perhaps trying to steal this game out. Did flip up that Legend of Ikaru just a little bit. Cadence not having any of it. 2-card block there. Legend of Ikaru goes into the arsenal for Adam Wright. 2 plays 2 here. Cadence has got themselves 2 cards once again. Beaming Bravado charges Spirit of Irina, which comes out onto the arena. 3 right here is greater than its base at 2 for the yellow, which means that Cadence can finally do the normal tempo Boltyn thing of banish a card from Soul, gain Goyette, and swing Raiden.
This is a big deal. Cadence has exactly the right amount of Soul in this spot to swing that Raiden still and go again to Beaming Bravado, whether it's blocked or not. It's a card that gets pumped up by 1 naturally. So we are in yikes territory for Adam Wright.
And yikes it is, because a card has been charged, so Sir Boltyn's passive ability is active, which means that even if Adam has himself plenty of 3 blocks, he cannot block this efficiently and stay alive. If he is flooded with attack action cards, he cannot throw a 3-block attack action card and a 3-block attack action card and survive this turn, because anytime he does so, Cadence's attacks will be buffed by 1.
If there ever was a turn for Adam to find that last copy of Sink Below, now would be it. Needs to be able to keep cards on offense in order to keep pressuring Cadence's life.
Both of these players are under immense amount of pressure. I'm seeing nothing but attacks in that hand, Michael.
That means that you must commit 2 cards to the block, I think.
On both of these. Adam in a really rough spot right here. After some serious power turns, after keeping the life totals so close, being so painstaking about his play, getting in all of those combat tricks when they mattered the most, unfortunately, just unable to block this turn out efficiently. Yes, he can keep 1 card, but as you mentioned before, Michael, what is the worth in Katsu?
Well, we know what that Arsenal card is. I don't know if Cadence knows. They had an opportunity to know, but I don't know if they were looking. And Cadence needs to be so careful in this. Oh, Adam just drew up.
And just like this, Cadence, 2 plays 2, has a 4-card hand. Can they make use of it, though? It's a Beaming Bravado again, charging the 3rd Celestial Cataclysm in the deck. This is looking really good if you're a fan of Boltyn. And all of a sudden, the story of this game is flipped on its head.
Adam found the Sink Below.
Could it be enough to get through this turn?
I said he needed it last turn, but this turn might be even better. Getting the full value.
Also perhaps doing a little bit of filtering, trying to find the third copy of Ancestral Harmony to block a little more efficiently going down the line. This is one heck of a game, Michael.
Yeah.
Honestly, I did expect a bit of a blowout. I didn't think we were going to end up in a grindy game state quite like this, just because both of these heroes have really high ceilings for offensive output.
Absolutely. And we see Adam once again sink below, keeping himself in the game, sinking a card, and finding another attack reaction off the top.
So that's 2 Ancestral Empowerments in the hand for Adam Wright and a Legend of Ikaru in the arsenal. Not great for offensive output, but it could be just what the doctor ordered in order to block out this turn efficiently. Nimbalism plus Snatch is coming in for Cadence Goyette. No more cards in Soul, so cannot give this Snatch go again, but it would reset the arsenal. Adam Wright giving maximum respect. 3 cards out of the hand, and we're just going to draw back up and do this all over again.
And now we've found that Cadence has Adam in a chokehold, stripping every card from his hand every single turn. But Cadence is also very low on soul, and that could potentially lead to stumbles. So Cadence needs to find a way to keep on the pressure enough to get the breakpoints through to close this game out. Otherwise, Adam will gain space, and that attack reaction could be just what Adam needs to pair with a single 4 power and get there.
Cadence has themselves a copy of V of the Vanguard. But without a Tunic counter, that card becomes far less efficient. Would have to pitch a card from hand and probably charge 2, or you could just charge 1 of those light cards, keep 1 for later, but now is not the time where you want to be doing any setup. You really just want to be pushing damage as much as humanly possible. Adam has found himself a copy of Ancestral Harmony, which does mean that he can block out 1 of Cadence's breakpoint attacks a little more efficiently.
I do like the V of the Vanguard charging 2 play. It would allow for 2 soul, which is really important for Cadence moving forward, as well as a 5 into 5 without any pumps, or a 6 into 6 with pumps. And it does look like that's the play here.
V of the Vanguard hits the combat chain. Engulfing Light is going to be the charge. Oh, yes, it was 2 cards that go into the soul for Cadence Goyette. Exactly the play that we were suggesting. 5 right here. Go again, surely to follow with the attack reaction on Sir Boltyn's hero ability.
Going soul positive in a game state like this is so important.
2 cards blocked from Adam Wright. Card from the soul into the banish zone for Cadence. Makes that via the Vanguard. 6 go again, but Raiden Duskbane is the follow-up here. Adam has to just throw 2 cards in front of it. Not dead yet is Adam Wright, but just hurling cards that are better used on offense in front of this relentless onslaught of light attacks from Cadence Goyette, who is just working their way to another copy of Beacon of Light and Lumina Ascension to close this game out.
The addition of the soul right now is huge for a potential finisher in the form of Lumina. Doesn't look like we found it yet.
Bolt of Courage in the hand. Express Lightning going to be the card chosen here. Charging Banneret of Courage.
If Adam has 2 cards that can prevent, or rather 2 non-attack action cards, Cadence could get bricked up here.
Oh, it does not look like it, though. It's all attacks in the hand for Adam Wright, which means that Cadence has the green light to activate the attack reaction, give this Express Lightning go again, and just keep on the hurt.
And Cadence just has Adam in the blender here.
Can continue to do the same thing. Could send yet another Express Lightning, but no, indeed, instead deciding to send the Raiden and then Express Lightning to close this game out. Wow-wee! From the brink of death, Cadence Goyette in the hands of Sir Boltyn, Breaker of Dawn, gets there in the end in one of the most grindy game states against Katsu the Wanderer I think I've ever seen.
I gotta say, that was a brilliant recovery on the side of Cadence. It's so heartbreaking to make a mistake like that, especially on camera, but Cadence kept their composure, just absolutely continued to play optimal flesh and blood, and showed us that you can come back from things like that with good play.
Cadence no-tilt Goyette, showing that it's sometimes best to be a goldfish. Just forget about the bad plays when they happen, stick to the game plan, and get there in the end. And speaking of game plan, Michael, we did not see a single Lumina Ascension turn that game. The namesake card from the Boltyn deck just did not come out to play except for on defense. What Cadence did do, however, is just be really careful about generating soul, going soul positive all the way throughout the game, eating dirt whenever you have to when those really powerful Katsu turns come out on offense. But you got to shout out Celestial Cataclysm. There were two times where Cadence was able to say 1 card 7, 1 card 8 with Go Again. And I think that's what really brought life totals to parity and allowed her to grind it out in the end.
Yeah, absolutely.
We do have an interview with our winner, Cadence Goyette. So all of you Boltyn, all of you Milbers, rise up, and we will have a chat with your champion in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. Interview with Cadence Goyette coming up.
What a nail biter of a match, Cadence. How are you feeling after that slog?
Honestly, I thought I was gonna lose, so I'm relieved that I won.
Yeah, there was
Super happy I made
there
it.
was a mistake there, and we caught it, and it was tough to deal with. I think the turn went from 8 to 3, and it was certainly a point in the match where it felt very uphill from that point. But I gotta say, by the end of the game, with you able to scrape it through anyway, we were very impressed with your composure and your ability to stay playing good flesh and blood, and you found the victory anyway. How did that feel at the end when you got there?
Just great. I was surprised, super happy I got it.
Sure, yeah. Can you tell me a little bit about your experience on Boltyn so far? Is this a deck you've been playing for a long time?
Yeah. I got into Flesh and Blood like right before Tales of Aria, and I've been playing him basically since. So when he was like really, really bad, now he's just like bad.
Yeah, awesome. I also got in. I think my first time playing was the Tales of Aria draft, and that's kind of when I fell in love with the game. So I've been
Yep.
in for a while as well. And Boltyn's always been a very interesting hero to me. One of the more premier mid-range heroes, and the value proposition of needing to put cards in your soul all game long up until those
Yeah.
moments when you finally get to spend it in this big burst is such a cool gameplay loop. And we saw you do that a couple times. It seems like Celestial Cataclysm was really the MVP of that game for you.
Yep, definitely. Um, that combined with like the more defensive pieces, like the one in the armory deck, the defense reaction.
Yeah, I think Saving Grace, right?
Yeah, saving
Mhm.
grace. You can fill up soul a lot faster if you're defending and not spending it as much on your offense.
Yeah.
So Cataclysm is a great payoff.
And I'm an Oscilio player, and one of the tougher matchups that I've been really practicing into is Oscilio into Slippy. And one of the things that I've
Yep.
learned is it's so important to block. And so I usually end up going into those matches thinking to myself, I'm not going to combo this game. If I do, great, but that is not my game plan. And if it doesn't happen, that's okay. We just need to play good mid range in order to get there and keep our life total high. I noticed that you seem to have a similar game plan into Katsu. As you know, those on-hit triggers can be so lethal.
Yeah.
And it seemed like you were very willing to block with those Lumina Ascensions, resolving 0 of them throughout the game. Can you walk me through your mindset on that?
Um, I mean, I just kind of accepted that I wasn't going to be able to do much with them other than blocks, so I just saw them as free block and not much else.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely liked that decision as we were watching you pilot that deck very well. It was always a question in our mind, are we going to see the Lumina come out? Are we going to block with it? And it's always tough to part with what is arguably the best card in your deck, but it seems like you knew the matchup well enough to be able to make that choice.
Yep.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's taken a bit.
Sure. Yeah. Is this a matchup that you're familiar with?
Familiar enough, honestly.
Yeah.
I've played a bit on Talishar, especially
Mhm.
past couple weeks. Ran into a few of them.
Yeah, it's an older one, but I imagine a seasoned Boltyn player will have at the very least had reps into it from a long time ago. And it seems like
Yep,
you still
a
had your
lot of
chops.
yeah, a lot of the aggro decks are pretty similar as well, for just attack and attack and attack. Like especially Ninja, Katsu, and Syndra. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, do you have anything else you want to talk about? Any shout outs or people at home that you want to say hi to?
Um, Not really, honestly.
Awesome. Well, thanks
Just like
so
having fun.
Good. Glad to hear that. Thanks so much for joining us. Good luck on the rest of your matches today. And it's always awesome
you.
to see one of the lesser represented meta heroes get a W early
Hell
on.
yeah. Cool.
All right. So for everyone
Thank you.
else back at home, we will be back shortly after a break. So don't go anywhere. Welcome back, folks. We just finished up watching the clash of the ethereal elements, light versus wind, with light Cadence taking it on Sir Boltyn by the skin of their teeth. But we've got a really interesting match as we bring it back down to earth. That's right. It's Valda coming up against Arakni, slipped through the cracks. But before we get into that, let's take a look at the player profiles for the players who are about to face off.
So we got Noah Beygelman from the Runaways in New Hampshire. He's sporting, I believe, the biggest win percentage that we have on the East Coast for now. It's an 86% win rate. Nevertheless, has only made one top 8 and is holding on to 42 AG points. Definitely not at the top of the pack, but squarely in the middle and in contention for the Players' Championship. Noah Beygelman is just a stellar player outright, and he does happen to like U.S. Nationals contender Jacob Shaker for his chaotic energy.
Yeah, that chaotic energy, you got to love it when you're playing the game of Flesh and Blood. We also have hobbies and passions, including speedrunning, Nuzlocke. Oh, I love Nuzlocke.
What is that?
It's a Pokemon. So it's basically this rule set that you play on Game Boy Pokemon, where you have to play with the first Pokemon that you catch. And I also believe that if they faint, you have to delete them. It's actually like a document of rules that you have to play by, and it's a very challenging way to play the game. So I like to watch those when I'm have a free Saturday and want to just dive into a fun little game to watch. But
I learn something every day. I definitely didn't expect that one coming.
Love me some basketball too.
Yeah, I have to shout out Noah's always really solid takes on these food-oriented questions that we send his way. Yeah, without a doubt. He's always very careful, especially about the peanut butter question. He always has a take in there, but he's very political about the people that he alienates by sending it out. He says breakfast food should show a personal touch, so using a waffle maker ruins that. Pancakes, all misshapen and stuffed with fruit or chocolate, are the way to go.
Oh.
It makes me want to make him some pancakes, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, that sounds delicious.
But Noah Beygelman is not the only one in this match. It's going to be Timothy Grant on Valda Seismic Impact. We don't have a player profile for him, but we do have our metagame analysis. So let's go ahead and throw over to that, because there is only one Valda in the room, and that is the one that we're going to have on stream right here and now. The talk of the town, however, of course, is going to be Slippy and Gravy Bones, both coming in at 5 copies. Also 4 copies of Fanged Rakai of Blades, no doubt trying to target both of those top 2 represented decks.
Absolutely. Coming in on the 2 slot, we've got Syndra, Oscilio, Puffin, Verdance, and Victor. All decks that I would expect to see up in this range, other than maybe the Victor. But we certainly have a lot of potential contenders for top 8, and I'm very excited to see how these decks all shake out.
There's plenty of 2-ofs to be spoken of. Syndra, Drakai of Retribution, Oscilio, Puffin Hightail, Verdance, Thorn of the Rose, and of course, Victor Goldmane. Puffin Hightail, I know one of those copies is our friend of the show, Daniel Flavin from Righteous Gaming, but the second copy makes me think that he has made a convert in the local scene and has another one questing to become the Crank Master of New England.
What a better way to convert people than performing well in these Flesh and Blood tournaments. And I do want to make a couple shout outs to some of the one-ofs as well. I love to see decks like Jarl, who just recently made the top 8 in one of these callings. I believe
that was Copenhagen.
Copenhagen, thank you. And even a KO, that one surprised me a little bit to see.
KO just playing a very fair game of Flesh and Blood, not nearly as enticing when pretty much every deck in the game right now that is doing well is trying to do something overrate and powerful.
I agree. I do wonder how his matchup into Gravy is, if he's able to keep those allies clear enough to get anything done, or if it's just a little too hard.
The stage is set, folks. The match is ready. So let's dive on down and see if Valda can make her aptly named Seismic Impact in the East. We did have one copy in LA during our last Open that just didn't quite rise to the top, but Timothy Grant has the chance to get it done. He's going to have to get through a world champion contending Noah Beygelman in order to do it, though.
Let's get on down to the match floor.
Let's hit it. Noah Beygelman's going to be on the left side of your screen, as mentioned before, piloting Slippy versus Timothy Grant on Valda Seismic Impact. Timothy has made himself a top 8 appearance this season thus far, is not currently well placed in the top 16 for the Players' Championship, but he could certainly change his stars today. Always a Guardian, Chad. Definitely enticed by this newest Guardian hero in the game.
Look at that. We've even got the new shield coming out. Tremors of some...
That would be Tower of Valahai.
Thank you.
I
Valahai, yeah. And just making that seismic in passing. Classic Guardian going first play.
Not a bad start. I think there was a little bit of discourse, though it stopped early on, about Earthlore Bounty. Nevertheless, Valdas across the land after the release of Mastery Pack Guardian seem to be gravitating back towards the original Seismic Surge Generator Tectonic Plating.
I do like that choice. Much more consistent and pairs so well with some of these 2 heave cards.
Noah Beygelman coming out the gates swinging. Pitching reds, yeah, sure, but it's Art of Desire body being buffed up by a spike with Blood Rot. Timothy posturing to take 3 and a horribly diseased token on this, the first tempo swingy turn of the game. 38 plays 37 now. Noah Beygelman buying himself a little bit of a surplus and also more damage to follow because this stealth attack has go again.
And it does hit a red, which means that Noah will draw that card as well. Important hit there.
And that is Clash and Bash, another card from Mastery Pack Guardian making its way into the Banished Zone of Timothy Grant, going to generate a Seismic Surge token if and when you block with it and reveal a card with Crush at the same time. Noah Beygelman drawing up a card and gaining a life, which seems to be a Bonds of Agony heading its way into the pitch zone just to get that mark on Timothy Grant as soon as humanly possible.
Yeah, a little bit of a potentially lackluster draw. I do anticipate Noah going for the Arsenal here. Could be wrong. But with 1 card, it's unlikely to be very impactful as that mark goes through. A flick goes through as well. Interesting choice.
Might mean that Noah is holding on to a copy of Orb Weaver Spinneret, or perhaps just opening himself up to the possibility to draw it. And no, it's in the hand, so might as well deploy it now. Orb Weaver Spinneret going to generate a Graphene Calycera token in the arm slot. Excuse me, not the arm slot, the weapon zone of Noah Beygelman, who is swinging out with that Calycera, gets +3 from the Orb Weaver Spinneret, and go again because Timothy is marked. However, not saving anything in the tank for the Arsenal on this turn.
Yeah, and Noah doing his best Arakni Marionette impression, getting most of the damage done on this turn with the daggers.
Go again here, Timothy in the tank, but ultimately accepts the damage. A lot coming through. The boon for Timothy at this point is not being marked going into Noah's next turn, so doesn't have to implicitly worry about Mark of the Black Widow or take up the mantle. Noah still, however, has himself access to a Hunter's Clave with which to flick. But Timothy gets his say now. A Seismic Surge pops. 31 plays 39, and there are blues going into the pitch zone.
Pitch in early for that Seismic. I hope for Timothy's yes, and it is exactly what I was anticipating. Spinal Crush will demand blocks on the side of Noah, so taking that damage for good reason, doing one of the most powerful things a Guardian can do into a deck that relies so heavily on go again.
Only 1 card left in the hand and 1 resource in the pitch, so cannot be threatening a pummel at this juncture. Noah, however, still going to respect Spinal Crush, as you are wont to do as a deck that needs their action points. So 3 cards are going to be converted for defensive value. No damage leaks through. Timothy just takes 2 from the Blood Rot down to 29 and passes back to Noah, who only has 1 card in hand.
I do like those blocks because I believe Noah has the de facto best 1-card play in the game for Assassin, sitting there face down on the table.
Spreading Plague?
Timothy playing out. Oh, no, just passes. I thought it was Codex, and I could have been mistaken. I saw a yellow strip. It might have been that shred that he blocked with.
So what you missed is that Noah Beygelman passed priority. Timothy Grant erupts seismically from a card in hand that is new from Mastery Pack Guardian that simply generates 3 Seismic Surge tokens at instant speed, which thereby turns on the Valda passive hero ability and gives Timothy's cards with Crush dominate on this turn.
And we see here Valda doing what Valda wants to do. Timothy taking a lot of damage early to gain the tempo in his favor. And now we are seeing how devastating it can be when Valda has that tempo. Playing the Terra Sunder alongside 4 Seismic Surges means that with just a single blue pitch, we can do 9, dominate, discard 2 on hit. And I didn't quite make out the name of the card that he's swinging with, but if there's an additional crush on here, that is going to be a lot of pain coming the way of Noah Beygelman unless he can find a way to cover this up cleanly.
Fortunately for Noah, the only painful on hit here is Terra Sunder because Aftershock is the card from Mastery Pack Guardian that Timothy deploys here, which is going to generate a Seismic Surge token thanks to the fact that Timothy started the turn controlling a Seismic Surge token. Noah only able to block with 1 card from hand, and it's not a defense reaction in the arsenal. So down to 33 goes Noah Beygelman. Going to have to discard 2 cards out of the hand now.
Yeah, that is 2 devastating attacks. The first one setting up the second one, and this is exactly how I like to see Valda function. But the consistency will be very important moving forward, and Timothy needs to be able to hold this tempo if he wants to keep control of the game.
Tempo is something he can hold on to if he keeps putting together those really nasty on hits. Terra Sunder, usually a card paired with, say, an Anothos for 7. So in this case, only buffing up that Aftershock by 1. Timothy's still not dishing out insane amounts of damage, especially when Assassins block so well. Pretty much every card in the deck is going to block 3. Noah following up with an Infect, trying to do very efficient damage in his own right. Tower of Valahai plus Crown of Providence is going to be the blocks for Timothy Grant here. Perhaps not exactly liking what he's got in hand. And yeah, it's a pummel, a Spinal Crush, and not enough resources to get the job done. And a red drawn off the top. Chokeslam is just not the card that Timothy is looking for here.
Yeah, an all-red hand for Guardian is often a death sentence, and Timothy doing his best to filter but not hitting the blue that he needed means that with just 1 Seismic Surge, we're going to have to pitch a lot of reds to even have a turn.
1/1 defense counter, and Codex of Frailty is the follow-up here. So you did indeed spy the card correctly left in the hand. Noah perhaps was just trying to wait until he could find a copy of Leave No Witnesses or something a little bit more threatening. In this case, Infect is going to come back from the graveyard to haunt Timothy again, who might actually feel pretty good about it because his hand is not going to do super well on offense. Maybe now it's time to cash in a little defensive value.
Yeah, I definitely agree there. Although if you cash in too much defensive value, you won't even have enough to pitch for that Titan's Fist. So it's a tough ask here. And it looks like either Timothy didn't bottom that pummel like we thought or drew into another one or something. So
no, he kept the pummel.
Okay.
I think he was looking for the blue.
Yeah. I almost wish he went for the Arsenal because at least it banks that you have 1 more red to work with to pitch if you do hit that off the top. But debating right now whether or not to block. Does have 3 cards in hand after the first block, or
has 4 cards because he only blocked with equipment.
Right, excuse me. Thank you.
Did have the card in Arsenal to insulate himself from the discard effect of Codex of Frailty. However, there is just not a good way to handle what he's got.
Yeah, a single card block would essentially lock him into only being able to swing Titan's Fist. As it stands, with a single Seismic Surge, it's very likely that Timothy can pitch 3 reds to play a 4-cost attack, but giving up one of those reds would disallow that play.
Also, though, you got to give credence to Infect. It's a 1-card 5 if you allow the damage to be conferred and also for the Bloodrot Pox token to be generated. So if there's one thing that Guardians don't want to let slip through their fingers, it's efficient numbers.
Yeah, and I was wondering if this might happen. Timothy reaches for the equipment to cover it up, knowing that if he wants to keep tempo, he needs to keep the full grip.
So Noah Beygelman keeping his life total high and also just churning and burning through the equipment suite of Timothy Grant, which is just going by the wayside in favor of 3 red cards pitched along with a Seismic Surge to send Chokeslam. Don't get me wrong, that is a disruptive attack against Assassins, but is it worth the amount of tempo that was given up?
Definitely not. And Noah also happens to have found a defense reaction in hand, so this will be a very clean block with just a single piece of equipment and that reaction. Noah found breathing room right here.
Without a doubt, Shelter from the Storm plus Black Tech Whispers equals no crush effect from Chokeslam. So Noah Beygelman's attack action cards are still going to be able to gain power on this turn affirmatively. It's 30 plays 29, and Noah Beygelman is about to put his foot squarely on the gas. Quick check of the graveyard, perhaps indicating another Codex is on the way. I see Bonds of Attraction, Razor's Edge. And was that just a Nick as well in hand?
Yes, it was. So that pairs very well with Bonds of Attraction, if memory serves. And being able to block with the Black Tech Whispers last turn means that we've got a very efficient use of that.
Curious. A Fiendel Spring Tunic counter and Razor's Edge cashed in for Hunter's Clave. One go again here. Could it be that the card found off the Ponder token is Take Up the Mantle?
Sure feels that way.
Normally, when your opponent is checking their graveyard and they happen to be a Ranger or Assassin, your alarm bells are going off for Codex of Frailty. But Assassin now has another powerful Majestic to play with. It's a Codex of Frailty essentially at a reaction speed.
Yeah.
Bonds of Attraction, the follow-up here. One go again. And there is a Bonds of Agony in the graveyard for Noah Beygelman.
Oh.
No block, says Timothy Grant. Just a Nick out of the hand. And what do we got in the arsenal, Noah? Show the people at home.
There it is.
Take Up the Mantle. Going to confer +3 and also transform this stealth card into another one. Maybe not. Oh, it was pitched.
Right.
It was pitched, wasn't it?
Yeah,
So Persuasive Prognosis instead is the chosen card here. Up to 9, though. Still some nasty damage and disruption coming Timothy Grant's way. And just a sink below so far to answer.
So decent value proposition on the block, but still will be forced to banish a card if the top deck does not cooperate with Timothy. Assuming he has both blues and reds in his hand, it's very likely to hit.
Spinal Crush is the card banished off the top. I believe Justin Nick resolved first.
Nope.
No, indeed.
Oh,
Persuasive Prognosis is the choice.
Very lucky on Timothy's side.
Nevertheless, still another Spinal Crush gone from the deck. Also a Crush the Week off of Justin Nick. So the disruptive effects are going away, being whittled down slightly by these banished effects. But Timothy, perhaps thinking, well, at least I won't have another all-red hand.
Yeah, that all red into all blue really, it's kind of the Runeblade problem. You'd really like to have a mixture, but in this case, actually saving himself a card. So definitely a silver lining there, and still has the Valda specialization to work with here.
Put them in their place coming out against Noah Beygelman, demanding 3-card block at this point or 2 cards plus the Crown of Providence. And Noah does not have an arsenal. There's almost assuredly arsenal disruption in Timothy's deck. So Noah's going to have to think twice about employing that really powerful piece of head equipment. For now, if this connects with Noah and crushes him, he will discard a number of cards and then draw the same amount, but instead it's a full block there on 10 for Noah Beygelman, who just has 1 card in hand with which to work. 32, plays 23. Still insulating himself really well on the life total front.
Yeah, really diligent play from Noah. And we know that Timothy had to arsenal a blue here. I don't know exactly which one it was, but a little bit of a... you don't want to be doing that, really. So depending on the blue, if it's playable, it could be okay. If it's not, it could be a bit of a clunker for the next couple of turns unless he's able to clear it out.
We do have to shout out one of the cards blocked with there, Michael. Noah Beygelman blocks with a dual threat in Arakni Slip Through the Cracks. I mean, it is a card that makes a lot of sense. If Ira can do it, I would have to imagine that Slippy can do it perhaps even better.
Yeah, the dual wheel classes.
Especially after hitting that loadout of Hunter's Clave plus Graphene Calistera.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense. It is interesting, though. I am so much more used to seeing Marionettes be the dagger-based damage class, but seeing the Slippy here play the daggers and making good use of them is an interesting new twist that I'm not personally used to seeing live.
Another red Chokeslam plus the generation of a Seismic Surge for Timothy Grant, but there's a card in hand and a card in arsenal. Only one floating so far. Is Pummel sure to follow? That is certainly what Timothy is posturing here. And if there's one person to sniff it out, it's Noah Beygelman.
Well, we know that the arsenal's a blue, so it's probably not the
Oh,
Pummel.
true.
Now, Noah should know that as well if he was paying close attention.
Ooh, also a Prowl being blocked with there from Noah Beygelman. I think he's on a variant of what he normally brings to high-level events, perhaps trying out some new tech, like an improv comedian coming to the local scene and bringing the sauce.
Timothy Grant IPing once again. One of the problems here with Guardian is that once you get tempo, it can be hard to convert 5-card hands, and we saw Timothy only be able to convert 3.
3 go again here from Kiss of Death. Usually a card that you have to be so careful about blocking, especially because we haven't seen a single copy of Tarantula Toxin from Noah Beygelman. It's not going to be here. Promising Terrain is going to shore up all of that damage and also the 1 life loss that would have been conferred on hit. Art of Desire Body is the follow-up here. Looks like Noah might just be doing ninja cosplay here. Another Promising Terrain is going to block out that Art of Desire Body, but not before Kiss of Death is flicked by Noah Beygelman. So down goes Timothy Grant to 21. Still got himself 2 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal with which to work.
I think we just saw either another Bonds of Agony or another Justinek. The art looks so similar in my brain, so I'm not sure which one it was, but something threatening in Noah's hand either way.
For now, it's Timothy who has the chance to put a damper on whatever it is in Noah Beygelman's hand. Having a good long think, though. A Seismic Surge has popped here. Blue already postured for the pitch zone. It is a full blue hand once again. Imposing Visage, Cranial Crush, and then another blue in the arsenal. I think maybe Headbutt was the one put there on an earlier turn.
I was wondering if it was this, and here we see Imposing Visage get played out, and I gotta think he's searching up the brand new legendary from Guardian Mastery Pack, and there it is.
Leyline of the Old Ones comes out to play. A Seismic Surge token is going to be generated by it entering the field, and also every time that Timothy deals damage, he's going to generate 1 Seismic Surge token. Pretty darn good for Valda, a hero that is basically built, lives and dies on Seismic Surge tokens.
And it's going to be really important now for the rest of the game for Timothy to generate a Seismic Surge token every turn, which is another reason I think that the tectonic plating is so important. But I just saw a look on your face, Bryce. What is that?
That is a Bonds of Agony, Michael.
Ooh.
And we have been talking a little bit about the potential for this card getting banned or at least a sidestep hit on Justinek come September 1st. In this case, Timothy Grant just blocking it with 1 piece of armor. It's Gauntlets of Iron Will, which will do a little bit of extra defensive value besides the 1 that remains on that block. When Bonds of Agony gets buffed up this turn, it will be buffed up for 1 less.
And one of the things I like about this type of block right here is it kind of postures saying, I've got a snag. And that can scare the pants off of an assassin player when they see someone block with just 1 into their Bonds of Agony.
Noah's pants are still on, at least as far as I know, but he is definitely giving pause here. Timothy Grant, however, if he is posturing for that snag, does not have it in hand. Could perhaps be in the arsenal.
Does have the defense reaction. As we see Razors, Flick, Black Tech.
Noah Beygelman hitting that red button, going 3 attack reactions tall, but not a whole lot of damage. So it's just 1 that sneaks through, and then 3 on the Razor's Edge. So total of 6 here, thanks to Gauntlets of Iron Will.
Yeah, at this breakpoint, I think you can put the quick dodge flexors in front and be safe.
Because he has a defense reaction in hand, exactly right. And that is why quick dodge flexors exists. Timothy Grant, however, doing the math, crossing his T's, dotting his I's.
It could be that Noah's holding back an attack reaction, which is, I think, when you see something a little bit strange, you don't want to dump all of your hand into the bonds. And it looks like Timothy's just going to let it hit. Happy with taking 1 rather than giving Noah the opportunity to continue pumping it up.
And All of Timothy's tricks are laid bare for Noah, who still has 2 cards and 1 in arsenal after a Bonds of Agony is connected with the face. Timothy perhaps wondering if that was his moment to deploy quick dodge flexors plus sink below. Noah getting rid of that sink below once and for all. It went to the graveyard. Should be going to the banish zone, along with 2 extra copies in the deck for Timothy Grant.
Yeah, really nice hit as the assassin player. Those are the one tool that people usually have to stuff your disruption. And now Noah can sleep easy knowing that those are no longer in there, as well as getting a nice peek at the rest of everything just to see what Timothy's working with.
Perhaps Timothy letting Bonds of Agony connect so that he doesn't have to deal with that all-red pitch stack coming back around.
Could be that.
A fringe benefit, maybe, of being hit by Bonds of Agony. Nevertheless, the way the life total race is going right now, Timothy's sitting at half of Noah's. I don't know if we're going to be getting to second cycle here, Michael.
I would say that's unlikely. So I think Timothy just goes ahead and allows Noah to take the sink, believing that's the likely hit, means that Timothy has more to work with on offense.
For now, the follow-up is 1 go again. Hunter's Clave. The second time this game that Fiendal Spring Tunic is cashed in to swing that all-powerful knife. Leave no witnesses is the follow-up beyond. Timothy Grant still has a little bit of armor with which to work. Can cover this breakpoint up with a card from hand and the tectonic plating, but that blue has been stranded there for quite some time. I almost wonder if it's better for him to let it go.
Now, I'm a little curious about the use of the tunic here. Was that just to confer the extra 1 damage? Because the mark is going to go away. The other thought I had, and I don't know if this is possible, is can take up the mantle target.
It cannot. It must be used on a stealth card.
Thank you.
Leave no witnesses has contract.
Okay.
And Timothy Grant giving up the most powerful offensive card in his hand. Disable is going to be blocked along with the last bit of equipment value on tectonic plating in order to protect what remains in the hand and the arsenal. Seismic Surge is going to pop here. Leyline of the Old Ones is a consideration here. Tectonic Instability coming out of the hand. So both players are going to put a card in their arsenal at the bottom of their deck and then draw a card if they bottom. But then Timothy Grant going to generate a number of Seismic Surge tokens equal to the number of cards drawn this way. And then, of course, the Valda hero ability is going to generate an extra one. So all of a sudden gets himself to the fated 3 Seismic Surge tokens for Dominate next turn.
Yeah, that is nice, but Timothy, it looks like, drew up 2 reds. No, 2 blues, excuse me. The exact opposite of that. So a pretty lackluster turn. Still not nothing, but a simple 3 block will cover up the crush here.
Debilitate, threatening to confer -2 on Noah Beygelman's first attack of the turn, but no indeed. What it will do by getting 3 damage through is keep Leyline of the Old Ones around and also generate another Seismic Surge token for Valda's troubles. So even though the life totals are still getting away from our Guardian Aficionado, does have a really good setup for next turn. Noah Beygelman returning fire with a Hunter's Clave, and Timothy wants nothing to do with it, even though he has already marked. Rouse the Ancients is going to be the block here, and Tarantula Toxin going to get over the top.
Interesting choices all around. So being able to pump and strip the defense value all in one and keep the mark. Ooh.
Perhaps Noah Beygelman, he was scratching his head a little bit there, like, oh, I forgot you're already marked. But Mark of the Black Widow is the follow-up here, demanding a card from Timothy, whether he blocks it or not. Imposing Visage is the block here. 27 plays 12, and Noah Beygelman does not snap off a reaction.
Oh.
No, there it is. Tarantula Toxin going to confirm -3 defense value to that Imposing Visage. These are definitely not the highest value Tarantula Toxins that we've ever seen, but Noah is still doing his due diligence, getting his opponent low enough to where the daggers and sneaky damage of Slippy can just carry the day.
And Timothy does have 4 Seismic Surges, so very likely to be able to send a card here. Only has 1, which is a little bit scary for the Leyline. Oh, excuse me, that one generates 1, thankfully. So Leyline is safe as 8 damage comes through.
8 damage on Aftershock. Seismic Surge converted there. because Timothy had a Seismic Surge at the beginning of the turn. Leyline of the Old Ones threatening to generate yet another one if this connects at all with Noah Beygelman's life total. Otherwise, no disruption from this attack here. And Timothy continues to bleed turn after turn, where Noah is very insulated in the life total race. Perhaps not getting maximum value on all of his cards, but inching towards the finish line in this round 2 of the AGE Open Series in New England, August edition.
1 card 8 is pretty strong, though. And if Timothy is able to hold on to the last remaining 9 points of life and just block efficiently for the remainder of the game and do these super overrate plays, I do see a world where he stands a chance. But, man, it is definitely an uphill climb from here.
Leyline of the Old Ones is definitely the thing that you need in the arena in order to snowball yourself into a victory. I mean, we saw at Calling Kansas City this exact kind of back and forth between Assassin and Guardian. In the hands of, it was Cody Williams from the Runaways. Did just an amazing job of handling dominates here and there, having the defense reactions when he needed them. So by the time he was able to actually put his foot on the gas, he was still above 30 life against a Valda player who established Leyline of the Old Ones, and I believe also a seismic eruption on turn 0.
Whoa. All right, maybe that's not quite enough to cross the finish line against our Slippy decks.
Total of 6 block on this Aftershock. 2 damage is going to leak through here. Timothy Grant getting himself yet another Seismic Surge token for Leyline of the Old Ones to stick around. Noah Beygelman down to 25 at this point, but I think smelling blood in the water because a Sink Below and Crown of Providence have been deployed there. Either that or his turn was just not quite right, but it's sure right now. Kiss of Death with a Tarantula Toxin and a Codex of Frailty in hand. One of the most terrifying combinations of cards in Flesh and Blood right now.
Yeah, this is definitely going to demand some blocks from Timothy, but luckily for him, Noah did draw a card off of that Sink Below as well as connect with an attack, which means that it's up to 3 Seismic Surges, turning on the Valda hero text once again.
Also essentially has access to 3 more in the hand because another Seismic Eruption has made its way there. I can't quite tell the color of that disable. In this case, Timothy just blocking with Tower of Valahai and Rouse the Ancient. So Tower of Valahai should have an additional 2 block, if I'm not mistaken. So blocking 4 on 3. Timothy is kind of insulating himself from Tarantula Toxin, making it so that Noah can't get maximum value, but Noah's going to be A-okay with a 1-card 5 in this case.
Yeah, this is really good and gets over just gets over the quick dodge flexor's potential here. So Timothy doesn't use that and instead goes ahead and generates 3 Seismic Surges.
And therefore pumps up the defensive value of Tower of Valahai.
What a cool play.
Up to 4 goes Timothy Grant in terms of the blocks. So it's not quite going to cover everything up here. That on-hit 1 loss of life from Kiss of Death is still going to go through unless Quick Dodge Flexors get in the mix. And there they go. Wow. At the cost of a blue, Timothy Grant insulating himself pretty well, both from this and the Codex of Frailty that lies in wait. The question, however, what is Timothy going to do affirmatively on his turn in order to keep that Leyline around?
That is a good question, and maybe the answer is he won't. Uh-oh. I mean, I guess that's okay. Timothy can go grab his favorite card off the back of this.
But a Leave No Witnesses is almost assuredly going to strip it right away.
Right. We have 2. Oh, yeah. Nope. That's bad. That's really bad.
It's all bad. None good, all bad for Timothy Grant. He is going to be able to shore up 2 damage with the remaining activation of Quick Dodge Flexors, but that is just not enough to protect Rouse the Ancients, which just made its way from the graveyard back into the arsenal. 2 damage as well. Descends Timothy Grant down to 7. And his turn is almost assuredly going to be draw up, lose my Leyline, and pass, despite the fact that I started this turn with 6 Seismic Surge tokens.
Yeah, that is rough. Timothy doing some really awesome reactive blocking there and just committing 1 too many cards. Needed that last card in hand to insulate from the Codex and gets severely punished as everything leaves the board. All the seismic surges, the ley line. He's in trouble.
In the business, we call that the big ouchie, Michael. And Noah's going to keep the ouchie nice and festering. Art of Desire Body is the first attack here, blocked out by a promising terrain, but Spike with Blood Rot, pitching a CNC, is the follow-up. Plus a Razor's Edge, why not? This threatens to put Timothy Grant in his grave nice and early.
Yeah, that hurts.
6 damage leaking over the top, plus a Blood Rot Pox token, and Noah isn't even done. Down to 1 goes Timothy Grant, dead unless he's able to keep a blue for his turn.
We still have the flick knives.
Still have the flick knives, so unless there's a Shelter from the Storm in the hand, it could
and Noah
be...
would know. He looked through the deck, so I don't... Oh, wait.
Actually, this is a good point. So Noah cannot flick because he swung with the Hunter's Clave.
Interesting.
Timothy Grant without a Shelter from the Storm in hand, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, I wonder if Noah saw something when he looked through the deck that could have stopped a flick, or if he was just playing it safe. I mean, 21 plays 1. You don't need to take a risk. And getting rid of the dagger, if somehow Timothy could stop it, could be a risk. So
yeah,
just playing it safe.
Timothy goes to the doctor, gets the only treatment for a Blood Rot Pox token, and that's a blue in the pitch zone. Remains at 1, 20 life points behind Noah Beygelman, who seems absolutely unstoppable on one of the 2 best decks in the entirety of Flesh and Blood right now. This is Bonds of Attraction, not Bonds of Agony, coming in for 1 go again. Is threatening, however, a Justin Ick, which, sure enough, lies in wait in the hand of Noah Beygelman. This is probably going to be lights out for Timothy Grant.
Sure. I mean, he blocks correctly, but...
Flick Knives comes through. Timothy already ready to extend the fist bump, and Noah says, I had you dead no matter what.
Yep.
Winning round 2 of the AGE New England Open Series in August is Noah Beygelman, a man who is familiar with the top tables in Flesh and Blood, not only here, but also on the world stage. Gotta hand it to him for some really well done Slippy play.
Yeah, I mean, absolute master. Shows us what happens when you have that kind of mastery and makes easy work of the Valda.
We're going to be back in just a moment for an interview with Noah Beygelman after he completely dismantled Valda Seismic Impact, who at this point is making more of a whimper on the scene than a seismic impact. How does that make you feel to hear, Michael?
It's sad. I think that the Guardian Mastery pack was a super interesting set that fell a little bit flatter than some of us were hoping. That being said, Super Slam promises to maybe help the Guardians out a little bit more. So.
Surely the next set, Michael.
Yeah.
Well, folks, before we get to the interview with Noah, we do have to talk about what is on the horizon for AGE, because the fun just doesn't stop coming, Michael. We've got the event that is at the top of your screen right there, Grave Troll Games, August 30th. That's what's happening right now in Nashua, New Hampshire. Then we will have the last open of the New England season. That'll be at Great Stories Comics and Games, another stellar partner of the AGE Open Series. That'll be happening on September 6th. Unfortunately, we won't be able to bring that to the YouTube for you all. So the big shakeup of the Players' Championship for the East will happen not in the public eye. We will release that when it comes to the 4. But we have officially announced the date for the LA Players Championship. Season 3 will be October 25th. That'll be at our home on the West Coast, Top Deck Keep Gaming in Riverside, California. And then the only other thing left for Season 3 of AGE is the New England Players Championship, which is yet to be determined, but almost assuredly going to happen in October at Grave Troll Games, where all of our illustrious players now sit.
Really looking forward to both of those events.
Are you going to be perhaps in the booth with me for one of them?
As long as I'm invited.
Well, we'll wait with bated breath to see if Michael can make the cut his teeth, and get himself to the Players' Championship booth, a place that is definitely less illustrious than the top 16 cut of the AGE.
Last time I checked, I think I do have enough AGE points in the caster booth to make it into the cast.
We get points?
Yeah, I've been tracking them.
Oh, it doesn't.
You're in first, but I'm in second.
Okay, sweet. Okay, as long as I'm the top dog.
Yeah, it's close.
I'm all
it's
happy.
Very close. I might pass you today if I can get that extra inch.
Oh,
out.
interesting. So the points aren't just for going and participating. It's not number of hours in the booth. There's also like merits and demerits.
Mhm.
But I don't know what they are. But you know what they are.
Yep,
And you still put me in first.
You're a great caster, Bryce. What can I say? I really wanted to put me first. I watched the VODs. I craved for those points, but somehow you still beat me out.
Oh, well, Michael is going to lick his wounds from his own self-abuse, and we will be back with an interview with Noah Beygelman from the Runaways after this. Don't go anywhere. We're back, folks. Noah Beygelman is on the line after a round 2 victory against Valda Seismic Impact. My name is Bryce Platts, and this, of course, is the AGE Open Series in New England. Noah, you're looking pretty locked for Players Championship, especially after that last match. How you feeling?
Yeah, I feel great. I think Valda's a deck that I don't have that much experience into, so I was kind of just relying on the fact that it's Guardian that wants to, throw big attacks with Dominate. If I just keep pressuring him, I think I got off to a pretty good start, and then just kind of wrote it out from there.
Without a doubt, you did have to do a lot of defensive cleanup early on, which is, as you mentioned, kind of the way that aggro decks have to play into Guardian anyway. So even though you don't have particular experience into Valda, it's kind of just part and parcel what we've been doing in Flesh and Blood for decades. That being said, Guardian has not had a huge impact on the meta, even despite the fact that Mastery Pack Guardian has just come on the scene. So maybe you can describe that mentality for me a little bit. The blocking that you have to do, especially when you're a deck that doesn't want to block.
Yeah. Well, I think actually, at least the way I play Slippy, I love blocking. Like you saw probably earlier in the game where he attacks for 9 with Spinal Crush. I'm so happy just blocking 9, arsenaling a power card like a Codex, because I think this is one of the advantages of Slippy as an aggro deck, that all your cards are, the printed value is usually 3 on offense or 3 on defense. It's the on hits that make them more. So I think if you're able to just block early, set power cards, and then Guardian does Guardian things. The Guardian Mastery Pack didn't really fix this. They're able to not necessarily convert their hand for the best value. And then you're able to just punish that because now you've arsenaled the power card. You can come back with a really powerful turn and kind of take the tempo that way. So yeah, I like blocking as Slippy.
And a lot of patient play, especially in terms of your Arsenal zone, is what was on display during that last game, because you had the opportunity to throw that Codex that you drew on the turn where you deployed, I think, another stealth attack, but instead decided to pocket it for a later day. Despite the fact that Guardian, even though they do Guardian things, is known for packing Arsenal Disruption. Any qualms about throwing a good card into the Arsenal there?
So I think normal Guardians, like non-Valda Guardians are, but from my experience at least, trying to build Valda decks myself,
Command and Conquer just like doesn't really fit the play pattern because you want to be loading up on seismic searches and getting value out of the discount. So most of the arsenal disruption is like stuff that I can still interact with. And I still have the Crown of Providence up as well. And getting a power card back in my second cycle in case the game does go that way is never a bad thing. So yeah, I think not having to fear the combination of Command and Conquer Pummel from Valda makes me much happier arsenaling power cards compared to other Guardians.
Now, there were some points in that game where you ceded a little bit of efficiency. I'm thinking about the double Tarantula Toxin turn when you weren't activating on a Kiss of Death or a Graphene Calycera. I think players tend to have the mindset that they have to hold these power cards for the exact right opportunity. You instead just threw them out as 2 yellow shreds. Can you speak to that at all?
Yeah. So what I was thinking with that play was to actually hold 1 for Arsenal. I didn't expect him to block on the dagger. So I was thinking like, okay, if I play 1 Tarantula Toxin here, I'm getting in some amount of true damage. And then I just kind of get him to a life threshold where, based on the density of my deck, I knew I still had some Razor's Edge, Just a Nick. I still had that 3rd Tarantula Toxin, which ended up coming up later on the Kiss of Death. So I knew I still had a decent density of reactions. And based on seeing his deck from the Bonds of Agony, I knew he didn't have many reactive plays to what I was doing. So I felt fine just kind of getting in that true damage, getting him to the threshold where he has to overblock, and Assassin is just really good in that game state. So originally my plan was to Arsenal one of them and look to line it up with a Kiss of Death, but I don't know, gut feel in the moment that I should just click the buttons now, get in the damage while I can, and it'll work out good.
Especially when your opponent is already sub 10 life and you've got all the tempo in the world. So we've talked about what we saw during that game, Noah. I kind of want to talk about what we didn't see. We saw a couple of spicy things in the pitch zone that didn't come out to play. I pretty sure I spied a dual threat and something else that is escaping me now. Oh, a prowl.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I can talk about those.
So are you tinkering with an off-key Slippy build today? Are you playing a little jazz?
I've been playing Prowl for a while now. Ever since Gravy started running the new card from the Guardian Mastery Pack, Fearless Confrontation, I think is the name, the one that gives -1.
Correct.
It's just a really good way to answer that card, as well as Gravies are running from Evan's list. He was playing 3 Scuba, so having ways to bump up your stealth cards to 4, as well as play around Snag. Often it comes up where people will just throw a 1-block equipment in front of your 1 power attack, and represent that they have Snag. So making your base 1 powers come in for 2 is pretty relevant. And then also the fact that like a lot of times into Gravy, you're just like throwing your first stealth attack into an ally, and Prowl is basically the only stealth attack in the game where you actually profit from that exchange because it still gets the ability for your next stealth attack to potentially threaten something at the face.
How about dual threat though?
Yeah, dual threat is definitely more experimental. I was thinking like into slower decks, I wanted a source of big damage that played around Snag. If you can tell, I'm quite PTSD mode about Snag, playing Slippy for a long time. It's been resolved for quite great effect against me. So I wanted a card that's like a source of big damage that plays around that card. You can't always resolve it for the 6, but even just resolving it for the 3 is kind of like another spinneret, I think is good enough value, right? Just like Tunic, Chelicera, dual threat, throw your attack for 6 is pretty strong. So yeah, it's something I'm trying out today is just a one-off.
And after seeing it, it honestly seemed in certain game states a little easier to contend with in your deck than, say, the main use case for it in Ira. I could see a world where you establish the Graphene Calycera early along with a Hunter's Clave like you did, and thereby have a very easy route to, stealth attack, Graphene Calycera, or probably vice versa, Hunter's Clave, dual threat, Graphene Calycera, move on with your life, and make people cry for a 0 for 6.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you sequence it like stealth attack, then Clave, they're marked, so then you actually get the Calycera text of getting go again, and then that's how you can get the 6 value. You saw it could have come up on a couple turns where my opponent just passed and left me with a full grip of 4 or 5 cards, where if I had it there, it would be pretty solid.
Seeming to be a really interesting inclusion. Noah, we have a ban and restricted announcement coming up on September 1st. I'm sure you guys are covering it on the Runaways podcast, but we would love your hot takes and hopefuls for the AG stream as well. Do you think the big bad Gravy Bones is taking a hit?
I mean, I've said for a while, just from the rooftops shouting that Chum should be banned. It just like completely warps the way some matchups go. It kind of in the games where they see Chum early on, it eliminates the ability of decks to just like race and go face and punish the aspect of Gravy Bones having no blocks, as well as kind of reducing the power of Valda, where she should be good into the hero, but then they just have a Chum. So I would love to see Chum get banned, and then I would also love to see Bonds of Agony get banned. I just think like Mantle is a really cool card. Like the design of the card is very interesting to be functioning like a toolbox, but in reality, how it plays out is it's usually just oh, I have a Bonds in my graveyard, so now you just have to be scared of Bonds every time. And I think Bonds is really the offender there. So cleaning up those two cards would be good. And then I think also by removing Chum, you kind of and removing the Bonds, maybe more people are interested in playing Verdance just in general because the power level of Gravy and Slippy go down. So yeah, I think if you just tone down the power level of Gravy and Slippy by removing those like super high roll cards, then the format's good. But I've been really enjoying playing this format, so I don't think heavy changes are needed.
Awesome. Well, you heard it here first, folks. Maybe keep your hand stayed on the ban hammer, or at least a little more cautious than other people are calling for. Noah, thank you so much for joining us today and at all of the other AG events that we've had out there in New England. We wish you the best of luck and for a magnificent finish. I know you're going to give it to us if we get you on stream again.
Yeah, thanks, man. See you around.
Don't go anywhere, folks. We will be back with more Noah Beygelmans, more slinging Hunter's Claves, and more Flesh and Blood after this. In the battle of crushes and claves, the assassin carries the day as Valda seismic impact makes the only impact I've seen her make so far, and that's one into a dusty grave. Bryce Platt's here with Michael Murray back at the AGE Open in New England. August edition, of course, the last of two before the Players' Championship on the Eastern Seaboard. Up next, we'll be seeing a clash of other Titans in the New England area, one of which has been doing incredibly well, but never when we are streaming the event, unfortunately. Elyse Symmes, an assassin aficionado, both on new and now Arakni slipped through the cracks, is sporting a 71% AGE win percentage this season and 2 top 8s, and thereby earning 53 AGE points, firmly in the race for the top 16.
That is an impressive win rate.
Yeah, undoubtedly so. She also enjoys Oxygen Not Included, which is her favorite comfort game that she plays for many, many hours. Also loves Star Trek and other sci-fi media. I think she's got plenty of kindred spirits at Grave Troll Games today.
Absolutely.
But my eyes drift down to the pancake question. She definitely feels that pancakes have a higher ceiling and waffles have a higher floor. But probably, I feel like the upshot of that answer is pancakes are the winner for Elyse.
I mean, it depends on what kind of player you are. Do you like to play consistent, or do you like to have those spikes?
Definitely spikes in my case.
Yeah,
and Elyse is undoubtedly almost assuredly running a spike with Blood Rot in her Slippy deck, so I think she likes the spikes too.
There you have it. Pancakes it is.
Well, where are these amazing players sitting but Grave Troll Games in Nashua, New Hampshire? Our amazing sponsor on the Eastern Seaboard. They, alongside Great Stories Comics and Gaming, have given us nothing but the desire to come back in Season 4 to New England and give them and you all at home another amazing show of AGE fun times in flesh and blood. So thank you to Katie Lamar, the owner of Grave Troll Games, for being such an incredible host. And we look forward to every time we get to go and enjoy your lovely facilities. I'm sure all of our 36 players in the room are loving it as much as we are.
Yeah, it's great to have a nice home base and a place that you feel welcome and has enough space for all those butts in those chairs.
So it's going to be Arakni slipped through the cracks in the hands of Elyse Symmes versus Jarl Vitradi, a matchup that we saw unfold at Calling Copenhagen in the hands of Jason Rolfe and Tommaso Vecito. That match ended in a draw, so we'll see if our players can keep pace a little bit better than the folks at the top tables of Calling Copenhagen, but nevertheless, it was a very exciting and intricate matchup, and I think this is going to be exactly the same.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see this one. My understanding is that Jarl is out here to try to prey a little bit on the Slippies. They don't really have the resource base to contend very well with the frost element. So a great choice, but of course, if both players are playing defensively, it can go long. So it will be a very, I would say, like a chess match type of game that we have ahead of us. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing how these players pilot it and who takes it.
Well, let's stop talking about it, Michael. Let's be about it. Jalin Andrews on the right side of your screen, the one Jarl Vitradi in the room versus Elyse Symmes on the left side of your screen, a terror in the assassin card pool. Jalin, perhaps trying to target Slippies as much as he possibly can, and has definitely found himself in the right part of the bracket in order to do it. I believe the top 5 or 6 tables so far in the 2-0 bracket are nothing but Slippies.
Wow. So Slippy coming up hot and Jalin coming out targeting cold as ice, if you will.
We've got Chell Wong in the chat shouting from the rooftops for their friend Elyse Symmes, says she has so much experience in this matchup. Not expecting her to stumble here.
Wow, that's a scary proposition. I'm a little bit surprised, of course, not surprised that a great player would have experience into this matchup, but Jarl is not one of the meta contenders as you would have it. Definitely a dark horse, but has shown lots of promise recently.
This dark horse is facing down a Hunter's Clave in the left hand of Elyse Symmes, coming out one go again, 38 plays 40. As Slippy is wont to do, have a little bit less life because of such a powerful hero ability. So that's going to get stuffed by a buckling blow in the hand of Jalin Andrews as we proceed to the second Hunter's Clave of the turn. One go again.
Just a simple trying to chip, forcing cards type of turn.
Infiltrate. Getting go again from the Slippy hero ability. That Slippy hero ability, by the way, is ultra charged because that is a marvel Arakni slip through the cracks, which fetches a hefty price on the secondary market, perhaps hinting at exactly how committed Elyse is to the assassin class and to our slippery friend.
It sure would seem that way, as Jalin is able to not only cover all this up, but keep the channel like frigid around. Very important for the game plan, I'm assuming, and being able to establish that early would be a really nice start.
Jalin already looking very ice-flooded in terms of the deck construction. Channel Lake Frigid going to be paid for by a Polar Blast, which will flow it into Elyse's next turn. Also an Icy Encounter in the hand for Jalin, which can be deployed here, but it would come at the cost of the Sink Below in hand. Jalin also sporting an interesting equipment suite here. Tectonic Plating, which is something I don't typically see in Jarl lists. Gauntlets of the Arboreal Domain, Quick Dodge Flexors, and Crown of Providence. Also, Stalagmite Bastion of Eisenloft. So this is not the same fatigue slanted list that we saw Jason Rolfe playing in Calling Copenhagen.
Yeah, what chess piece does the fatigue list like to bring?
I believe he was on Tunic. I'm not 100% sure, but the telltale sign for that list would be the Rampart of the Ram's Head in the shield slot.
Yeah, Jalin choosing to keep the Sink Below. I do like that choice in this matchup as attack reactions are so plentiful.
Persuasive Prognosis coming out of the hand of Elyse Symmes. Jalin holds on to that Sink Below in the arsenal. Did look like that Icy Encounter was pitched away for an activation of the Tectonic Plating, which I think is that black token that Jalin has next to his Channel Lake Frigid. Keep an eye out for those. Yep. Persuasive Prognosis coming in for one go again, and also a little bit of disruption. Hand Pickage.
Is that a Kiss of Death and a Tarantula Toxin?
I wanted to say that was a Shred, but
okay.
Maybe I'm mistaken. It is a Spike with Blood Rot instead. A very clean one floating after pitching a blue for Hunter's Clave for Elyse Symmes. So this Spike with Blood Rot is very efficient, especially when Jalin... and also a Take Up the Mantle on top. Jalin remains unmarked, however, if I'm not mistaken.
This
so it's just an extra 2.
Clean block.
Tectonic Plating. Yeah, so I think Jalin put the -1 defense counter on a little bit preemptively because Tectonic Plating has not blocked yet this game. So Sink Below plus that chess piece is going to block this out so perfectly.
Yeah, really well played by Jalin. Very, very efficient blocking there. Channel Lake Frigid putting in work, forcing cards that could otherwise have been held back to be pitched on the side of Elyse. And no damage taken and a 4-card hand to work with.
Seismic Surge pops at the beginning of Jalen's turn. Does have 2 ice cards in the hand. Nay, I think 3 with Frozen to Death, unless it's Elemental. So does have the opportunity to keep this Channel Lake Frigid around. Jalin really ice slanted in this Jarl list.
Coming out with the Mangle as well. No counters on the equipment yet, so this will not be able to destroy any equipment, but it does look like Jalin is opting to give it Dominate regardless, maybe just to push some damage through or ask Elyse to block. I doubt she would. With armor,
Likely not. Mangle, 8 Dominate here. Thanks to the activation of Gauntlets of Arboreal Domain. 40 plays 38. No blood has been spilled yet this game, despite the fact that we are in turn 3.
I do like the pitching of those 3 ice cards. No real great options for the Arsenal. I think it would have been possible to keep that Icy Touch around.
Icy Encounter.
Icy Encounter, thank you. But just doesn't want it in the Arsenal, and I respect the choice.
No Icy Encounter this turn. I do think that, Justin, let's pull up Frozen to Death, please, because I'm not 100% sure that Frozen to Death is an ice card.
That could be
I believe. No, it is. It's
okay.
Ice Guardian. So, yeah, that was absolutely an option for Jalin Andrews. Perhaps just not valuing it.
It could be a little clunky. I know it seems weird, but just the proposition of only sending 6 on the turn, you would need to be able to block with 2 to 3 cards. And while the Channel Lake Frigid is out, it might just be that he'd rather cycle it away and not clunk up the Arsenal right now. Really seeing the sort of difficult decision-making at play here, and I think that Jalin probably has a pretty darn good idea of what works and what doesn't in the Arsenal.
He may, however, regret it when Elyse deploys the other bling that she's now found in her hand. There's a Codex of Frailty there, which could really punish Jalin for foregoing an Arsenal.
Good.
8 damage, however, comes across the line. Elyse descends down to 30. First Blood has finally been drawn, and all of a sudden, Elyse is at a 10 life deficit when Channel Lake Frigid is still around. A card that, for a long time, was a contention, whatever deck that you were bringing into the meta, but in this case, fallen by the wayside, except in the hands of our ice-gloved guardian, Jarl Vitradi.
He just drew up a lot of ice cards, so I do wonder if maybe there's another turn of Channel Lake Frigid in our future.
Also an Oakenold in the hand for Jalin Andrews, so unless Elyse is able to put the hurt on him, might just be sending it her way. However, I don't think I see an Earth card with which to fuse. Yeah, no, it's a Snow Under. Snow Under, what the heck? I haven't seen that card since Tale of Varia Limited.
So we see a simple 1 power coming through, and Jalin going ahead and cashing in that shield early in the game, just shutting down the turn, wants to keep the rest of cards in hand.
This is an interesting time to be pulling out Stalagmite, namely because Channel Lake Frigid was doing its dirty work against Elyse's offensive potential.
Surely this is the last turn of Channel.
Polar Blast into the pitch zone to create a Seismic Surge token. And Snow Under is going to be the attack here. No fuse, so I don't believe we're threatening a Frostbite token. No, indeed. It's just 7 damage here.
So this is the last turn of serious disruption for now on this side of Jalin. Let's see how Elyse chooses to block this out, working with 5 cards. So could take the damage and send back a huge turn or pad the life total.
But also, I don't think a Seismic Surge token should have been able... Oh, no. A Seismic Surge token popped at the beginning of the turn.
Exactly.
So exactly. He's able to refresh that Surge token and send Snow Under.
Yeah, really interesting choices of cards in this list, and I kind of like it. It's a threatening card, right? 7 with a Frostbite on hit when you're already slowing them down, and Elyse just takes it all.
Finally, Elyse out from under the thumb of Channel Lake Frigid, gonna see if she can do something much more affirmative rather than pitch cards It is good to mention that Elyse did find her blues when she really needed them against Channel Lake Frigid. That being said, no damage converted as of yet, as Jalin still sits at his starting life total of 40. That has got to change at some point. In this case, he's found a second copy of Oakenold and an Earth card, but Unforgiving, Unforgetting in the hand as well. So probably not going to be able to fuse an Oakenold on this turn, especially when Elyse is leading off with a Bonds of Agony.
Yeah, this is the kind of turn Elyse needed to get back into this game. And we see Jalin using the last counter on that shield right here and now to try to mess up Elyse's turn. 3 cards still to work with, though, means that it's very unlikely. And look at that. Elyse even pre-used the tunic, has the resource floating.
Elyse, no slouch in the face of constant ice disruption, knows exactly how to play around these cards. That's one of those skill sets that you develop very quickly when you have to face off with Channel Lake Frigid. Activate your tunic in response to a resolution of Frostbite. Elyse swinging in with Hunter's Clave, reacting with Spike with Blood Rot on... Oh, I'm sorry. The Hunter's Clave is just indicating the flick.
Right.
So it's flick, Hunter's Clave, Concealed Blade, and Spike with Blood Rot to get this Bonds of Agony up to 8. Should be more than that if I'm not mistaken, though, right? Because
I think
Orb Weaver
11.
Spinneret, yeah. That makes a lot more sense.
Which is more than the current block of 4.
3 plus 4, 7 plus 3, 10, right?
Sure.
Because Orb Weaver is going to give 3. Bonds of
'cause
Agony
there's
will
an extra
effectively
one
become
from
4.
the Concealed
Concealed Blade. You're right.
And there we have a huge clapback. And down to 32 goes Jalin, as well as that fearsome Bonds of Agony on hit effect.
So Elyse super effectively playing around the last block of Stalagmite, a card which can generate so much value. We saw it back in the days when Rosetta Thorn was in the mix. In this case, playing her way around it masterfully. Sure, she doesn't have an Orb Weaver Spinneret left over for the arsenal, but she is definitely doing her damage. And goodbye, Earthlore Surge. A curious choice here. I think Elyse is making a calculation based on the fact that, well, one of those cards in hand is a block card, the other one is a pummel. So probably turning off Jalen's turn no matter what. But in this case, now removing what are probably some very few precious Earth cards in the Jarl deck based on the high density of ice that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I really like this choice. Not only does it stop the turn in its tracks as it starts, but it also, as you mentioned, removes the very few Earth cards, which are so important for closing out the game when using Oakenold, either through pitch stacking or just lining them up naturally. So getting those out really reduces the amount of chances that Jalin will have to get an Oakenold activated this game.
Jalin looking a little glum after such a strong start in this game after realizing exactly that. How the heck am I going to get this Oakenold out of my arsenal at this point? And that does beg the question, why not block with the Unforgetting, Unforgiving on that first, on the Bonds of Agony?
Oh, he does have an Oakenold in arsenal, which is a really nice save here. Turns a do nothing turn into a 3-card 7. Nothing to write home about, but Jarl's used to playing on this lower value axis because he also disrupts and makes the opponent play on a lower value axis as well.
Oakenold only coming in for 7 here. It is pretty amazing that the floor of a card that can be 9 dominate, get rid of 2 cards from your hand, is a 2-card 7.
Yeah. Well, in this case, 3, because only reds to work with.
Fair.
Still, it's chip damage, and as long as Elyse wants to keep cards in hand to threaten anything, she's going to be taking that damage. But not this case. It looks like Elyse is not happy with the hand. Things didn't line up. Just a nick without any 1-power attacks makes a lot of sense. So preserving that life total and daring the Jarl to make a play off of a 4-card hand.
It was even worse than that for Elyse. It was 2 Just Nicks in the hand, despite being
very rough.
red flooded. So an all-attack reaction hand can be insult to injury, especially when you consider that probably means there's an all-stealth attack hand lurking in the draw sequence for Elyse. But we'll have to see how it draws up. Jalin, however, ready to do even more disruption. There's plenty of ice cards and another Channel Lake Frigid.
Yeah, and that deflated demeanor I noticed went right across the table to Elyse. I don't believe she was very happy with putting 9 in front of 7, but it was the best that she could do. I think it's a good choice and a cautious one.
So Jalin trying to figure out a way, I think, to deploy both Channel Lake Frigid and something else. Currently has a Glacial Footsteps in the pitch zone, which is not ice. That is an elemental guardian attack, so would not be able to flow Channel Lake Frigid into the next turn. I think what he really wants to do is resolve Channel Lake Frigid and also Frozen to Death, but you simply can't do it whilst fusing.
Yeah, so just choosing the Channel Lake Frigid here. I like the choice. Likely to just pitch one of these cards to Titan's Fist, Arsenal the other one.
Seismic Surge token generated there. And yes, Gauntlets of Boreal Domain are going to be the activation here. Jalin also following up with a Crumble to Eternity. Going to put a -1 defense counter on Flick Knives. This is a really useful play for Jarls. It sets up the destruction of Flick Knives later on.
Yeah, makes sense. One of the winning game plans of that Jarl is to destroy your equipment so that you no longer have those really important pieces. And we see on the back of a Channel Lake Frigid, this will likely slow Elyse down once again.
Codex of Frailty the second finds its way into our Assassin Pilot. This time, once again, facing down a Channel Lake Frigid. So the second Codex, in as many cycles, goes to the bottom in order to pay for the attacks that Elyse wants to send. In this case, it's Double Trouble. Has go again from the Slippy hero ability, coming in for 1. Taxed, of course, by Channel Lake Frigid.
Yeah, Double Trouble with a yellow in the pitch zone means it's going to be really hard to get 2 reactions on this without pitching another card.
1 are the blocks here on Tectonic Plating, and Elyse is able to deploy the Justinic established in Arsenal and also a Razor's Edge. But it did require 2 cards out of hand in order to make this play. It's coming in for 11, this Double Trouble. Really going to put in work both on the damage front and also in terms of banishing cards out of Jalin's deck. Going to do some serious deck damage in case this goes long.
Yeah, but Jalin doesn't seem too perturbed by the proposition of losing 2 cards. As the Sink Below decides not to deploy it, rather save it for a more destructive on-hit.
So 3 cards are banished. 1 from Justinic and 2 from Double Trouble. All of them blues.
Is that a buckle?
It is a buckle.
I haven't seen that card played much.
20 plays 23. It's back onto Jalin's side of the board, who has a Sink Below in hand. Decided to hold it back on the previous turn. Jalin's first attack is going to have Dominate here, and it's a Cartilage Crush. One of those Guardian mainstay from Welcome to Wraith, now back from Mastery Pack Guardian. Essentially a hamstring shot for those of you that are Ranger pilled like myself. If it deals 4 more damage and turns on its crush effect, the first action during Elyse's next turn is going to cost an additional 1 resource to play.
So this is really interesting. It looks like Jalin is bluffing a pummel. Choosing not to block last turn with that Sink Below means he has 2 cards in hand, which is, from our viewpoint, an IP penalty. But I think this is kind of scary for Elyse, because if that's an ice card and a pummel, he's threatening a discard and keeping the Channel Lake Frigid around. So Elyse is going to have to sniff this out in order to not misplay here.
Nevertheless, when this is what's represented by your Guardian opponent, you've got to be careful, because a pummel is bad enough. Keeping Channel Lake Frigid around adds insult to injury, but Elyse doesn't seem to have taken the bait here.
Yeah, a little sigh of relief, if I read that correctly, as the Channel Lake Frigid goes, the IP penalty of 2 cards sticks, and Elyse gets away from that turn with 3 cards and just a little chip of damage. Now 20 plays 20.
Razor's Edge, pick up the point, and Infect is the hand for Elyse here. As we reach life parity, Infect threatening to do the super efficient thing and make life parity no longer. Jalin finally drawing up a pummel, which could potentially be used on this next turn. Would be really happy not to have to bluff it anymore.
Yeah.
A buckling blow in hand as well, which I think would line up with that play fairly nicely thanks to that Seismic Surge token that was generated last turn.
The proposition here, though, is to take 5 damage to keep the full hand or shove the equipment, and Jalin chooses to shove the equipment.
Crown of Providence and Gauntlets of the Boreal Domain are going to do their best blocking impression here. Jalin finally deploying also the Sink Below in the face of the Razor's Edge from Elyse's hand. So this is going to be covered up perfectly. No Blood Rot Pox conferred there. Jalin also not sinking a card for Crown of Providence. Really happy to just send Buckling Blow, get rid of those Flick Knives because there's a pummel backing it up.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for Elyse to deal with.
No, instead, it's Buckle. Going to confer +1 and dominate.
It's a blue pommel. Interesting. So kind of already gets the effect that he needs out of it. Gives it dominate and 9 damage. Yeah, it looks like we're going to break some equipment here.
Fair enough. Might as well send it dominated and confirm that it's going to work. Elyse has not found a single defense reaction, I don't think. So the likelihood of one being in the arsenal could be high if she's packing them. However, the way things have been drawn up, I don't think we're expecting defense reactions anytime soon against her Jarl opponent.
Man, this has been a really back and forth game. Elyse did such a good job of equalizing the life totals, but Jalin just keeps finding these really powerful turns with 4 cards.
So this will confer a -1 defense counter on another piece of equipment, but you know that the Buckle on hit is going right for Flick Knives.
Yeah, it has to.
It's one of the only ways that Jarl can insulate himself from the many points of chip damage that Slippy is wont to send his way. And Elyse really has not gotten the full power of that equipment as of yet, has not enabled a Take Up the Mantle with a Flick Knives activation yet, has not been able to send a Kiss of Death and confer an extra 2 points of damage on a later chain link.
Yeah, Elyse just fishing for some better cards, taking all that damage -2, going all the way down to 13.
No.
Huh?
Jalin decides to put the -1 defense counter on the tunic and destroy the tunic.
Oh.
I don't know about that one, Michael. I feel like Flick Knives is the way juicier target, isn't it?
It could be. I wonder if that's banking on Elyse needing the tunic this turn and trying to have the more immediate effect. Maybe it's banking on Elyse on being able to destroy the Flick Knives later, because that card is threatening, don't get me wrong, but it's more threatening at the later stages of the game for closing out. So could be that Jalin wants to just try to catch Elyse off guard. Like, I think if this turn relied on that counter, that could be huge, but it's a gamble for sure.
Art of Desire Body coming through for Elyse Symmes. 3 go again. On hit, banish the top card of Jalen's deck. If it's red, Elyse will draw a card and gain a life. She's still got 4 cards in hand thanks to blocking with Crown of Providence. The other thing that Jalin has got going for him now is that incredibly high density of ice cards in his deck are going to constantly be generating Frostbite tokens thanks to the fact that Elyse has a head and chest zone exposed. Tarantula Toxin going to shred Command and Conquer down to 0 block instead of 3. So Art of Desire Body likely going to hit here. Jalin posturing as though he has no defense reactions.
And I have a feeling that this being a red is quite important for Elyse, and it is getting the draw.
That Cartilage Crush should be in the banish zone. Let's make sure that players catch that properly. But Elyse really happy here. Banishing the red cards exactly when she needs them. 14 plays 17 here.
I mean, we're looking at now a 6-card hand. Pitching 2 to play Command and Conquer. Interesting. Okay, so did need the resources in the form of reds there from the draw. So very lucky that Elyse was able to draw that extra card, but falling just a little bit flat in terms of actual output here, as Jalin is just able to block that out, stay at 17, and now with equipment gone on Elyse's side, potentially start to Arsenal pass.
Don't worry, Michael. The Frostbites are sure to come. There is an Oaken Old in the hand and also a Crumble to Eternity. I'm sorry, a Unforgetting, Unforgiving. So not going to have the easy one-card Ice Earth fuse there.
True, but may go get a Mangle. I don't know how much that matters now that the 2 pieces of equipment are already
I would
off,
I would love to murder that Flick Knives if I'm in his seat.
Yeah, it's certainly a nice proposition. It doesn't have the seismic surge, so the Mangle isn't quite as appealing. Would need to keep 2 cards in order to play it out, which is fine, but not as efficient as it otherwise could be.
Elyse really in the tank about how to convert this 5-card hand. Last copy of Codex of Frailty in the deck is seen here. The other 2, bottom of the deck, as a result of needing to pay her way through Channel Lake Frigid turns. But this is probably the most tempo we've seen Elyse have for a few turn cycles. 3 go again on Mark of the Black Widow as the start.
And here we are seeing why maybe Jalin wanted to take the Flick Knives. I will also point out, though, that Command and Conquer play, 2 reds in the pitch zone, that was off the back of not having a tunic counter. So it did have effect, but here we're seeing now what happens when you don't banish or break Flick Knives.
It just opens up so many diverging possibilities for the Slippy player. You can always come back for the tunic with Frozen to Death. But in this case, I tend to think that Flick Knives is the major target for a Jarl player that can blow up equipment. Time will tell if I'm right.
Yeah. Thinking about those blocks, puts 7 in front of it. Really respecting the reactions here. And Elyse still flicks the knife.
Down to
Still
16.
takes 1 and gets marked.
Down to 16 goes Jalin. Elyse taking a moment to put her dearly departed tunic in the graveyard. Mark token conferred there. Cold foil, of course, because that's just the way Elyse rolls. There's more left, though. No! Just the Flick Knives there. No sneaking over the top. Orb Weaver Spinneret is going to be the follow-up. That's exactly why the Flick came across when it did, so that the weapon zone was wide open for a Graphene Calycera. This one going to get go again, not from the Slippy ability, but instead because Jalin Andrews is currently marked. 4 go again here after pitching a Leave No Witnesses.
Pretty good turn.
And then left in the hand is another Leave No Witnesses and a Codex of Frailty.
Ooh.
Wow, quick dodge flexors engaged here with the pitch of a red pummel. Jalin probably not going to get maximum value on those reaction speed boots. The follow-up for Elyse is Leave No Witnesses, just going to save that Codex of Frailty for a later turn.
Yeah, this feels like a stumble to me. Jalin would have to give up his last card and the gauntlets to prevent this on hit. Certainly worth doing because, it's threatening the arsenal, but Jalen's in a tough spot here and instead just pitches it.
Yikes, so 2 damage comes through. Jalen's going to lose that arsenal card that he so painstakingly established. A card. Polar Blast and Command and Conquer are the cards banished there. Elyse starting the silver train. And Jalin just drawing back up and passing. After such a commanding start to this game, there have definitely been some stumbles.
And it looks like Elyse found the window here. Now all she needs to do is keep her foot on the gas and prevent Jalin from establishing any more disruption.
And this is certainly going to help, especially when Flick Knives are remaining with a -1 defense counter in the arm slot. 3 go again, but promising much more. Is there a Tarantula Toxin in hand? No! Unfortunately, unable to find the 1-card 6 in this situation. Infect, the follow-up, after Terra Sunder shores up the damage from Kiss of Death. 3, with the promise of much more.
Yeah. Did you see if there were reactions in the hand?
Oh, yeah. There's a Razor's Edge and an infiltrate.
Okay, so if Jalin can sniff this out and put 2 cards in front, that would spell the end of the turn, I believe. But and there it is.
Not without a flick of Kiss of Death, though. Jalin
That's
is
true.
assuredly descending down to 10. And it does mean that Elyse just gets to pocket that Razor's Edge for the next turn. Not like Jalin, by throwing 2 cards in front of Infect, has stopped that from happening.
Mm-hmm. Still, it represents an IP penalty, so sort of gets the value on that front. But Jalin just Arsenal passes again. Isn't happy with sending the Titan's Fist. Elyse is not low enough to put her into that blender just yet.
Jalin draws up the last copy of Unforgetting, Unforgiving. Infiltrate, the first attack from Elyse Symmes. 3 go again. 14 plays 10. Elyse is firmly in the driver's seat and also has a little bit of a life buffer. Unforgetting, Unforgiving, blocking 4 on Infiltrate. Elyse lining up that Razor's Edge. Plus Spike with Blood Rod. Why not? Let's pitch a Take Up the Mantle. Save that for a rainy day and convert as much damage as we possibly can here. I think Elyse is sniffing out the fact that Jalin is very light on defense reactions overall.
Yeah, absolutely. Just finding that damage, pushing it through, and unless Jalin is able to establish a channel like Frigid like this turn, it is looking very grim.
5 damage getting over the top here. Banish off the top as well. It's a blue pummel that Elyse finds. Probably going to be fairly useless for her. But what won't be is the Codex of Frailty. Marvel, of course. Out of the hand. Jalin luckily insulated by the card in Arsenal, but Elyse says not for long because Leave No Witnesses is coming out of the graveyard to play.
Jalin at 5 life. Could go to 1 here, but that is a very risky proposition with Flick Knife still on the board.
Four damage. An Arsenal Disruption.
Pummel and Arsenal. That card can be so clunky when you're at low life.
Jalin showing that he wants not just the 3 reds, but also 3 blues at his disposal in this Jarl list.
Did he say no blocks?
Ain't no way. No. 2 cards blocked there.
All right.
Arsenal is safe for now, but Elyse has found something off the top with a Pawner token. And Jalin just paying for a Blood Rot and passing here. 14 plays 4, and after such a commanding lead, Jalin is so far on the back foot. I'm not sure if there's going to be another tempo swing in this game, Michael.
Yeah, he just found the channel like Frigid with no ice cards and no blues to back it up. That is surely just going to be blocked with. And that was, in my eyes, one of the few outs that he could possibly draw.
Elyse has got herself. Can't quite make it out. Graphene Callisto are going to be the start here after pitching Mark of the Black Widow. Has go again because of the Slippy text.
Yep, and this is the assassin version of the Kodachi lock. When you're this low, that 1 damage means a ton.
Tarantula Toxin.
Ooh, and that's threatening lethal.
The card that was sure to follow.
Offering the fist bump, and Jalin missed it, I'm sure.
Jalin missed the fist bump, unfortunately.
Looking down at his arsenal, which is not a sink below.
Probably
and starts
because
to clean things up.
Probably because his gauntlets of the Boreal Domain were shredded in that case. He says, I don't have fists with which to bump
fists
anymore.
Left. You can touch my nub if you'd like. And congratulations to Elyse.
But Elyse, commanding performance there against an opponent that was being so disruptive in the early game. But the second that she was able to shift into the mid game, get herself a little bit of tempo, it was all Elyse all the way.
Yeah, really, really well played. Clearly masterful in this matchup, and did not bat an eye when those life leads got away from her at the beginning.
I definitely think that the turning point of this game was the moment when Buckling Blow came in with Buckle on the side of Jarl, and Jalin decided to leave Flick Knives on the board. I think there is almost no world where Fiandal Spring Tunic, powerful as it may be,
Yeah.
trumps the branching decision trees that affords that assassins are afforded with flick knives.
I have to agree with you there. I will give Jalin some credit. That Tunic Destruction was worth 4 points of value as it forced 2 reds to be pitched that turn, but that probably was not equal to the amount of value that he would have otherwise gotten choosing the flick knives.
It's hard to say. There was a lot that could have happened after that particular play, but looking back on it in hindsight, I definitely think that was the turning point of the game in favor of Elyse. It was already kind of headed that way, but it definitely pushed her over the edge.
Absolutely.
So, folks, we are trucking along with the AGE Open Series in New England. We've also got a couple more segments before we go to break. Let's go ahead and take a look at our metagame one more time, Michael. We've already covered the fact that Arakni, Slip Through the Cracks, and Gravy Bones Shipwrecked Looter remain the most popular decks, even in the local scene in New England. But there are a lot of dark horses here. We saw a couple of them on stream already. We saw Valda Seismic Impact fall to a Slippy. We saw Katsu the Wanderer fall to Sir Boltyn Breaker of Dawn. And now Jarl Vitradi again to a Slippy.
Yeah. Looks like Slippies are at the top of the decks chosen today for a reason, just really showing us that even the decks that are brought to counter Slippy aren't necessarily guaranteed to win it.
We got to shout out our one-ofs. There is a all-star -IO in the room. Connor Bryant is still slugging it out in Swiss. We'll have to get an update on him. He's coming off the back of a top 8 finish in calling Kansas City and a very unfortunate loss to, I believe it was Jacob Clements on Gravy Bones in a twist of fate that left Connor with really rough hands for the majority of that game. So we'll see if he can pull it out today. We've got a couple victors in the room as well, and Verdance Thorn of the Rose poised in a good position as long as she can get through the onslaught of shipwrecked looters.
Yeah, well, really awesome metagame to see, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it shakes up as we wrap up this round and start moving into, I believe we're doing an interview.
We've got an interview coming up next with Elyse Symmes, our victor from round 3. Not high and mighty, just the victor in the match. And we will be back with that. And, of course, more flesh and blood. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, folks. We are joined here after that match by Elyse, the pilot of Slippy. Arakni slipped through the cracks. That started out a little bit rough, and then you really turned things around for us. How are you feeling after that match?
It was a little spooky. I went to 23 before I did anything, but it was all vanilla, so it's like fine. The buckling blow turn, I think, was weird. not blowing up flick knives was huge, I think. I don't know if the game would have gone differently, but that was weird.
Yeah, my co-caster Bryce was very stuck on that choice, and as it happened, was confused. And then, as the game progressed, and you continued to use flick knives, saddened to see that that all that value was left on the table for Jarl. But it definitely broke
Yeah,
well in
I
your
was
favor
also
there.
confused.
Mm-hmm.
He hit with it, and I just assumed flick knives was going to the bin, but he immediately says your tunic's gone. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
So we take those.
Yeah, and we got a comment in the chat from your girlfriend Chell about how many reps you have into this matchup. You told me just before we started this interview that Chell is a Jarl player, so all of the dots got connected in my mind, and I realized why that comment was made. But sounds like you're pretty lucky to have her as a play partner, to have the reps
it's
to make
convenient.
this good for you.
Yeah, I don't know that the matchup is like good for me. Like CLF is really rough. It worked out this game that I could play through it the turns that it was there, but that's not usually the case. Yeah, and they're like if they open on like crumble into frozen to death, that's really bad. Yeah, matchup's tough, but this one got away with it.
Yeah, Chell seemed to think that you had it in the bag before it even started because of how many reps you have and the practice that you've gotten into it. And it really seems like that work has paid off as you were able to take this one, which is supposed to really, I think Jarl exists to counter Slippy. So the fact that you were able to make it through this tough round speaks to your experience.
Thanks.
Yeah. Do you have any other thoughts about the game? I know that the flick knives was an interesting choice that you felt may have been incorrect. Any other moments in the game? I know that you mentioned early that you lost a lot of life before doing anything. Can you walk me through how you managed to piece together the tempo swing back in your favor and even it back up? I think it was 23 to 40, and then you got it to 20 to 20 before we even saw the buckling blow play.
Yeah. So I was taking, normally I would be blocking and caring about my life total and stuff. But it just happened that it was vanilla for the first bits. And like if I'm just blocking, my math is the same, and I'd rather get them into a place where they have to respect my things. Like there was a turn later in the game where I threw an infect for 3, and then he blocked 6 on it, and I just IV2 past the turn. And getting to that state where they're over blocking is huge. So I was just, if he's throwing vanilla at me, I'll just take damage and return stuff. If I take cards, that's fine. If I don't, also fine.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, you played that really well.
Thanks.
Yeah, any other thoughts on the game? I have a few follow-up questions after that.
No, I think the infect turn was the other like meaningful thing, but I didn't really have choices. That was based on what he did.
Sure. So the one question that we're asking players today, we've got a banned and restricted announcement coming up, and I think a lot of the player base is really on the edge of their seats anticipating what could be hit. Have you had any thoughts or do you have any opinions on what you would like to see hit, if anything?
I think people want a gravy hit. It's not clear to me what you would hit out of that. Like Call of the Grave being in the armory deck makes it awkward. If it weren't in the armory deck, I would snap that off.
Sure.
I think Bonds of Agony is also worth talking about. Because people complain about Justinic and Bonds and Mantle. But if you cut Bonds, the other two get so much worse that it's not so problematic.
Sure.
So I would think we cut Gravy down a little bit somehow and then ban Bonds of Agony.
Got it. That means a lot, I think, coming from an assassin player. So, thanks for letting us know that even though it's getting you the wins, that you would maybe consider taking that one away. Do you have any thoughts on which cards would be the right choice for Gravy, or are you kind of, just waiting to see what LSS does?
I think the Grease the Wheels kind of cards like Swell or Tipple, one of those, they might do like you can only play red Tipples or something. I think that might be plausible.
Yeah.
Yeah, those make sense to me. But a lot of his cards are just about cycling to the few cards that matter. And if you ban a specific ally, I guess Chum is significant, but I think that's lame because he's cool.
Yeah.
So.
No, I agree with you there. I would be sad to see Chum go. Well, it really seems like you are in agreement with the majority of the player base from what I've seen in polls and content online. But thank you so much for sharing your thoughts as well and validating those ideas. Any shout outs or anyone you'd like to thank before we wrap up?
My team is the Banana Testers. We practice on Mondays and other days. That's fun. I've played into Chell a whole bunch, among others. I got around one loss to Ricardo. He's also on the team.
Awesome.
Yeah, and then Webway Games in Marlboro is cool. That's my favorite store.
Awesome. So you've got Webway. Sorry, can you say that again?
Webway Games in Marlboro, Mass.
Webway
and
Games.
Banana Testers is the team. The name's a bit
Awesome.
silly.
No,
but
that's
it's
an
fun.
awesome name. Thank you for the shout out and congratulations on the win. We will be wishing you the best of luck moving forward. And I think we'll wrap it up here as we go to break. Thanks to everyone for tuning in. We'll be back shortly, so don't go anywhere. We've got more Flesh and Blood after this. Welcome back, folks. Summer is coming to an end, but it's not quite winter's time yet as we see Jarl fall in the last round. 2 Arakni slip through the cracks. I am Michael Murray, joined by my co-caster, Bryce Platts here, and we've got more Flesh and Blood games for you, hosted in the East at Grave Troll Games. Let's get down to our player profiles and take a look at who's coming up next, shall we?
Up next is going to be Connor Bryant, another stand from the Runaways. We already saw Noah Beygelman on stream earlier today. Connor coming off of a top 8 finish at Calling Kansas City, where I had the honor of casting a couple of his games along with other mechanologists to boot. Here in AGE New England, he is sporting a 63% win rate, also 2 top 8s and 47 AGE points. He is right on the cusp and has got to be doing well in order to secure his spot at the Players' Championship. He's off to a great start and is sitting at 2-1.
Absolutely. Rocking that 63% win rate as well. And looking down, I love a person who can bring the bullet points to the argument. Waffles, they have the perfect little cups to hold syrup. What a fantastic way to seal it. I think that's a strong argument.
And honestly, a take that a lot of people have been putting to the fore when it comes to talking about waffles. I think I've seen this both in the LA and the New England region. Also, an inside joke from his local scene is saying, "I sleep" when your opponent throws a meaningless attack. I'm going to have to borrow that one for Odyssey, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. As Oscilio, you just take it. They don't have to know that you have 4 instants in hand.
And what is Connor Bryant competing for but his share of $1,000, which is always on offer for every single AGE Open, which then culminates into a bigger cash prize, also a gold cold foil and a PTI when we proceed to the Players' Championship. For now, though, Michael, it's not just the cash that people are competing for today. It's those AGE points that allow them to go to the higher tier Players' Championship.
Yeah, I mean, not only is it the PTI, not only is it the gold cold foil and the cash prizing, but it is the prestige. This is a hard championship to get into. It's a year-long tournament where people are competing for these points and battling for those top spots.
That's right. 8 events throughout every single season, which all culminate into the zenith of Flesh and Blood competition in your backyard. That's the Players' Championship, which will be coming to you at some point in October for New England, assuredly October 25th for Los Angeles. You better believe that we'll be streaming them and we'll bring you all of the action live on our home on YouTube. But for now, Michael, there are other things that we have to contend with. It is round 4 of the August Open in New England. We're going to head to the match floor and see Jacob Lezberg duke it out with the Runaways stand Connor Bryant on Dash.io. His opponent, Jacob, brings in Verdance, Thorn of the Rose. Michael, is this going to be a runaway of a match for either of these heroes?
You know, we talked about this slightly while we were choosing matches about whether this was favored, and we actually had a split decision in the booth about who was favored here. So I'm very excited to see this one play out. We're a little bit scared that maybe the Verdance has the tools to just fatigue out the Dash.io, but if that doesn't happen, Dash has the punch, one of the most aggressive heroes in the format, and if he's able to get over the line, it could just be that Verdance gets run over. So we'll have to see how this one plays out.
I definitely don't want to give the lock to either of these heroes just based on matchup, and especially because Connor Bryant is no stranger to fatigue states in Dash.io. He pilots this deck to a masterful finishes all across the land, and that inherently means constantly contending with doing deck damage to yourself and hedging for those fatigue states later on in the game, setting up huge turns.
Absolutely. And Connor just takes a quick 2 and heads over to the first real turn of the game. 33 plays 40.
0 to 60 resolved here in the yellow, banishing a yellow zipper hit. So head jab cosplay here. 3 go again for Connor Bryant. Jacob Lezberg has got himself a couple defensive tools here. It is Rootbound Carapace in the red in the hand, and I think a Sink Below made its way into the arsenal on turn 0.
Certainly has what he needs to block out the damage here.
Connor Bryant following up with Fast and Furious. No crank thus far this turn, so more head jab cosplay to come. 3 go again here as a Spark of Genius hits the banish zone after Connor saw it and banished it anyway.
This time playing out that Rootbound Carapace. Only 1 Earth card in the graveyard at the moment, So not getting the full value out of this.
Something that will surely change after this combat chain closes. 2 Earth cards have now been devoted to the block. Jacob filling his graveyard, nurturing the soil with decomposes to come. Backup Protocol Red is found on the top in the reaction step, thereby allowing Connor to crank on this turn and confer a +1 to Fast and Furious before all is said and done.
Not bad. A little damage leaked if that's the route he goes. I wouldn't be shocked if there wasn't a crank here, but it looks like there was.
2 action points and 1 steam counter on Symbiosis shot indicated here. Did we miss the 1 damage on the Fast and Furious, though?
It does appear that that was missed.
Spark of Genius finds a Cerebellum Processor. Going to crank that as well is Mr. Connor Bryant. Get his action point back and also draw a card. So sitting still at 2 action points. A really heads-up play, I think, because one of those action points is almost assuredly best used by activating Cerebellum Processor to draw a card.
Not just 1, but 2 cards drawn thanks to the effect of Spark of Genius as well, unless the requirement wasn't met or Connor forgot.
No, I believe the Expedite was the card he
I'm
drew.
sorry, he
yeah.
drew just now, hasn't used the Cerebellum Processor yet.
Exactly.
Okay.
Expedite in the hand for Connor Bryant. Not exactly what he wants to see in terms of pushing high efficiency damage. Doesn't want to be sending 3-3-3. That is not really the way Mechanologist gets things done, especially when they are doing so much deck damage to themselves over and over again. But the thing that is going for him here is he's not wasting this kind of like lower damage threshold on a turn where he would otherwise have a boom grenade that he really needs to connect with the life total.
Now we are playing that Fast and Furious again, this time remembering that it comes in for 4 after a crank.
Boom grenade into the banish in order to confer go again to Fast and Furious, and also a boom grenade found on the top for Connor Bryant. So the question remains, does he want to be drawing it? Looks like that's the case. He's closing the combat chain, using one of those 2 action points to draw up a boom grenade. Will he establish it here or just let it sit in Arsenal? No, it's Symbiosis shot coming in for 2. And even though that was a less than stellar turn for Connor Bryant on his first tempo swing of the game, still got Jacob Lezberg down below his life total. 31 plays 33 as we pass back over to the Earth Wizard.
Jacob just going ahead and sending 6. So this is sort of the early game inefficiency of Verdance. And one of the reasons that Dash can run away with the game.
A curious choice to hold these cards back for Jacob Lezberg. Sending Burn Bear sure is going to sap Connor Bryant's life total, but this is signaling from Jacob that he would rather be in the life total race than the fatigue race, which is definitely not the way that we thought this game would shake out.
I think it makes a lot of sense. You really can't, if you're worried about fatigue, you can't be blocking. So happy to trade a little bit of life total. In the aggro position, that is the resource that you have to work with. So you use that life to allow yourself to keep cards in hand. And here we see that boom grenade established. Jacob, though, we know has a sink below in Arsenal, which is really helpful for these turn cycles.
Also has a Shelter from the Storm in hand, a Rootbound Carapace as well. So he is blinged out to the 9s with defensive options.
Yeah,
Zipper hit, however, does make it awkward.
Very well positioned to block this all out this turn if able.
Jacob being careful with this decomposition, not putting all Earth cards from his graveyard into the banish zone, instead just taking 2. Connor Bryant is going to follow this up with a Pulse Wave Harpoon, which is really going to be awkward for Jacob if Connor pulls out one of those cards from hand.
Don't believe he can, because only 2 boost cards are on the combat chain. So the Shelter committed to great effect here, covering up that breakpoint, and still has another breakpoint cover in the form of Sink Below. So it's looking unlikely for that boom grenade to connect this turn. And Jacob walks away from this able to escape one of those really spiky cards.
For Dash.io, it is all about the boom booms, and if they can't go off, they're essentially ineffectual. Connor Bryant was feeling really confident about this one connecting, namely because he threw it out from the arsenal and cranked it with reckless abandon. Now feeling like the breakpoints offered so far have just not been enough. Banishes 2 blues out of the deck. Probably a fortuitous thing when he is going digging with the Teklo Foundry Heart. No item found on top yet, I don't think, though.
Oh, it looks like it was.
A null time zone. Comes off the top, is cranked immediately. The card named, though, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, this is an interesting choice. And against some decks, it's such an obvious choice, like Oscilio, you just named Gone in a Flash all day long. Against Verdance, though, I'm sure there are some key pieces that you'd really like to not see. One of the ones that comes to my mind is Felling of the Crown, but we'll have to wait and see what Connor writes down.
It is going to be Warmonger's Diplomacy.
Interesting choice. I like it. That can be such a disruptive card when you're playing all these non-attack actions.
The question remains, though, is Jacob even...
Oh,
well, we
saw
know
it
he's running
too.
it. Yeah,
Oh,
it was
great.
seen by
Yeah,
Pulsewave
great
Harpoon.
choice, Connor. playing very clean. And goes ahead and draws a card as well off that Cerebellum Processor.
Tekla Core and Fast and Furious are the cards left at Connor's disposal. 0 to 60 found on top. Jacob just has all the answers, though. Sink Below is going to cover up all of that damage really nicely. Also going to do some filtering. Heartbeat of Candlehold is the card found. So at this point, Connor cannot push any more Mechanologist attack action cards. So Jacob has the option, nay, the responsibility at this point, as Connor Bryant uses his last action point for Teklo Core, to send a really high efficiency pulsing Aether at Connor Bryant.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to, paired with a blue, also enable the Waning Moon. So this is effectively another 6 Arcane coming through. Just really nice, hard to deal with, or rather hard to block damage. And we see Jacob taking no damage and Connor probably taking another 6. I'm going to point out, though, that now Jacob is light on defense reactions. And if Connor can string together another big turn, Jacob is certainly going to have a harder time dealing with it. Connor in the tank about this one, maybe thinking about pitching. This is not a great hand. A Boom Grenade in hand is not what you want to see, especially when it's paired with 2 blues when you already have the Teklo Core established. So resource rich means that maybe it's more efficient to pitch to the AB, certainly considering it here.
But with only AB1 on the board, you would be giving an entire card just to block 2 arcane damage.
Could be better than it doing nothing.
So right. For now, Connor Bryant, head in hands, wondering if, am I really going to die to this Verdance just because they're going to do enough damage to kill me? That is not how this should be going.
Yeah, I think I would be surprised if Jacob could string together another defensive turn as effective as the one we just saw. But, I mean, we know at the very least he's on 9 copies of defense reactions that can block for 4. Already played 4 of them out, I believe. So it's possible. You know, there's still 5 to work with, but unlikely to have it come through again like that this game. As Connor moves to his turn, decided to not pitch for AB and cranks that Boom Grenade out the gate.
1 steam counter. Turning into mist and floating to the top of Grave Troll Games in Nashua. Round 4 continues on with a blue T-Bone. Boosting away and outpace. 1 go again. A lot of breakpoints going into the banish zone for Connor Bryant. At this point, Jacob just finding all of the defensive tools he needs. Blocks with the Plume of Evergrowth to meet the condition for T-Bone, thereby not losing any value on his equipment. Also, discards a mental block to prevent not just T-Bone, but another breakpoint moving forward. And Connor Bryant may just be losing yet another Boom Grenade.
Yeah, if Jacob has another 4 power D-React... No, he doesn't even need it. Sorry, this is just a zipper hit. So we've got the 4 covered. As you mentioned, there's another breakpoint. And yeah, Connor has fizzled 2 red Boom Grenades so far this game, sitting at 21 to Jacob's 31.
It is just not typical for Dash.io to be leaving so much damage on the table that your opponent is able to keep 2 cards and send offense. So that is what's making me think that Jacob might have the tools to put Connor in the dust in the life total race as well as in fatigue.
That being said, we see Connor just drew up the maximum velocity, one of the key power cards that allows you to punch way over the top. So Jacob sending another 6 Arcane. Connor happily, maybe not so happily, taking it, dropping all the way down to 15, and has a 5-card hand plus a Cerebellum Processor plus a Teklo core to work with on the start of this turn.
The stars might be aligned, nay, the cogs may be aligning for Connor Bryant here as a maximum velocity has made its way into the hand. But does he have the 3 boosts? I see a heist. I see a lot of reds, I feel. Oh, no, maybe that 0 to 60 is a blue.
Yeah.
I think. So going to be able to fuel this turn pretty darn well. Backup protocol red also likely to fetch a 0-cost boost card from the graveyard.
Does he have enough resources, though, to power all of this? Pairing the 2 costs with the 2 costs is a little bit of a tall ask, especially when one of those 2 costs is in the form of that item. So his hand is asking for 6 resources right now, and currently we see that he has a blue +2. So with the use of that Teklo Foundry Heart, you might have just enough to get there.
That's exactly right. The math could also change in Connor's favor if he's able to find himself an item on the top, thereby playing one at instant speed, cranking, generating an action point, and giving him an activation of Cerebellum Processor to get even more resources should it be necessary. But right now, it's a green light for Connor Bryant to send as much damage as humanly possible. He really wishes that it was on a turn where a boom grenade has been established already.
I was just thinking, if he can find that last red boom grenade right here off the top, that would be huge.
Heist. 5 go again here. 0 to 60 pays the boost cost. Checking for items in the bin. It's a yellow boom grenade that this heist can bring back from the banish zone.
This feels like a great turn to use the bark skin. And we see exactly that.
Good shout, Michael. Autumn's Touch in the blue plus Bark Skin of the Millennium Tree is going to block out 5 and also generate an Embodiment of Earth token. Or maybe not. Are we? Yeah, still only 2 Earth cards in the banish zone for Jacob Lezberg.
Oh, okay. Well, still covering it up nicely, but not getting the token, as you mentioned. That's fine, but certainly a small win for Connor.
When the game is block out breakpoints, you definitely want to be able to generate extra defensive value whenever you can. Sprocket Rocket comes in. Only 3 go again here because the card banished was not an item. Connor still can't find an item on the top there. It's another 0 to 60.
He'll have 2 more chances to dig for it. One from the chess piece and another from... Oh, I'm sorry. That's not a boost card. It's a go find a card in your graveyard card.
So ultimately, 1 more chance to find an item on the top of the deck.
This is the second boost card as well for the turn.
Correct.
So resource light as it is.
So he still has enough resources to play out the backup protocol, find himself a 0-cost boost card in the graveyard, and send maximum velocity. However, Connor is tapping that Teklo Foundry Heart, I think because he's trying to dig for a boom grenade or some other item to send this turn over the top.
Already used.
Oh, right. So didn't find it. Fortunately, not going to be an item off the top this turn, which means no extra value gained there, and also no draw off of the Cerebellum Processor.
At least silver lining, he gets to utilize that max V, which is important and still a ton of damage. Not the ceiling that Connor could have hit, but still very meaningful as it were. And there's the boom grenade. You can still, no, this is great. This is it. He did it. Because now he can draw a card.
Right.
Oh, and the shelter. It's okay, though. That boom grenade's going to blow up when we see the
maximum velocity. Maximum velocity assuredly going to get yellow boom grenade over the finish line here. Thanks to a cheeky draw. It was a Tekla core off the top, outpace the card on top of Connor Bryant's deck. Now, and Goliath Gauntlet is going to ensure, beyond the shadow of a doubt, that Connor Bryant is going to be able to go boom boom at least once this game.
12 plus 3 off the top.
It's another mental block out of the hand of Jacob Lezberg. Seems to be the only blocks he wants to commit here. So taking 10 plus 3 all the way down to 15. 15 plays 15 in the blink of an eye. This is exactly what Dash.io needs in order to get the job done.
But man, the life cushion that Jacob built, and this turn is going to be efficient, about to play out. Not just a felling of the crown, but a felling of the crown with a ponder token established. This is going to be effectively a 1-card 11.
8.
Well, you got to count. You got to count the discard, and if we're counting that as 3, I got ahead of the curve.
I would still call it a 2-card 11 because the ponder token was generated by the mental block.
But it blocked 2.
Yeah, no, totally. Michael and I will quibble about math another time. For now, we're going to see what Connor Bryant wants to do after Jacob Lezberg puts 5 Earth cards into his banished zone, 1 more Decompose away from being online and turning himself into a arcane damage Gatling gun.
Yikes. And we're just seeing how incredibly efficient Verdance players can play while being incredibly defensive.
And Felling of the Crown is coming in exactly at the time that Jacob wants it. You want it kind of at the tail end of the mid game, I would say, to just hamper your opponent's offensive potential and also put them into range of the Stormstrider's combo. That's exactly the function of this card.
Yeah, I agree there. As Connor reaches for the equipment, then pulls it back.
Because he has yet to pay the cost.
Oh, of course.
The Felling of the Crown toll,
yeah.
As Jacob was happy to remind him. 15 plays 15 here, and there is still 8 damage for Connor Bryant to answer.
Yeah, this is a tough spot. Connor's going to need to string together another explosive turn, just like the last one, if he wants to catch back up.
But for now, 1 card bottom, 2 cards blocked with, a full 8 damage covered for Connor Bryant. He's going to hold 1 back, probably just do a little bit of setup, which is exactly what Dash.io needs to do in certain situations.
Do like this. Establishing a cerebellum processor. No crank is what I'm expecting. Yes, crank.
Yes, crank.
Refreshing
and yes,
the
draw.
arsenal, of course. That makes way more sense. Thank you for being a better player than I, Connor.
Especially if Connor liked what he saw on the top of the deck. That's just how Dash.io works. Gets to look at the top of their deck whenever they so choose.
Pairing that cerebellum with a spark of genius is exactly the kind of gas Connor needs. Of course, he'll need to survive in order to get there. And ooh, is this just
That's the
6 into 2?
Yeah, but this is also the last Burn Bear, which while this would normally put Connor into Stormstrider's combo range, in this case, because we don't have Light Up the Leaves yet, we don't have an Earth version of Burn Bear, Jacob Lezberg has shown Connor that his damage potential on that combo turn is a little bit less.
Yeah. So Connor could probably just take this, but he's getting dangerously low.
And Jacob also has locked and loaded another copy of Felling of the Crown. An interesting choice not to send it here. Perhaps thinking that I just will get my way, I will slog my way through whatever Connor sends my way on the next turn cycle and be ready to send 2-card Felling of the Crown.
Connor commits that boom grenade to defense. I do like this because those cards can just be absolutely nothing if the player defends correctly.
15 plays 9 now. Back over to Connor Bryant, who is technically in the maximum Stormstrider's range for Verdance, but insulated because all copies of Burn Bear have been laid bare into the graveyard. 0 to 60 is the way he's starting this turn. 4 go again.
Yeah, this is really, really important here. The Spark of Genius paired with the cerebellum processor. He's going to need to hit well off these draws, but if he can, he's going to have a lot of damage threatened here, and Jacob just takes it, going down to 11, holds on to the hand.
Waiting for a moment where he is forced to block. He has Felling of the Crown locked and loaded, ready to deploy against Connor Bryant. And if Connor cannot put enough pressure on Jacob, that Felling of the Crown play will almost assuredly put him in the range, or at least on the back foot enough for Jacob to close this game out.
Yeah, I'm very curious what Connor grabs here for items.
Likely a backup protocol red, if he needs to go a little bit wider. Likely the last copy of red boom grenade, if he thinks that he can stick even 1 point of damage on this turn.
I feel like that's unlikely with a 4-card plus an arsenal on the side of Jacob, but this is Connor's choice to make, and he does make red boom grenade. Now he's really praying for those breakpoints off the top.
Connor almost seeming omniscient here, sniffing out the Felling of the Crown that he can't possibly know about, knowing that he has to strip at least 3 cards out of the hand of Jacob Lezberg on this turn, and he can absolutely do it with a boom grenade on the board.
As long as he gets the boost cards to support it, he could brick on resources and he could brick on breakpoints.
The card drawn here is Teklo Pounder, not another boost card. Does have a heist in hand as well. So definitely needed the resources.
It's not a horrible draw. And Connor should have an extra action point here, right? From cranking the boom grenade plus the go again on Spark of Genius.
Spark of Genius doesn't have go again, which is exactly why it's a power card in Dash.io. So just action point neutral is Connor Bryant. The only way he can go action point positive is if he's able to cast an item from the top of the deck at instant speed with the Dash.io ability.
So the ask is even higher, as it looks like drawing a card, going to 0 action points.
Finds a backup protocol on the top.
Oh, because he had but this is huge. Now he's got the action points and the resources to work with.
Holy free holies. Achilles Accelerator cashed in to go action point neutral, but there's more for Connor. Instead, decides to activate Teklo Foundry Heart, put that item in the banish zone.
Doesn't need the action points anymore.
Banishes another item off the top. Really happy with the way this turn is shaking out, not needing to cash in the Dash.io ability. 3 go again here, threatening much more thanks to that boom grenade. Do we remember what's in the I don't think we know what was in the arsenal because it was refreshed by a cerebellum processor.
Is this his 3rd boost this turn? Could it be?
Could
he found his other Max V?
Could it be Max V, Connor Bryant?
That's
Only
the
you can tell us.
That explains. I'm so confused about the banishing of that backup protocol.
5 go again here. 2 meaningful on hits on this attack. Jacob must commit 3 cards here in order to cover it up, which means that the Felling of the Crown play, which he thought would put his opponent in his coffin, is no longer available to him.
This is a very tough decision for Jacob.
So tense. And only 27 minutes left. At this point, Jacob must make the right decision, needs to take his time, but if that card in the arsenal is max velocity, there's no right answer.
And he snap plays it. That's such a blowout. This is threatening 14 damage. Is Jacob just dead? I think he can live at 1 with the bark skin.
He blocks 4, takes 6 plus 4 down to 1 is exactly the way that maths.
Oh my God. Connor just finding it when he needs it most.
Jacob needs a defense reaction in that arsenal. But no, it is just photon splicing plus Barkskin of the Millennium Tree, which means that boom grenade is going to boom, and down to 1 goes Jacob Lezberg, I think.
Maybe down to 2?
Oh, right, because it'll generate the embodiment of Earth.
Yep. That's a non-attack action blocking.
But still, down to 2 when you are giving full tempo over to Dash.io is not where you want to be.
No, not at all.
The deck is getting fairly thin for Connor Bryant at this point. Definitely thinner than that of the Banished Zone and the Graveyard. However, I think there's plenty of gas left in the tank in order to get 2 over the finish line.
You say that, but that's a lot of blues and yellows in hand.
2 go again. Banishing a red Throttle. Jacob now firmly in the blocker's seat. I wonder if he is wishing, based on the way those 2 power turns played out for Connor Bryant, that he didn't hold back for those burn bear turns.
I will say, though, this is where the Symbiosis shot really shines because it's just always that extra swing at the end when your opponent's at 2 with no armor to speak of. I mean, it's threatening an extra card every turn.
Symbiosis shot used to be the game plan for Dash.io
It looks like this
with
is
High
it.
Octane, but in this case, could just be the closer.
I mean, unless Jacob somehow held back a D-React.
And
there
that is it. A pistol shot across the finish line. The shot heard round the table at Grave Troll Games. Living at 9 life is Connor Bryant after taking some lackluster turns and also a relentless onslaught of defense in the hands of Verdance and Jacob Lezberg.
That was an uphill climb for Connor. Really, really interesting to see how that played out. And the life lead that he had to overcome was nothing short of impressive.
And you know, you can just never rule out Dash.io despite the fact that defenses seem so stalwart on the other side of the board. It's just one boom grenade that needs to connect. It's just one max V turn that can completely change the tide, which is exactly why a lot of folks just decide, I'm just not even going to try to play the life total race. I'm just going to run you out of cards, and that's the way I'm going to win this game because I cannot do it unless I stop these really meaningful on hits.
Yeah, piecing it together exactly as he needed to get over that staunch defense that we saw from the Verdance. The first time Verdance blocked out everything, I was sweating for the Dash.io.
All right, folks, we are going to be going to an interview with Connor Bryant shortly. But first, we have something else, Justin. We have our sponsor. It's Grave Troll Games. That's the place where Connor Bryant and Jacob Lezberg are sitting their butts right now playing amazing games of Flesh and Blood for all of us to view here at our home on YouTube. Thank you so much to Katie Lamar, the owner of Grave Troll Games in Nashua, New Hampshire, for being such an accommodating host and for having such amazing facilities for our illustrious players. We've also got more coming your way if you are a fan of AGE. Right now, August 30th, that's what's happening before your very eyes. But September 6th will be the final open for the New England circuit. That'll be at Great Stories Comics and Games in Whitensville, Massachusetts. Another classic constructed open. Followed, of course, by the LA Players Championship. The illustrious competition will finally come to a close. Season 3 will be waved goodbye, but not before so many sparks fly at Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California. We've also got the New England Players Championship. That'll be coming on an indeterminate day in October after we confirm that we can offer it to the max number of players in the top 16 bracket.
That was a great game.
Yeah. No notes whatsoever, but we're going to get a little bit of insight for Connor Bryant in just a moment. So stick around for that. And of course, more Flesh and Blood after this. We're back, folks, with Connor Bryant, the winner of round 4 on stream, who is sitting at X-1, trying to scrounge whatever AGE points he can because he is absolutely in contention for the Players' Championship. Connor, that sure looked like another day at the office for you in the mechanologist seat.
Yeah, that I was able to put together that max V turn off of only 4 cards, just with my cerebellum processor and everything, and just outside lethal range. Because also he had played all 3 burn bears, so he couldn't really deal 9. 9 was safe, so that's why I was like tanking and trying not to take the damage and try to measure the game out just right. But yeah, max V always coming in handy. That's for sure.
Exactly what we were calling out. It did look kind of bleak for you there, especially because Jacob had another Felling of the Crown lined up, almost assuredly trying to kind of sneak you into that lethal range. But when all 3 burn bears are laid bare, there's a lot more space that you have to play with. That max Stormstrider's combo is lessened to what, like 6, 8 at that point?
7.
7.
I think, yeah, unless they have like some kind of like 5 damage spell. But I was thinking 7. That was the number I was working off of. But yeah, like a couple turns before when he threw the first felling, I had to just kind of soak up the damage to keep where I was at 15 to make sure I had like another that I could set up. But the clutch turn was when I just played that cerebellum processor and drew a card. Max V was just chilling on top and got to arsenal it and then got to do the setup. So it was good though. I definitely need these points. I'm right on the edge. I think I'm in like 11th or 12th, right around that range. So I get a couple more points today and we'll be in a good spot.
And that cerebellum processor was absolutely huge. You drew and arsenaled that card so quickly that we didn't catch it. But the last turn, the way you were structuring the resources, we're like, it has to be a max V in that arsenal, especially because you opted to send away the backup protocol red and also another item off the top.
Right, exactly. Like I had the option to play them and then I was even thinking about trying to heist again that turn, but I'm like, I need to just get my max V off while I have the window. But so we went with that line and it ended up working out pretty well.
So Connor, I have seen you play Dash.io quite a bit. It seems like you have no signs of stopping, but the most recent stage I saw you on was at top 8 in the Calling Kansas City, where you had a lot of lackluster draws come over and over again, all red hands here and there, and you fell to the gravy train that sat across from you. In this game, I was almost afraid that I had a caster curse on you or something because the hands weren't exactly lining up. 2 boom grenades go the way of the birds, as well as your opponent just was drawing so many defensive pieces exactly when they needed it. At a certain point, did you feel like things were steamrolling away from you, or did you have confidence that those max Vs were going to turn their beautiful heads when they needed to?
No, I thought I was cooked. I thought it was game over. Especially having to like play the boom grenades from my hand. It's such a rough feeling. And so I was like thinking about maybe pitching them to try to get to the late game, but with AB1, like you can't really try to go long against Verdance. So I just kind of used him as a way to make him give me his cards and use up all of his armor and everything, hoping just to eventually kind of pop off for another second big turn. So I do love playing Max V though. The on stream putting like the 10 or the 12 next to the Max V is the most satisfying thing in the world. I love it.
It's definitely satisfying for us in the booth too. So thank you for that. Sure. Jacob Lezberg might have something else to say about it. Despite the fact that he was looking really strong there. Was there, I wonder, when you sit across from a Verdance, or I guess really any hero as Dash.io, are you trying to suss out in those first couple turns of the game whether your opponent is comfortable trying to do the life total race or the fatigue race?
Yeah, you can usually tell if they kind of like no block or what kind of hands they no block to keep. I mean, if they take a little bit of damage with throwback Command and Conquer, you're not really sure. But he was taking damage just to throw back Arcane. So I kind of figured he wasn't going to try to fatigue me. Sometimes what'll happen too is you fall behind in life, and then you're like, if I race and then the fatigue mode becomes the problem, it's actually kind of good for me because I'm not winning on the life total race right now. And then usually you can kind of sneak around the last couple points and get them down. But I do with Dio, the amount of times where people walk over and I have like 4 or 5 cards left in my deck and I'm just grabbing my head and trying to think and all that kind of stuff. It is kind of a stressful game, but I do love Dio. She's the best. Like the hero power is so good, just so powerful.
Clearly, you're addicted to the play style, even if it does have
Yeah.
drawbacks like head scratching and really tight end games. So
Exactly.
I don't expect this ban and restricted announcement on September 1st to really change what you're doing necessarily, but I do wonder if you are looking in the Dash.io seat for any particular hits to help you on your journey.
Something to hit Slippy would be nice. That matchup's pretty tough. I would say that's our toughest matchup in the field. So something to take a little bit of edge off of Slippy would be nice. Gravy, he might take a hit, and I'm okay with him getting a little bit of a hit. But that matchup's good for Dio. That's like one of the reasons to play the deck. So I'm not too worried about Gravy, but let's take some heat off of Slippy.
I almost wonder if you are worried that Verdance will remain at full power based on what we just saw on stream, and Gravy and Slippy take a hit. If you have to sit down across from many Verdances with Light Up the Leaves and no other hamper to her power, are you thinking twice about bringing Dio?
I would not be excited to sit down against them, especially with Light Up the Leaves, being able to like plume that back. Like imagine in that end game, he can just plume it back and then Waning Moon me and get me for 9 right there. So Light Up the Leaves is going to be a really powerful card for Verdance that they're definitely excited to put in their deck. I would say if the format gets really Earth-centric with like Verdance and Florian, Dio just a little bit tougher, but I don't know. I've played it into worse metas.
Without a doubt. You definitely seem like the guy to get it done. Somebody in chat was saying that was a master class in mechanology. I'm guessing you've had even tighter end games than what we just saw, but we have to thank you for putting that on for everybody at home.
Absolutely. Love to see it. Love to do it on camera too. I love to always show off for my Dio posts back home.
Well, sitting at X and 1, Connor, you're definitely going to be going home with some AGE points. The ceiling, however, is left up to you. You've still got to battle it out for top 8. I think you're only one win away from a guaranteed top cut. So best of luck to you. And I expect we're going to see some more boosting in the top 8 here.
I'll do what I can. I'll try to get there.
Awesome. Well, stick around, folks. We've got more boosting, more Connor Bryant, more runaways, and of course, more Flesh and Blood coming up. Don't go anywhere. Fatigue me not, Connor Bryant ascends even further in this bracket of the AG New England Series. Bryce Platt's here with Michael Murray. It's going to be some boosting in the top 8. That we know for sure, but a question remains to be answered. We have one Vynnset Iron Maiden in the room, and we also have one Arakni Marionette in the room. Who will reign supreme in this lose and out or potentially win and it situation? That will remain to be seen. But first, we got to talk about the people behind the decks. Ricardo Rua is one of the folks piloting in this match. He's going to be our Vynnset Iron Maiden player. He is... I'm not sure if he's the head of the banana testers, but he is always my point of contact for them. He's always looking for gameplay footage of him, of Ka-chan and his other teammates piloting Slippy to victories. He's got another one to be on the lookout for in Elyse Symmes after the round 3 matchup that she took down, and maybe a little bit of himself after trying his mettle against Marionette.
Yeah, sitting at 36 AGE points means he's right on the cusp of that 16th place as well. So this is a very meaningful game here for his chances to secure the AGE points he needs to make it into the Players' Championship.
He's got an admirable win percentage here. Anything north of 50 is superhuman in my eyes. He's also got a top 8. I believe it was the first ever AG Open in New England. If my memory serves, that was the Hunted Limited. So kudos to him for fighting his way through all of those attack reactions and daggers. An inside joke from his locals is forever and always apes. Ook, ook, ook.
There you go. You heard it here first.
I don't understand it, but
well,
I'm willing to jump on board.
Makes. Ook, ook, ook.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Have
I thought that was the meow
zoo?
Animal.
Actually, you know what? We'll have to consult Callum's pull and sound animal. Does he have one of those toys?
He's talking about my son. Oh my gosh, I remember those. I had those. Dude, I do need to look into it and see if they make
Right.
those anymore, because
He
that would be
needs
a
one.
really fun
How else
toy.
is he going to learn the animal sounds? You clearly didn't learn them.
And I am the one who is charged with teaching a small child all of the animal noises. Nevertheless, folks, if you haven't been completely fatigued out by my co-caster and I's voices as of yet, you can hear a little bit more of it. My voice specifically, because I've got a new podcast out. It's the latest iteration of Cardboard and Beyond. This episode featuring Rachel Stoddard, also known as Max Ferocity, the uninhibited cosplay queen of Flesh and Blood. You may know her from such cosplays as Construct Nitro Mechanoid, -IE, -IO, and most recently Pleiades Superstar in the at Pro Tour Singapore.
I want to see that Nitro Mechanoid. I haven't seen pictures of that. I'll have
It's
to look
outstanding
it up.
if you have never taken a
It's
gander.
super cool sounding.
But we're going to take a gander at something else. Instead, we're going to go to the feature match table where Ricardo Rua on Vynnset Iron Maiden at X and 1 faces off with Neeraj Satav on Arakni Marionette. Both players do seem to be about ready. Yep, the cut is taking place and our match is soon to be underway.
Looking forward to this one.
It is potentially a win and in situation for both of these players. About 4-4-2 records are going to make it into the top 8 cup. That being said, it is round 5, not round 4. Don't believe the bottom right of your screen.
Yep. 4 rounds prior gets you 3-1, and this is the beginning of the 5th. And both of these decks are very disruptive, aggressive decks. This is going to be really interesting to see how this plays out.
Ricardo sporting a signed copy of Vynnset Iron Maiden. Nice little bling to carry him through this game. An early flick from Neeraj Satav on turn 0. Hunter's Clave gets blocked, but the mark will still go through thanks to that legendary arm piece. Playing it fast and loose with the daggers, as Marionette is often known to do, because most of the time this is going to be representing the dagger-centric build popularized by Tao Tao Chu in our neck of the woods.
Playing out that Orb Weaver Spinneret, and I was curious if we'd see another attack after this, threatening to demark, as it were, if any damage goes through, but Ricardo likely has the cards to block if they so choose.
7 damage here on Art of Desire body, buffed up by that Orb Weaver Spinneret and Neeraj. On turn 0, already finding the perfect combination of daggers that Arakni Marionette often has to chase for a little bit during the game. Also, showing Ricardo a little bit of extra tech that you might otherwise not expect. A blue shred is in the pitch zone for Neeraj and could be really influential later. For now, he's just transforming into Arakni Redback, the first demi-hero we've seen so far this game, and it's passing back over to Ricardo Rua. 39 plays 40 on the Shadow Runeblade side of things.
+3 and go again is one of the more powerful possibilities off the back of that.
First things first for Ricardo, has to deal with the Vynnset trigger at the start of the turn. A little unluckily, finds himself a reduced to Rune Chant, which he much rather would have seen on turn 0 there. Banishing a Widespread Destruction for his hero ability and generating his first Rune Chant token of the game. I would imagine reduced to Rune Chant is destined for the arsenal, but what is he going to be able to do on this here turn? Oh, Deadwood Dirge is going to round it out very nicely, Michael. Down to 0 Rune Chants and back up to 3 is Ricardo Rua and able to cast Widespread Destruction from the banished zone.
I was about to comment that it's a little bit tough for the Vynnset players to go second. They really like to establish the banish on turn 0 of the game, if possible, because of the potential to brick. But here we see Ricardo got exactly what he needed and doesn't brick, fortunately, able to send out not just 3 arcane, not just 6 physical, but the potential to disrupt that arsenal if any of this damage goes through.
And going through it is on pain ability active for the Widespread Destruction. Neeraj assuredly losing that arsenal. Might be okay if he was able to establish a defense reaction here, but time will tell. This attack also has go again for Ricardo because a Machinations of Dominion was resolved earlier on in the turn. Neeraj blocking out Widespread Destruction, perhaps respecting a possible Succumb to Temptation that could be the last card in Ricardo's hand. We know, however, that it's just a reduced to Rune Chant.
Really nice start for Ricardo.
Neeraj giving maximum respect here, both on the widespread destruction and also the flail to follow. Kiss of Death is blocking a measly 1 damage from Flail of Agony. So Neeraj only going to have 1 card with which to work after his arsenal is banished from widespread destruction, which should have happened. Let's see if we catch it.
Ooh, that's a nice combination, though.
Eesh. That shouldn't be possible, however. The Savor Bloodshed should have been banished from Neeraj's arsenal
true.
after
Wait a
widespread
minute.
destruction closed the combat chain.
Uh-oh. Ricardo not catching that. Gotta remember your triggers, people.
Without a doubt.
Folks at home and playing.
We're going to see if we can get in touch with our judge on the scene and clear it all up. In the meantime, however, if play proceeds, it may just be what it is. Kiss of Death right now being blocked for 3 by Deathly Delight from the hand of Ricardo Rua. 4 damage potentially leaking through. We do know that there is a reduced to rune chant in the arsenal for Ricardo, but without any rune chants already established on board, it's going to come at the cost of a card pitched.
It looks like the players are just now getting the judge confrontation.
Taking a look at the board state, making sure that we understand exactly what should have happened on the previous turn cycle. Going to get some judge intervention. Make sure that it all gets taken care of accordingly. I see our judge staff, Devin Bell, coming on over to the feature match table. We're going to give them the space to handle and reconnoiter the board state exactly how it should be. In the meantime, though, Michael, do you have any particular predictions about who takes this one down, just based on a matchup perspective?
You know, every time I see a Vynnset show up to the table, I'm always so uncertain of the outcome. It feels like one of those decks that can just flourish or crumble based on the draws. It has such high ceilings and such low floors that I do feel like it's something that I can't reasonably call before the game comes to a close. What we've seen so far has been really, really tough to deal with on the side of Vynnset. I mean, depending on how this judge call goes, the difference between just 3 vanilla damage, well, maybe 4 if it connects, and 7 draw a card is huge. So, you know, that's the kind of power that Vynnset can bring. And it looks like we have rewound a little bit to correct that game state and removed the arsenal card as it was supposed to be. So Ricardo only had to deal with the 3 damage, and Neeraj just sent it over.
Yeah, Ricardo is definitely going to have to remember those triggers moving forward. Both players are responsible for this game state. However, the burden does fall on the player that controls triggers. In this case, it's going to be a banish of Phantom Banshee, likely not coming out of the banish zone this turn. Instead, Ricardo casts a Phantom Wraith from hand the old-fashioned way, pitching a second copy of Widespread Destruction, thereby coming in for 1 arcane and 6 physical damage.
Yeah, really great start so far from the Vynnset.
Neeraj holding on to 2 defense reactions in hand, one of which is going to come out and shore up some of this physical damage. The other likely destined for the arsenal. And Ricardo still stranded with a reduced to rune chant in the arsenal and no rune chants carried over into the next turn cycle.
Yeah, that's a tough spot to be in for the Vynnset. We saw here that Ricardo was priced into pitching to play that out, which is not really what you want to be doing.
No, indeed. But when your opponent gives you full tempo after simply sending a head jab, it's better than the alternative, not being able to convert all of those cards. Graphene Callistra is the lead off for Neeraj, able to do that with a Fiendal Spring Tunic counter, thanks to the fact that Ricardo is still marked. So this is going to be 2 go again, getting buffed up by 1 by the Arakni Marionette hero ability. And Stains of the Redback is going to confer super go again, which doesn't matter except for bragging rights. What does matter is +3 on that card. So 5 damage leaking through against Ricardo and also robbing him of the mark on his head, which he's all too happy to lose. Hunter's Clave is going to follow up, threatening a remarking.
It's always so tricky to decide whether or not to block these. The mark itself can be so valuable, but the 1 damage is you really don't want to block. So Ricardo choosing not to, taking the mark, and once again transforming on the side of Arakni.
And here comes Arakni Tarantula. One of the power demi heroes in Arakni Marionette, especially the dagger-centric build, because especially now that Neeraj has established himself with a Hunter's Clave in one hand and a Graphene Calicera in the other, and Ricardo remains marked, those daggers can represent so much more than just measly 1 points of damage here and there.
Right, you are.
Ricardo, however, after saying no blocks, must have something fearsome in store for his opponent. It's 1 Eloquent Eulogy sent to the banish for Vynnset's hero ability. A Deadwood Dirge brings us up to 3 rune chance. But what to follow? Did I spy a Malefic Incantation? I certainly hope so if you're a fan of the Shadow Runeblade. For now, it's just Phantom Banshee out of the banish zone. Going to be free thanks to the 3 rune chance that Ricardo was able to establish. 3 rune chance +7 equals 10 split damage. Ricardo does have himself access to a free resource from Fiendel's Spring Tunic, which could mean that Spellbound Creepers are coming out to play.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. This is a pretty weak turn if there's no go again.
Neeraj taking not the rune chance or the physical damage there. Surgical Extraction in the pitch shores up 3 Arcane. A card plus Shelter from the Storm dismisses all the physical damage, and Ricardo just drawing right on back up.
Okay, so yeah, kind of a weak turn. That's what Vynnset does, right? Sometimes it's way overrate, and other times it's just a little flat. 10's fine, but it's not amazing.
Neeraj lining up a card here, despite the fact that his opponent is already marked. I do wonder if this was the time to pitch that blue and just cash in extra value on the Arakni Tarantula side of things.
Well, I think that this does, at the very least, force cards out of hand, which, you know, Ricardo doesn't know it. Maybe Neeraj is hoping to force 2 cards out of hand, try to get Ricardo to commit to an overblock here, and it looks like he might bite on that.
You know, Vynnset is one of those heroes that gives themselves over to a mid-rangey play style. Oftentimes, this is exactly what Vynnset wants to be doing in giving 2 cards on defense, banishing a card from hand, and sending just a hyper-efficient something along the side of a non-attack action card in hand. In this case, finally finding himself a copy of Malefic Incantation, lest my eyes deceive me.
And those Eloquent Eulogies are some of the most efficient cards you can be banishing when all you have is that 1 rune chant. 1 card 5 coming through.
And almost assuredly, an Eloquence token to follow. But that's up to Neeraj. Seems like he is very happy to take a back seat here and go all defense on Ricardo. And I do like that play against Vynnset because, as you mentioned, Michael, it can be really hard for her to put huge turns together. And you thereby put the onus on them to figure that puzzle out at the risk of a whole lot of blood debt just closing out the game on your behalf.
Absolutely. But that 1 card 5 turned into a 1 card 9 if you calculate all of the blocking value that Neeraj just put in the banish and onto the combat chain. So super, super efficient play on Ricardo's end, really inefficient play on Neeraj's end. But with the pervasive prognosis coming out and what we know to be an attack reaction in hand, still has a pretty good clapback.
Now, it's indicated as 1 on this persuasive prognosis. It should be 2, however, thanks to the Arakni Marionette hero ability.
There it is.
And there it is. Ricardo remains marked, so all stealth attacks will get +1. Also, on hit, gain go again. Based on the way Ricardo has been posturing, though, I don't think he's going to just let them hit willy-nilly. Neeraj is holding on to one card, which is Stains of the Redback, discounted by 1 thanks to the fact that Ricardo remains marked. This will require 2 cards from Ricardo in order to block. Does still have Reduced to Runechant in the arsenal.
And we are quite a few turns into this game, and both players are sitting at almost full life.
It's a 1-card block here. Stains of the Redback is going to try to get some work done, but Ricardo has himself access to Fiendal Spring Tunic and a Reduced to Runechant in the arsenal. Should be able to cover this up nicely, unless there's other tricks.
Just pitching instead.
Goodbye to Revel in Runeblood out of the hand. Paying for Reduced to Runechant here. Generating a Runechant token and also blocking 4 points of damage there. Ricardo does have the cards in order to go super big with his Runechant generation later on in the game. We're going to have to keep an eye out for when that Reduced to Runechant rears its ugly head once, the Revel in Runeblood rears its ugly head again.
And I want to comment, I know that Vynnset can do some of these really, really efficient 1 and 2 card plays, allowing for the blocking into, a 1-card 10 or a 2-card 10. But one of the downsides of that kind of game plan, if you don't have enough go again and reach, Vynnset is very fatigable.
Mm-hmm.
And I do wonder at this point in the game with the life totals so high if Neeraj is leaning into that kind of game. I'm hearing that the life totals may be incorrect here.
I think some blood debt has been missed on the pad next to our players. We're going to see if we can get those updated. For the moment, though, it's back over to Neeraj, who's got a full tunic and a Leave No Witnesses on the combat chain, holding back 1 card, but it's just a pick up the point. Can, of course, be converted to the Arakni Redback hero ability in order to give another +3. Will not give go again, though, because Leave No Witnesses does not have stealth.
It's a tough breakpoint to cover unless you're willing to commit equipment. There we have our life totals corrected. Still fairly high, still in the range of a potential fatigue game plan, but certainly lower than I was led to believe.
Yeah, and you can definitely see Ricardo knowing that the writing is on the wall. I think he's identified that Neeraj is trying to fatigue out his Vynnset opponent. And so I think that is exemplified by the fact that Ricardo tucked that Revel in Runeblood down to the bottom of the deck. I think he's got bigger turns in store for later on in this game.
That would make sense. Setting up that pitch stack is one of the most important fundamental skills for players who know how to take the game long.
Looks like banishing a cat. Is that a call for backup from the hand of Ricardo Rua? An interesting card that came in via Mastery Pack Guardian. In this case, just going to be banished for the remainder of the game as it does not have Blood Debt or Rune Gate. Ricardo now sending the old-fashioned way, a Deathly Wail by pitching Machinations of Dominion. Another card that can be super useful in an end game where you might otherwise be action point starved. Five power right now. 1 damage has been blocked out by an exposed in the pitch zone. Neeraj giving absolutely no quarter to Ricardo Rua on his quest to generate more than 1 Runechant per turn.
Yeah, and the more that I see Neeraj blocking after turn after turn after turn, the more convinced I become that his game plan is to fatigue out this Vynnset. And I don't know what kind of go again or tall, reachy tools Ricardo has in the deck, but that is a deck building decision that Vynsets have to make. If you anticipate your opponent trying to fatigue you out, you need to string together go again in order to get multiple Runegate cards out and push really big turns.
Even though Vynnset can do super efficient split damage turns, a lot of her deck damage equity goes by the wayside, especially when the opponent is taking a fatigue posture, because a lot of the cards that the opponent is blocking with are just going to the bottom of the deck and being saved for more damage potential later.
You pitch to the Arcane Barrier, which just means that you get to be blocking in a very card-efficient manner, which is why that axis exists to punish Vynnset.
The second Leave No Witnesses this game is out on the combat chain for Neeraj. 32 plays 27. Ricardo still protecting a card in Arsenal. No longer has access to any efficient equipment blocks with which to deal with his Leave No Witnesses, unless, of course, he wanted to give up Spellbound Creepers. A piece of equipment that is so important in order to cross the finish line against decks that are trying to fatigue you out as Vynnset.
Yeah, I don't know if you can afford to do that. I could see giving 2 cards here, but that is very much playing into the fatigue game plan. I kind of like either 0 or 2. 1 sort of feels like the middle ground, the worst of both worlds. You're still losing 2 cards. Sure, you're taking a little bit less damage, but I think Neeraj has shown that he's not trying to fight on that axis right now. Not really too concerned about the life.
There is, however, a Haunting Rendition in the hand for Ricardo. That's an easy 1-card block. Perhaps thinking that it might be better for him to block with 2 cards, including that Haunting Rendition, in order to get a rune chant going.
Could be that.
Ricardo has got to find the copies of Malefic Incantation that assuredly are in this deck. That's really the issue here.
Yeah, just so rune chant light, not able to get the engine online, and with Neeraj blocking turn after turn after turn, it's disabling any kinds of other rune chant generation that could be coming off the back of hitting and closing the chain and dealing damage.
Okay, Ricardo, even in sideboarding, might have known that this is exactly how this match would go. Call for backup when it blocks is going to allow Ricardo to choose 2 cards from the graveyard. Neeraj will choose one to banish, which happens to play into the Vynnset game plan, calling Rune Gate cards back from the grave and into the banish zone where they're playable. The other one will go to the top of the deck.
That's a really big deal.
Yeah. A lot of gas bought back by Ricardo Rua here, filling his Pinto back up with petrol. And there is also the discard of Haunting Rendition. So no on-hit conferred by Leave No Witnesses. The Arsenal card is safe for now. A rune chant generated as well for Ricardo.
Which means that at the very least, that Eloquent Eulogy will be online. Is this time to pop the gloves? I don't think so personally. We'll have to see if Ricardo wants to push damage here.
It's another Eloquent Eulogy and a Widespread Ruin in the hand. Decision trees are highly dependent on the Arsenal card for Ricardo Rua.
Ricardo needs more go again. He keeps doing these 1-card plays that are just falling flat.
He's also got to be very careful about when he chooses to employ the Spellbound Creepers, especially when Neeraj is taking such a defensive posture. Any point where Neeraj decides to block out all of the Arcane coming his way, Ricardo could lose the Spellbound Creepers, even with 1 bind counter on them. So I think Ricardo is really doing his due diligence. He's not finding the setup pieces that he really needs for big turns. So he's just stacking up Blood Debt, waiting for the moment where he can go 3 Rune Gate attacks wide. And that's when we're going to see some serious power.
Yeah, no, it does look like that's the axis that Ricardo is playing towards. The question is, in my mind, is did he build his deck to do that? And it does seem like it's likely, but we just haven't really seen those pieces yet as Ricardo activates the Spellbound Creepers here.
Here we go. Beseech the Demigon. Comes on out to play, regenerates the action point, probably also, yes, allows Ricardo to activate the second portion of the Vynnset ability, pays 1 life to make his next rune chant unpreventable.
Has an option in the form of Eloquent Eulogy, so goes wide here, finally. But is it too little too late? Keeping those creepers around is really important. That is the source of go again.
And also, another important equipment piece goes away for Ricardo. Vexing Quillhand cashed in for 2 rune chants here. This is the one get out of jail free card that Vynnset decks have in these exact situations where they are bereft of rune chant generation for a long period of time. This is a big risk for Ricardo right now.
Yeah, seeing the Quillhand go makes me very concerned for the future of Ricardo. He needs to find his rune chant generation next turn.
I almost wonder if we're headed for a 4 copies of Malefic Incantation at one point.
That's a hand that could be drawn.
Ricardo perhaps just thinking, I have to keep my foot on the gas just so that when I draw that faded hand, Neeraj doesn't have the space to then say Bonds of Agony. For now, it's a 2-card block, one of which is the headpiece Mask of Deceit. Neeraj choosing to transform into Arakni Trap Door and thereby find the last bit of defense that he needs to completely cover the physical damage on Eloquent Eulogy.
And Neeraj is just playing so defensively and succeeding at it, even when Ricardo uses 2 pieces of equipment, one, of course, still sticking around, but just throwing everything he's got into this turn and coming away with nothing.
He has gotten 1 unpreventable rune chant through, which means that Spellbound Creepers are going to stick around, but that's a small consolation prize when everything else has gone the way of your opponent. Definitely feels like this was Neeraj's game plan from the get-go.
Yeah, and playing very cleanly into it.
Going to be another 2 blood debt taken there. Ricardo descends down to 24. 24 plays 31, and Neeraj is just looking impenetrable on Marionette.
Yeah, but did use that important headpiece. No longer has that at his disposal. No arsenal, and just drawing up and passing means Ricardo once again has a full grip to work with. He's going to need to string together some rune chants here, or he'll be in a lot of trouble.
Ricardo, another 4-card hand. Another possibility to leak a little bit of damage through. In this case, however, finds himself a block card in the hand, Haunting Rendition.
Also finds the Shadow Puppetry.
That's the one.
Shadow Puppetry. Nice go again. Really important for the game plan, but doesn't look like it quite lines up because you also need to pair it with the rune chant, or the rune chants to get the rune gate online.
Is that also a reduced to rune chant in hand?
Ooh, that's rough. So it's likely that he'll have to just banish one of those, but that means that rune gate is not online, and an all red hand means it's unlikely that Ricardo can pay to play a strong attack this turn either, as both the attacks in hand seem to cost 3.
You can absolutely tell that Ricardo is not happy about this one bit. Not a single rune gate card in the hand. Still no setup pieces. No Malefic Incantations. No blanket rune chant generators here.
The silver lining, I suppose, is that he's got that tunic counter so that he can pitch 2 reds into a 3-cost and send 1 rune chant and a 6-power attack. If Neeraj wants to pitch to that Arcane, though, that means goodbye to the Spellbound Creepers.
Oh, my mistake. There was a Deathly Delight in that hand.
Okay, well, that's a little bit better. Still not enough rune chants to send it.
So Ricardo, seeing the writing on the wall, knowing that his boots are going the way of the graveyard.
Is that an Arsenal pass?
It was an Arsenal pass,
goodness.
which means that Spellbound Creepers should be gone at this point.
Yeah.
Because no arcane damage was done.
That's a card that I always forget about, but Ricardo, better than I, remembers, flips it over. And finally, Neeraj has a 4-card hand to work with.
One of those cards is exposed. The second copy that we've seen thus far, he pitched one earlier in order to pay for Arcane Barrier. A curious inclusion here because it does not block. At its best, it is a reaction speed marker and also a +1 giver. Neeraj playing some Contract cards of old. Surgical Extraction is the follow-up to Graphene Calycera. He has one pump over the top, but if Ricardo wants to shore up this damage, he's going to have to commit 2 cards no matter what.
Yeah, and 19 life. He's just been leaking health points from that blood debt.
Ricardo is lining up Haunting Rendition, which could spell doom when Neeraj throws out Exposed.
You got a little egg on your face calling out that the weak 1+1 here, conferring the on hit and the mark.
Ricardo, not exactly stoked to see that card from his days in Hunted Limited, I'm sure, was one of the last times he's seen it.
Oh.
And Reduced to Rune Chant comes out of the arsenal, is coaxed there by Exposed. So it's a 2-card versus 2-card, but the value is definitely on the side of Neeraj.
Yeah, pulling out 2/4 blocks is nice, but of course Ricardo finally has the Rune Chance to send a 3-cost attack from the Banish and an Eloquence token. I don't know if he's going to be able to utilize it in a meaningful way.
Likely not.
He's got the Coal.
He does have the Coal, but he's got to establish this Malefic Incantation, which will eat the Eloquence token.
Okay. Oh, first we're going to transform.
Number 3 is going to be Orb Weaver. So Neeraj has the go-ahead to flick a Graphene Calycera on his next turn and also regenerate it if he so chooses. Malefic Incantation in the yellow. The first one that Ricardo has been able to find in 30 minutes of play.
That's rough.
Finally hits the arena. 2 counters on that one. Shadow Puppetry is the follow-up here. Ricardo considering Vynnset trigger.
Goes for it. Now down to 18 with 4 blood debt cards in the Banish.
Surely one will come out to play and lessen his burden by the end of this turn.
I agree with you there. And it looks like we're starting with the Coal.
Cole will rob Neeraj of a card in hand that he otherwise would have used to block. We'll go to the Banish Zone in order to pay for that reciprocal effect. Unfortunately for Neeraj, Ricardo is not under the same burden. Cole will only force you to banish a card if you have one. Deathly Wail is the follow-up from the Banish Zone. Rune gated out thanks to the 3 Rune Chants that Ricardo has been able to establish. Couple on hits here.
So this is really important. If Neeraj can... Oh, no, I'm sorry. Neeraj can't stop the damage. So
Correct.
Guaranteed 2 Rune Chants coming off the back of this. So this is a very, very important swing turn for Ricardo. Lots of damage coming out.
Neeraj should be down to 29 at this point. Ricardo generating a Rune Chant token at the cost of a verse counter on Malefic Incantation. Take up the Mantle, goes into the Pitch Zone in order to cover up the remaining 2 Rune Chants. And now the physical must be dealt with. 6 go again. On pain effects already conferred for both players. So Ricardo is assuredly generating 2 Rune Chants once this combat chain closes. Neeraj only wants to cover up 4 of the 6. So Shadow Puppetry on hit goes through. If Ricardo likes what he sees on top, he can banish it. If he likes it in a different way, he can choose to leave it on top.
Looks like he's leaving it on top. And this is a good turn. The first really strong turn I think we've seen out of Ricardo, but Neeraj just continuing to block out and tank up. Definitely going to take some hits here and will likely lose the arsenal as well off the back of this. So Ricardo punishing for the first time this game with a really, really big turn.
On pain effect has already happened. So even if Neeraj had the cards in hand to cover up all the Rune Chants and the physical damage, because an unpreventable Rune Chant came through, Widespread Destruction was always going to banish that arsenal. And all of a sudden, the life totals are looking a little bit better for Ricardo here. And also the setup. He's got a Malefic Incantation, no Rune Chants to carry over into the next turn. But even so, that is a better spot than he was previously. 1 Blood Debt comes through. 17 plays 24, as Ricardo has conferred a lot of damage and also stripped Neeraj of all of his cards.
And now we're seeing the Malefic incantations come through. Fortunately for Ricardo, not 4 at once, just 1 in the hand that I spotted.
Neeraj still has stuff to do on this turn because Arakni Orb Weaver is going to reduce the cost of Graphene Calycera on this turn. Ricardo happy to see it, though, because he's got a Haunting Rendition that he's happy to discard from the hand and generate another Rune Chant. So going to have 2 Rune Chants at the start of this turn and automatically be able to cast Deathly Delight from the Banished Zone.
Yeah, still really efficient damage. Ooh, and another Cull is quite helpful. Don't know if he's got the ability to damage himself. We see the Malefic Incantation.
This might just be a straight-up setup turn for Ricardo, unless, of course, he just wants to do a little bit of Banished Zone cleanup.
I can
Stem
see
the
it.
tide of Blood Debt bleeding.
At this point, because the Deathly Delight is creating 2 Rune Chants, I think it makes a lot of sense to just keep the train rolling. Not really at risk of bricking any more at the moment on Rune Chant generation.
Neeraj also probably thinking about the Cull that Ricardo has access to. Although I guess no heroes have taken any damage this turn, so Ricardo
Correct.
cannot play it at instant speed. A-okay with him because I don't think he was going to deploy it on this turn anyway, because the last card in hand is a Machinations of Dominion, a go-again enabler that he's really going to need if he's going to close this game out.
He's taking a lot of blood debt this game. Ooh, and a Codex. Man, these 1-card hands that Neeraj is putting together have just been so devastating.
And no reduced to Rune Chant found for Ricardo Rua here. All copies of Haunting Rendition have been utilized already out of the deck of Ricardo Rua. This Leave No Witnesses is going to hurt.
Could be a 2-card block. I think Ricardo needs to preserve the life total. Could be a 1-card block as well. We've seen him do that in the past. If it happens to be a Rune Gate card in the banish, it wouldn't be the end of the world to have that one. Sorry, in the arsenal, it wouldn't be the end of the world to have it banished.
Widespread Annihilation, the second copy that we've seen so far, devoted to the combat chain, along with Fiendel's Spring Tunic. I don't hate that, because even though this game is going to go much longer, and Ricardo is leaving some Tunic value on the table, he's also lost his Spellbound Creepers, and that's the real reason for Tunic in the Iron Maiden deck. Deathly Wail makes its way into the Banished Zone, and a 3rd Rune Chant generated there. And finally, the Malefic Incantation train is humming for Ricardo.
Man, if Ricardo can find a Shadow non-attack, that would be huge.
For now, Deathly Delight.
Overpower is nice too, forcing damage through in a sense.
Machinations of Dominion, of course, gives go again, and also Overpower thanks to the fact that Ricardo has made an Aura token this turn. 3 Rune Chants covered up by Neeraj, along with the physical damage. Overpower, not nearly as effective of a mechanic against classes like Assassin that run attack reactions. And now Neeraj showing the 3rd copy of Exposed in the pitch zone.
Ricardo just attacked with his Whale with a Frailty on the board. So, okay. Not remembering the Frailty.
Nevertheless, Ricardo has triggered the on-pain ability, at least for one side of this board. So when the combat chain closes, he will get a Rune Chant back from Deathly Wail's ability. Or maybe Forgotten as well. Deathly Wail was the first attack on that combat chain, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. So right.
No, wait, sorry. Deathly Wail? Or
Yeah,
it was
Deathly
Deathly
Wail
Wail into the
was-
Flail.
Yeah.
The Flail, I think it should have been coming in for 0. So
Right.
bit of a mistake to block there with the
Flick Knives.
Flick Knives.
It's back over to Ricardo. 15 plays 24. 2 Malefic Incantations still on the board. Ricardo just double checking blood debt count there. 14 plays 24. Second red Deathly Whale goes into the Banish Zone. Rune Chant generated.
Yeah, and now the Deathly Whales become so devastating when they're paired with this many Malefic incantations. However, Ricardo still needs the Go Again in order to really utilize these.
Last copy of Malefic Incantation in the red comes out to play. Where is the Go Again, though? The Deadwood Dirge, the last copy in the deck, brings Ricardo up to a whopping 3 rune chants. Going to allow him to play the Deathly Duet, but no Shadow non-attacks means you just can't ensure that you're going to get 2 rune chants off the back of it. And that's really what you need to be doing with those Deathly Whales.
Yeah, I mean, it's so many rune chants. No, it's just 3, so it's a pretty easy cover-up. But there will be a lot next turn.
3 rune chants and 6 physical. 1 Malefic Incantation. Technically, the second this game goes to the graveyard.
And Ricardo it feels like he's just spinning his wheels in the mud, not really making any progress.
This is exactly what it feels like to be the only Shadow Rune Blade in our meta at the moment when your opponent's trying to fatigue you out.
Yeah.
That's why huge turns are necessary in order to cross the finish line.
We do find another Go Again piece along with 3 rune chants, but now the question is, does he have a meaningful rune gate attack to pair with it?
2 Shadow non-attacks in the hand for Ricardo Rua. And
I'm-
yet another Leave No Witnesses from Neeraj.
I saw Ricardo shaking his head. I wonder if that means there's no rune gate in the hand.
Arakni Trapdoor is Neeraj's hero at the moment. I think he accidentally transformed back to Marionette
Oh,
in the change of turns.
could be.
Maybe what was happening there. It's so important to stay on top of everything on the board state, both for yourself and your opponent in these stressful moments. Only 13 minutes remain here for both of these players. Neeraj is on the front foot. Leave No Witnesses on the combat chain in round 5 of 6 at the AGE Open Series in New England. This is a win and in situation for both of these players. Or not necessarily. I think if they, this
I
is a
think
win
so,
and in.
because if they lose the next round, they'll be 4-2 with their last loss in round 6, which is one of the best places you can be positioned as a 4-2, which likely means the winner of this round will scrape by.
Mm-hmm. Ricardo really in the tank here, wanting to protect every last vestige of damage in his deck, because right now it's dwindling away.
Ooh, blocking with the Go Again. I mean, it just tells me that he doesn't have the pieces to utilize it, which is a really tough spot to be in. Blocking 2, losing the Arsenal, and losing the wider Go Again piece, and the D-React that he really wishes he had on the top goes to the Banish.
Neeraj gets 2 silver from that exchange. Doesn't have any access to any buyback equipment from the graveyard. No Black Tech Whisperers, no Mask of Perdition here. The silver could be meaningful later on in the game, especially because Neeraj has a healthy stack of blues.
Yeah, just drew 3, so there's that 2. I can't see what color that Orb Weaver Spinneret is.
Ricardo's actually pretty happy that Leave No Witness is connected, because now he does have access to a Rune Gate card. Phantom
True.
Wraith was in the arsenal, now has made its way into the Banish Zone where it can be played.
Yeah, but that makes me wonder why we're blocking with the Go Again enabler. Ooh, because he just doesn't have any more Rune Gate, and banishing the
Succumb to Temptation.
Succumb to Temptation. turning my head upside down to read it.
Malefic Incantation in the yellow hits the arena. Should be one copy left in Ricardo's deck. Yeah, it's proving very difficult to set up bigger turns for Ricardo. He either has all of the Rune Gate cards in the world or all of the non-attack in the world.
There's a reason these types of hands are coined the Rune Blade hand. They just have so many moving parts that need to come together at the same time, and we're just watching what happens when your deck doesn't play nice with your game plan.
Ricardo did pay 1 life to the Vynnset trigger, also played the Cull out of the Banish Zone at instant speed. Because a player has lost life this turn, he's allowed to do exactly that. 3 rune chants generated off the back of Malefic Incantations, expending verse counters, thanks to the attack of Phantom Wraith. 9 damage in the physical form, but first we have to deal with 4 instances of 1 arcane damage from rune chants. Neeraj with 3 cards. 1 blue goes to the pitch.
Uses the Fiendal's Spring Tunic, I think, a little preemptively there.
Mm-hmm. And Ricardo finally putting some more numbers on the board here. 10 plays 20, though, with only 9 minutes left. It's becoming a harder and harder mountain for Vynnset to climb. Look how thin the deck is getting there. The graveyard completely dwarfing what remains.
The deck is thin. The banish is empty. The life is only at 10. And Neeraj sitting comfortably right in the middle. 20 life, starting the game actually at 38, right? Or is Marionette 40? Sorry, Marionette's 40. So right at the midway point, Ricardo has his work cut out for him. And now the last 2 Malefic Incantations hit the bin. So that nice and easy rune chant generation is off the board.
A Cull in hand for Ricardo Rua, the last copy. Looks like Neeraj just going to keep doing what he's doing.
Yeah.
Block with every single card in the hand. Because he blocked the rune chants first, Ricardo was not able to play Cull at instant speed and get rid of any more blocking potential from Neeraj's hand.
Yeah, really, really important for those of you at home. If you're going to block the damage, you got to make sure you're doing the rune chants to prevent that. And we see it in the hand of Ricardo. So Neeraj reading that well, knows his matchups, knows his game plan.
Ricardo puts a Succumb to Temptation into the arsenal and draws up only 2 cards. 2 left in the hand after that exchange. And things are definitely coming up Neeraj, who is still getting thin in the deck as well.
Yeah, certainly. Oh, wow. That's thinner than I was expecting.
Let's see if we can get a better look at that in the player focus cam.
Pretty thin. I'm kind of surprised given how much he's pitched, but I suppose a lot of the cards are going 2 for 1 in the favor of Ricardo on the block on the combat chain.
Ricardo Rua sits 9 life points separated from his opponent in a win and in situation. Round 5 of 6 here at the AGE Open Series in New England. Blue Deathly Whale heads to the Banish Zone in order to pay for the Vynnset trigger at the beginning of the turn. 3 rune chants on board, but he's got to make something happen here. Go Again Enablers getting thin for the Iron Maiden.
It's a Cull, but would really need to connect with some damage on either side of the board in order to utilize that.
He needs a Shadow non-attack right now. That would unlock this turn entirely because there's a Succumb to Temptation in the arsenal, which even if Neeraj is not going to let it hit, will still buy back an action point if it's able to be resolved at instant speed.
And this is a little bit of a misstep as Neeraj is leaving 1 damage on the table.
Would allow Ricardo to resolve Cull at instant speed. Also pay 1 to the Vynnset trigger if he so chooses in order to make sure that he generates 2 rune chants instead of 1. No, it's Grimoire of the Haunt coming out to play. This is another extension from Vynnset. This card also has Blood Debt. Gonna generate an Eloquence token, but it is not going to be able to be removed from the Banish Zone for the remainder of the game. So Ricardo is on a 9-turn clock.
With 5 minutes left, I would say that's plenty.
But Ricardo is doing something very powerful. Cull gets rid of one of the blocking cards from Neeraj. Also going to buy Ricardo's action point back thanks to that Eloquence token. Ricardo has also closed the combat chain, generated 2 Rune Chant tokens, which means that Widespread Ruin can do some serious damage here. Neeraj left only with 1 card left in hand. This is a nail-biter of a game here, Michael.
Yeah. And Ricardo, despite finally doing some arcane damage, doesn't have the opportunity to utilize the Succumb because there's no cards left in his hand. Ooh.
Both players are
Blessed.
forced to banish off the top of their deck thanks to Widespread Ruins on pain effect. Ricardo finds himself a playable Deathly Whale, but it's going to cause 2 points of blood debt at the end of that turn. Neeraj sure loses a card from deck, but doesn't have to pay any blood debt for it.
I think Ricardo might have 2 cards left in deck.
Ricardo also should be down to 7 life. Yep, we caught up there. 7 plays 13 here, and Ricardo is at the dregs of both his life total and what he has remaining in deck.
We see the Revel in Runeblood that he pitched around turn 1 coming back to surface.
But will it be haunting him here? There is a Machinations of Dominion, so this could be exactly the setup that Ricardo needs, at least to put a last gasp in his offensive potential.
13 is a lot of damage to have to deal here with when you only have 2 cards left in your deck. And it looks like Neeraj has at least enough to draw a full hand after this.
So sure, he has Machinations of Dominion in hand, but does he have the resources in order to resolve a card the old-fashioned way out of hand? I just don't think he has the resources to get this done.
Yeah, is that a yellow?
It's 2 yellows, so it's a yellow Deathly Whale and a Widespread Destruction, which means that in order to get the Revel in Runeblood off, he really needs to play the Machinations of Dominion. But if he plays the Machinations of Dominion, he doesn't have enough resources to actually send any attack.
Yeah, it's not going to happen, unfortunately.
So, it's such a tough situation. This honestly is what keeps me from bringing Vynnset to tournaments like this. It's the fatigue situation. You need a heck of a lot of skill and also a couple of lucky breaks in order to fight your way through someone posturing like Neeraj has been since turn 0 of this game.
Yeah, and Assassins just have such a solid defensive package game plan, especially Marionette with the ability to transform into Trapdoor. We saw that utilized to great effect earlier, and it just has kept his life total very high.
Widespread Destruction is the call here, pitching a Machinations of Dominion. Because Ricardo only has 2 cards left in deck, he's going to be able to get it back, and as long as Neeraj doesn't come for Ricardo's throat, he just might be able to go resolve that Revel in Runeblood for 1 more turn.
4 life, 3 cards to work with on the side of Neeraj, coming in with that chip now representing 25% of Ricardo's total health, plus the blood debt of 3 on the next turn if he can't clear anything out of his banish.
So this is lethal, essentially.
Yeah.
If Ricardo just passes back, 1 damage comes through. I think Ricardo sees the writing on the wall, knows that if he is going to win this game, he's got to do it on the next turn cycle. Neeraj, however, coming in for 2 go again. Ricardo's not dead yet. Might just want to see what else is left for Neeraj. No flick knives to speak of, so he doesn't have to worry about that cheeky piece of equipment closing this game out before he's had his last word.
Yeah, a couple kind of misplaced throughout the game, and all of them fell in the favor of Ricardo. But despite that, Neeraj just fighting his way through. Looks like he's going to take the game. All that's left to do is play the final turn. 4 blood debt in the banish zone with Ricardo at 1 life. Neeraj has 13 life to work with. Surely this is the end.
Ricardo does have an eloquent eulogy, though, which does mean that he'll be able to send an attack here. Machinations of Dominion into eloquent eulogy. 4 overpower go again with a rune chant as well. And then Ricardo will be able to close the combat chain, play out Revel in Runeblood, and send a Deathly Wail. I just don't see the numbers working out, though, Michael.
Yeah, that's not 13 plus whatever Neeraj is blocking with.
Neeraj blocking out the rune chant. 2 cards, however, committed on the Eloquent Eulogy.
Just playing it safe. Doesn't want to give Ricardo the go again if that's what he was relying on. Oh, already had go again.
That's right. Because that's how Machinations of Dominion reads. Revel in Runeblood, the card that just hit the combat chain, though, reads, generate 4 rune chant tokens. Cast this only if you have played both a non-attack and an attack this turn. Ricardo extends the fist bump, though, knows that it's just not enough damage. He did have his last laugh and sent as many rune chants as possible, but it is Neeraj Satav who reigns supreme on Arakni Marionette. All of a sudden, the context of the assassins in our top 8 has completely changed, and suddenly Mario can be the one to take this one down.
Wow, that was a grind. Masterfully played by Neeraj. He knew exactly what his game plan was and got in there and executed it masterfully.
From turn 0, he was planning to play the long game, and to be fair, Ricardo did get him down, I believe, to 2 cards left in deck. So it wasn't an obvious conclusion to the game that Ricardo was going to get fatigued out. It's
no, absolutely. In fact, there was a turn where the new block card that banishes and puts one on top.
Call for backup.
Call for backup. That was banished as a rune, the Vynnset hero ability. If that was blocked with, that's 2 extra cards to work with. Very interesting inclusion, and I can see how that can really, really help in the fatigue matchups.
Well, we'll let Ricardo lick his wounds and count his purple circles as we proceed on to round 6, the final of Swiss here at the AGE Open Series in New England. Don't go anywhere. There's more upsets, more blowouts, and more flesh and blood coming your way right after this.
It was the clash of the Shadow Heroes, but up next we've got the clash of the Daniels as we see Slippy face off against, was it Dio? Sorry,
No, Puffin.
Excuse me, the other mechanologist, Puffin. I'm Michael Murray. I'm joined here with my co-caster, Bryce Platts, and excited to bring you round 6 of Arcane Games and Events East, hosted at none other than Great Stories Comics and Games.
No, close.
Grave Troll
close, but no
Games. Grave Troll. Thank you.
Sorry, Grave Troll. We will flash your name up in front of the screen so that nobody gets confused. Yeah, we're at Grave Troll Games in Nashua, New Hampshire at the moment, and we're gearing up for round 6 of Swiss. You mentioned the Battle of the Daniels, one of which we have a player profile for. This is Daniel Flavin. Don't let his picture fool you. He's a tall, fun-loving nerd, just like the rest of us, despite the fact that he's got some knockoff pit vipers for all to see right there.
Looks like he's about to go skiing.
Without a doubt. He hails from Righteous Gaming. If you have been paying attention at callings all year round, you know that Tyler from Righteous Gaming is one of our very awesome vendors that seem to be showing up this way and that. I had the opportunity to hang out with him in São Paulo when I was there for the calling. Really great guy. The inside joke that Daniel Flavin loves from his locals is Codex of Frequency.
I don't get it, but
I don't
love
either.
it.
But I'm sure it's really hilarious. He
Once
also
they
loves
fill us in.
pancakes. And if you've been watching the AG circuit abound, you know that he also loves cranking cogs. And that's exactly what he's going to be doing here today for us.
You got to. Puffin is currently my favorite mechanologist. I do love Dash.io, but man, Puffin with the parrot, so cool.
Puffin with the parrot is going to be taking on Arakni Slip Through the Cracks. So let's go ahead and see how it all shakes out. Daniel Cole is the challenger on the left side of your screen. Both players are X and 2. At this point, though, we're pretty sure that the Gem Gods can only favor one of these players. Daniel Flavin is currently at the 13th seed. Daniel Cole, however, is sitting at 8th at the moment, which means that he could be the lowest seeded 4-2 to make it in if he can get through the crank master Daniel Flavin.
Yeah, unlikely. I think that Daniel Flavin makes it in even with a win, but we will have to wait and see. It's always possible. 4-2 is good enough, but only half the 4-2s that make it will make the cut.
So far, it's looking pretty standard as far as the loadout goes from Daniel Flavin. Starting this game off, 40 plays 38. As Arakni Slip Through the Cracks starts at a 2 life deficit from what is typical. Looks like Daniel Flavin is on the play here. He is known, at least in the AG circuit, as sporting a no-boost Puffin list. He really likes to mix in pirate cards here and there, and also a couple just normal mainstay high-efficiency cards like this E-Strike that hits the combat chain now.
I do like that.
40 plays 38. Buff power is the chosen mode. Up to 7 goes that Enlightened Strike. Daniel probably just trying to filter his way into resource cards, especially because he's got himself, if I'm not mistaken, a Conqueror of the High Seas ready to deploy on a later turn. Shelter from the Storm, Sink Below in hand now to cover up the onslaught of Daniel Cole.
Going second means tempo is in the favor of this Arakni Slip Through the Cracks, and starting things off with the Bonds of Agony is a very difficult way to start this game. You see Daniel smiling a little bit like, oh, I have to deal with this already.
But deal with it. He's probably happy to on this turn because he's got 2 defense reactions in the hand. If you have to deal with it, you might as well have the tools in order to shrug it off.
Yeah, that is a very helpful hand to have, staring down the barrel of what is arguably the strongest card in the Slippy deck.
But Slippy doesn't have access to any attack reactions in the hand. So this is definitely just a bluff from Daniel Cole. Daniel Flavin sniffs it out. Says no blocks and only takes 1 damage for all of his troubles. Daniel Cole then follows up with a Command and Conquer, something that is way more fearsome than a Bonds of Agony with no attack reactions.
Yeah, not what you want to see when your hand is filled with defense reactions. So now Daniel will be priced into blocking with the only cards that do anything in his hand or lose his arsenal.
Definitely doesn't want to be doing the latter of those options because the arsenal established on turn 0 was Conqueror of the High Seas. But if he wants to protect it, it begs the question, what the heck do you do with the rest of this turn?
I don't know that he has the resources to support playing it this turn, so maybe just giving it up is the right play, but that's a lot of damage and losing the arsenal too. And he decides to instead block with one of the cards that does something from hand and send the equipment that he's got on board.
Unicycle blocked with there, as well as Cogworks Tinker Rings, which is going to generate a golden cog token. Daniel has the opportunity to crank it, but decides not to, instead letting that steam counter expire on his turn, and hopefully saving it for a later day.
A blue and a red is a nice pairing here, despite not getting the full value of the Conqueror. A 7 is still a break point that threatens the arsenal, which is a little bit better than Conqueror, or I'm sorry, than CNC in that sense.
Concealed Blade in the hand for Daniel Cole. I do see a Kiss of Death, a Justin Nick, and also a Mark of the Black Widow. Once again, kind of starved, or hitting those, quote-unquote Runeblade hands is Daniel Cole. Doesn't have the right recipe of attack reactions and stealth attacks.
Yeah, both players coming out a little weak out the gates, really just jostling for position, jostling for the ability to find that really good 5-card hand and saving their defensive tools as they get their way there.
Which one of them can jostle their way out of the issue, though, and be known as Jalin? I'll see myself out. Kiss of Death is the first attack on this combat chain for Daniel Cole. 3 go again. Threatens much more. And Daniel has the question asked of him, do you dare block it and give yourself up to a potential Tarantula Toxin?
And just goes and blocks with 2 block cards from hand, which, not a bad use of them.
2 Pinion Sentries, both of which generating golden cogs.
That is a nice use of that, actually.
Also means that Flavin gets to crank both of them and draw a card. So effectively only blocked with 1 card there. Drew up an Eye of Ophidia, though, which is fantastic considering the fact that Daniel Cole is coming in with an Art of Desire Mind, trying to banish blue cards off the top of Daniel's deck. Daniel just cashing in those freshly generated cogs for extra defensive value, and he's happy he did so, because now he's blocking 4 on 6 after Justin Nick hits the combat chain.
And we know that his arsenal is a defense reaction, too, so if he wanted to, he could just play that out and does it. Wait, is that a Sigil? No, that's a Sink Below. Thought that was a Solace for a moment. The art on the new one is interesting.
Daniel covers all that damage, and even though we are 3 turns into this game, very little blood has been spilled. 39 plays 37, currently in the favor of Puffin Hightail. He's got 2 cards in hand. And the dream of stopping Daniel Cole's rush to the top 8 in its tracks. I have Ophidia pitch for a Command and Conquer. Daniel Flavin gets to spy a cog in the machine on the top of the deck. Almost assuredly going to hold on to that one.
It's a good card. Definitely enables a lot of Puffin's game plan. You need those cogs. Of course, no arsenal for Daniel Cole means this is a pretty safe, no blocks if he likes the texture of his hand. Doesn't look like he does, though, and would rather get the value out of blocking. Still just playing a very defensive game on both ends.
37 plays 39. Back over to Daniel Cole. Art of Desire Body. There's been a lot of creating art out of Desire on Daniel's side of the board. He's seen, I believe, 3 copies of Art of Desire Mind and 2 of Body at this point. Can't really chalk it up to a shuffling error because we haven't done deck checks as of yet.
Yeah, and once again, Daniel has the D-React in hand, which insulates him from a potential attack reaction off the back of this.
Daniel has found himself first copy of Palantir Aeronaut, but without a good way to generate cogs.
Well, he's got the cog in the machine too, right?
Does need the resources at the same time. He is red flooded at the moment, my friend.
True, but having the ability to draw off the back of that cog in the machine is a nice way around that, as Daniel utilizes that defense reaction excellently to prevent any types of shenanigans. No draw off the top.
So Daniel could go digging here. Looks like he is. Fiendel's Spring Tunic into cog in the machine. Going to generate 2 golden cog tokens, likely cranking both of them so that he can draw an additional card, hopefully one that can pay for the Palantir Aeronaut in hand. If he's able to do just that, then he'll be able to fire it off for full thrice per turn instant potential, thanks to that unicycle, which has already gained defensive value.
Yeah, it should be good no matter what, unless he draws like a burn bear. But
that would literally be illegal.
Yeah.
The drawn card
Finds
is a Cogwork Zeppelin.
Looked like a yellow, which again, a red, yellow, or blue, I think are all about the same in the spot.
I do hope for his sake that it is a yellow.
A little bit of lag on the
Daniel I think it was just a Spitfire shot. We are dealing with a technical issue on our overhead camera for the moment. So that implies to me that Cogwork Zeppelin drawn was yet another red. So all Daniel can do is fire off the rifle and hope that Daniel Cole can't do too much on his turn. We're going to do some fancy footwork here, folks, and see if we can keep our eye on the action. This is a 6 go again, I believe, that Daniel Cole is representing. I would imagine it was 3. I don't know of any 0 for 6s in the Arakni arsenal.
Could it have been off the back of the Orb Weaver?
Maybe if it went into the arsenal. Yeah, it's a Bonds of Attraction.
Okay.
So, but no. Yes, there is an Orb Weaver Spinneret in Daniel Cole's graveyard, so that is exactly what happened, Michael. Orb Weaver Spinneret plus Bonds of Attraction in the red does equal 6. Daniel also able to get a little bit of life gain there off of the on-hit of Bonds of Attraction. The follow-up, coming in for 4, that signals to me leave no witnesses.
I have to agree with you there. And Daniel still has some cogs. If he's got the ability to blow up one of those cogs to buff his defense, that could be a clean block, but it's not look. We're going to pause real quick as our team takes a look at that camera. Thank you to our team over in the East.
That would be Stream Tech Jesse Harper, the man pretty much everybody in the Flesh and Blood community knows as Talishar Lexi guy. He popularized, I think it was a blitz list of Talishar, the Lost Prince, piloted with Lexi. I think with things like Frost Fangs and other nasty on-hits here and there. So shout out to Jesse, who is also a Riptide Chad. Almost made day 2 of the calling in Kansas City on that oft-overlooked hero.
That build does sound like something a Riptide player would put together.
He wasn't a Riptide back then.
It almost sounds to me like he pioneered the first Riptide build based on what you just described. Before Riptide was a hero, Riptide existed in the heart of Lexi.
I think Jesse would take heart at that. He would take it as a compliment. That is for darn sure.
Sure.
So as we try to figure out exactly what is going on with our technical side of things, we can also talk about what is to come for AGE. I should mention once again, I do have a new episode of a podcast out that's Cardboard and Beyond, available to you on the AGE YouTube channel, Spotify, and also Apple Podcasts. Our latest episode is entitled Cosplay for the Soul, where I talk all things cosplay and all things life in general with Rachel Stoddard, also known as Max Ferocity. This show is all about intimate conversations with folks in the Flesh and Blood world. It'll be questions and comments that you can't get anywhere else. We're going to delve exactly into the humans behind the cardboard, and that's what we like to talk about on Cardboard and Beyond. We're going into the top 8 cut just after this, so maybe we should take a look at our top 16 standings for AGE New England. You've seen a couple players on stream today on this very leaderboard, Michael. Can you spot them?
Yeah, I think we've seen Connor Bryant play, Elyse Symmes, Noah Beygelman. Lots of people on this list were on camera before us. Ricardo Rua showed up for a moment.
Timothy Grant as well, and Connor Bryant from the Runaways, who was piloting Dash.io in a previous match. I believe Connor has worked his way into the top 8 bracket. Timothy Grant possibly falling just a little bit short despite bringing Miss Seismic Impact to the fray. Jacques Carlson was in the room, Jacques No Block Carlson,
Hey,
if you'll remember.
Jacques No Block. Let's go.
That is Jacques No Block. I do have to tell a quick story about Jacques because I saw him at Calling Kansas City.
Oh,
And on day one, he comes up to me. He's like, Bryce, I want to show you something.
Yeah?
I said, okay. He starts unbuttoning his shirt. I was like, whoa, okay, let's
a
take a
great
pause
start
here.
to a
But
day.
no, it was an amazing payoff because he opens it up and he shows off that his girlfriend made a collage of pictures of him, and right across the chest it says No Block Jacques Carlson.
Let's go.
It was absolutely incredible. I said, you must show that on stream.
That is a
if you make the top 8
fantastic
cut.
shirt, man. So cool.
Yeah. So shout out to Jacques No Block Carlson. So happy you were in the room today. So sad we didn't get to see you on stream. I believe he was piloting Gravy Bones.
Okay.
A deck that has really fallen from grace despite tying for the top representation in the room.
It really feels like the Slippy show today. I gotta say, out of nowhere, the Arakni slip through the cracks are just pummeling everybody.
The assassins are definitely assimilated into the metagame without a doubt. You gotta also mention Neeraj on Arakni Marionette as well. It's not just one flavor of assassin that is doing particularly well in this current meta.
And I gotta say, I don't think he resolved the Bonds of Agony, so still a good class without that card.
Without a doubt. We are going to proceed back to the match area. Everything technical has been taken care of, ladies and gentlemen. So back to the action we go. The Battle of the Daniels is on once again. And yes, it was a Leave No Witnesses resolved after the Bonds of Attraction. So 4 damage, threatening Arsenal disruption here is Daniel Cole versus Daniel Flavin.
Still 4 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal to work with. No block on the equipment means that Daniel will choose to put 2 cards down on the combat chain to prevent losing that arsenal.
One of which is Lone Shark, one of those cards that is a bit of a bummer to have to run, especially when there are other pirates in the meta, looking at you, Gravy Bones, that just generate gold so seamlessly and easily while enacting their normal game plan. Daniel Flavin cleaning up some golden cogs at the beginning of the turn, only got a card in hand and 1 in arsenal. Both players maintaining very defensive postures in the early stages of this game.
And activating Puffin with the 1 and only gold on the board at the moment, plus the Polycranka. This is quite an early activation of that Polycranka, so likely going to be targeted by a dagger next turn and cleared out. Really just trying to filter and do something a little bit better than what this hand currently has to offer. Drawing up, I didn't see what it was, but it looks like it's about to be played. The Dovetail.
A fantastic card right here. Cogworks Dovetail comes in for 5 as a thrice per turn instant. Can tap a cog 3 times. Tap separate cogs 3 times to give Cogworks Dovetail +1 or go again. Also, on hit, untap all cogs that you control.
Oh.
Daniel Flavin, a little cog starved compared to what I normally see from him, especially because he hasn't had the space to resolve any of those copper cogs that he's been finding here and there. You'll see that this is the second one making its way to the pitch zone.
Yeah, if Daniel had 3 cogs to work with right now, he would have the absolute nuts, the Palantir in hand, but that card falls so short when all you have to work with is 1 cog.
Daniel giving maximum respect here. Daniel Cole, I should say, because we have 2 Daniels in this match. Go again conferred by the Golden Cog. Unfortunately, no on hit there from the Cogworks Dovetail, so Golden Cog is going to remain tapped, and Cogworks Dovetail is going to be lacking an on hit thereby.
Yeah, potential unicycle into go again from the Zeppelin into maybe 2 extra damage. I don't know if I love that, but it is a way to extend the turn a little bit. But Daniel Cole covers up most of it with the sink below, and Daniel Flavin decides not to overcommit here and just goes to the arsenal.
2 damage sinks in, which means Palantir Aeronaut is going to hit the arsenal.
Oh, did I speak too soon? Is Daniel still thinking? Flavin, that is.
Seeing if he is going to put a little bit of Flavin flavor on this turn and activate the unicycle in order to generate another cog. Get his action point back and crack off a shot with Spitfire.
The temptation was there, but I do like holding back a little bit. You need to keep your pieces around. Having already committed the Polycranka means you are running low on those sip pieces.
Sipping is Daniel Cole at the lifeblood of Polly Kranka, who hits the graveyard, unfortunately succumbing to the might of Mark of the Black Widow. Probably plenty of damage to kill the Krankenbird. And another copy of Palantir Aeronaut in the hand for Daniel Flavin. Where are his resources? It's Cogworks Dovetail, a red defense reaction, and Loan Shark is the only thing that can fuel this turn. Daniel instead resolving Loan Shark, getting himself 2 gold tokens, one of which on this turn can be converted into a golden cog thanks to the Puffin Hightail ability.
I will say that 1 cog is miles better than 0 in this spot, so that's a slight upside, a slight out, but certainly not the ceiling that Daniel Flavin is hoping to see as he just goes ahead and pitches to the Palantir Aeronaut.
Pitching also his other copy of Palantir Aeronaut and the Cogworks Dovetail in hand, which means that Daniel is doing a full setup and get ready for an onslaught kind of turn. Palantir Aeronaut comes in for 6, and that's all it's going to be on this turn. Normally, you can expect it to do some blocking card or even equipment destruction, but in this case, it's the absolute floor of this card, especially because Daniel Flavin was forced to pitch 2 reds.
Yeah, 4 card 6, of course, the value of the gold has not yet been realized, so a little bit more than that with the Loan Shark on the board as well, but that was a little rough. We see Daniel Cole opting to block still, so playing a very defensive game plan here into the Puffin. I wonder if there's a fatigue angle or if this is just Daniel Cole's cards also not quite lining up on offense.
Both players really clunking their way through into the mid game, but I dare say we're at a prolonged early game. Neither player having established a real engine of damage, or in Daniel Flavin's case, coggy board states.
I really like that call out. We talked about how they were jostling for position early on turn 1, 2, and 3, blocking and jostling, and it's just not stopped. They just keep jostling for that position and trying to deal with a little bit of brick, I think, on both sides.
Shelter from the Storm and Pinion Sentry are going to shore up all of the damage from Art of Desire Body plus Razor's Edge. 34 plays 33 here. We are almost 20 minutes into this game. Both players still sit above 30 life. I've heard of plenty of grindy end states, but grindy early states, Michael, that is not usually the way the game of Flesh and Blood is played.
Especially not with these 2 heroes. I think of them both as aggressively slanted. I know they have defensive capabilities, but that's really all we've seen.
Leave no witnesses. A little bit of an inane on hit here because Daniel Flavin does not have an arsenal after Shelter from the Storm does its work on the previous chain link.
And we see 2 scrap cards come out.
That would be Galvanize.
Sorry, Galvanize, thank you. 2 Galvanize cards come out with no golden cogs. So needing to give up an entire gold just to stop that damage, not what Daniel Flavin wants to be doing on this Puffin. And also leaving a golden Skywarden in hand. At least it pays for this Palantir Aeronaut, but a meager 2 card 6 once again.
Not great. Daniel Flavin probably setting up for hitting that pitch stack if he can, because if you'll remember, there is another copy of Palantir Aeronaut and a Cogworks Dovetail lying in wait, pitched with a couple of blues surrounding them. So there is plenty more gas left in the tank, but Daniel's got to get there.
Interesting choice to create the cog here just to pump by 1 damage, maybe by 2 if there's a unicycle coming in. I don't fully understand the timing on that because it could have been paired with something like a copper cog on a later turn to draw the card. But it seems to me like Daniel Flavin is just, honestly, he seems a little frustrated making a play like this.
Yeah, and it's hard not to be frustrated when, I mean, we've seen firsthand how Daniel's deck usually works when it is humming. In this case, it is absolutely not. Little bit of damage gets through here. Daniel Cole sitting at 27. Now Flavin has the life lead, but loses a little bit of that installation that he just bought because Loan Shark will cost him 2 life.
Here we have another dovetail in hand with no cogs to speak of. This is a spot where I think I would have rather had the gold on the table than the 1 damage on the Palantir.
Kiss of Death coming in. 3 go again. Take up the mantle.
Ugh.
Paired with the Flick Knives activation. Hunter's Clave seeks Daniel's eye and marks him on the way. And of course, it's Bonds of Agony chosen out of the graveyard. Going to do some dirty work alongside a just a nick out of the hand. Daniel Cole playing so patiently up until this point and finally finds the exact Exodia kind of hand for this Bonds of Agony to do some serious blowout.
Yeah, lined it all up. And I guess by all, I just mean just a nick along with take up the mantle. But that's a lot. And Daniel Flavin only has the 1 D-React to try to filter.
Oh, and it's such a bummer, too, because Cogworks Dovetail is in the hand for Daniel Flavin.
I think it might be his 3rd copy, so if that
It
gets
is.
taken, it's sort of whatever.
Well, 1 was in the pitch stack with the Palantir
Oh, that's
Aeronaut.
a good point. So no more pitch stack even because it will be shuffled.
Oh, and Daniel is forced to take it down to 22. Bonds of Agony, showing exactly why it is on the ban radar for some folks in the world of Wraith. Daniel Cole having a gander. What is in the hand? There's also a copper cog. Daniel could decide to take 3 cogs out of the deck, but you might as well take the cog benefactor rather than the cog itself.
Actually eyeing the soup up for a moment here. Maybe choosing that knowing how weak of a turn it would be to have to 2-card 5 with the dovetail.
I think if the chosen card is soup up, then Daniel likely will just establish a copper cog, don't crank it, and pocket the Cogworks Dovetail for later.
It does make sense to me. Daniel Cole still choosing, looking through the graveyard, trying to figure out what the right choice is here.
Mr. Cole thumbing the Cogworks Dovetail. It almost assuredly is the choice here.
I feel like he's just maybe overvaluing. No, does reach for really indecisive. Always hard as the assassin player. You have to know each deck in and out, know every card and its value as if it were your own deck.
So much jostling this way and that, both in the turn cycles themselves and also in the decision which card to banish off of Bonds of Agony.
Coming
Daniel.
down to 30 minutes left on the clock.
Chosen card seems to be Copper Cog after all.
Wow.
Mr. Cole is going to be able to find 3 cogs out of the deck. Or excuse me, two copper cogs out of the deck. Doesn't even really take a gander through the deck of Daniel Flavin. Is happy to just remove those cogs and say, I think I got you figured out. I know what's lurking in there for me.
You know, after seeing how cog-starved Daniel Flavin has been up to this point, I can see the temptation to pull that copper cog and just say, I like it when you don't have any cogs. Why don't I pull some more out of your deck and just keep starving you of that critical resource you need to do overrate things?
Cogworks Dovetail, the 2nd copy, is just blocking an infect here. Certainly not the ceiling of that card. The thing that makes Puffin sing is all of these airboats that have come in to the Mechanologist card pool, courtesy of the high seas. In this case, just blocking 3. It's a really rough thing to see if you're a fan of Puffin Hightail.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is not how Daniel built the deck to be drawn up.
Soup up, though, it's going to be an efficient 1-card 4 here.
Funnily enough, the lack of cogs actually makes this a lot less efficient than it normally would be. I think of this card as a 1-card 6 when I play it because it's usually followed up by that Spitfire, but no cogs means it's 2 value under what it's designed to be in this deck.
Daniel Cole has himself yet another copy of Bonds of Agony. I think a Justinic in the hand as well.
Yikes.
Is that also a Razor's Edge? There's a Persuasive Prognosis. The fact that he's not firing off the Bonds of Agony. Makes me think that the hand isn't as powerful as I originally thought. And there's your answer. Orb Weaver Spinneret. Means Daniel Cole gets to generate a new kind of knife, Graphene Callistra, in the weapon zone.
Yeah, it looks like a Bonds and a Razor's Edge along with the Prognosis. So could flick Razor's Edge and Black Tech Whispers to turn on the Bonds. It is a potential line.
23 plays 22 here, and Daniel Cole leaving the Bonds of Agony at home. Persuasive Prognosis comes in for 4 go again. Perhaps thinking that he can buy out a blocking card here, send Bonds of Agony in the second chain link in order to really put Daniel in the dust. Also, perhaps a way to coax out all of the blocking cards in hand from Daniel Flavin.
Yeah, this seems like he's hoping for Daniel to lay down 2 cards here and then hit him with the Bonds of Agony in the follow-up. But no, it looks like, yikes, Daniel's just going to take the banish, take the risk, I should say. Still needs to hit the card off. Oh, no, he has a...
That is a Shelter from the Storm in hand. So Daniel has the opportunity to discard it. He does.
Yeah.
Preventing 3 instances of 1 damage for the remainder of this turn, one of which is right here on the Persuasive Prognosis. Daniel Cole now has the opportunity to get over the top with Razor's Edge and really punish this play.
He could play it here, or he could save it for the Bonds. So a lot of lines all in the hand, even with only 2 cards there.
I love this play. Daniel Cole showing Persuasive Prognosis, yes, but also Persuasive Patience. Comes in 4-4. Daniel Flavin only gives him 1 card, and he says, I'm happy as long as that on hit goes through, which thereby coaxed Daniel Flavin into blocking out the rest of that damage by discarding the Shelter from the Storm, thereby relinquishing the 1 opportunity he had to stuff this Razor's Edge play. Really smart stuff from Daniel Cole.
Yeah, love that sequencing. And we see a blue off the top, which does not affect the hand of Daniel Flavin. A lucky break.
2 cards revealed here. Soup Up and Golden Sky Warden. Golden Sky Warden, another card that really works, but only on defense.
Yeah, and sending the Soup Up, sending the Sky Warden to Arsenal, that's like the worst card you can put in there as Puffin. One of the worst.
Daniel Flavin is one to run pummels, though, and Golden Sky Warden is a viable pummel target with 2 blues. Another Kiss of Death to start off this turn for Slippery Mr. Cole. Backing it up is a Razor's Edge in hand and a Codex of Frailty. I believe the card that made its way into Daniel Cole's arsenal is a Bonds of Agony. So could be a little difficult to deploy Codex of Frailty here. Does have access to both Black Tech Whispers and Flick Knives. So Bonds of Agony can absolutely be turned on this turn.
Yeah, Daniel Flavin has a block card and a galvanized card, but nothing to galvanize on the board.
Pascal Wing says Flavin's hand was so bad he couldn't even make it worse with the Persuasive Prognosis.
Yeah.
Definitely not the way we normally see it shake out for Daniel Flavin.
No.
He is a monster on this deck normally. But man, I can count on one hand the number of cogs that have been generated.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's like 5.
Probably about 5 to 10 short of where Daniel Flavin wants to be.
Yeah. This is the kind of game where after it's over, I'm flicking through my deck like, where are they?
Bonds of Agony looking to buy 2 cards here. A Soup Up and a Sunken Treasure for Daniel Flavin.
Only blocking 5, basically saying any reaction gets you over the top.
Because after all is said and done, Daniel Cole will only be coming in for 7 if he decides to activate the 2 reactions he has on board and also the one he has in hand, which would be huge for him. If Daniel Flavin was able to sniff out exactly what was in the hand of Mr. Cole, he would know that the Black Tech Whispers are going to get some serious value here.
Yeah, the codex in this spot is insane. Oh, just passes?
A curious choice from Daniel Cole.
Was it not a
Were we
Razor's
wrong
Edge?
about Razor's Edge?
It must be, right?
I see now a shred.
Right. It must not have been a Razor's Edge. That's the only explanation.
Yeah, I don't know if it would have been held back if that was the case.
Yeah.
Back over to Daniel Flavin, who's got some cogs. Casters be damned. I'm going to get these gears going. Copper cog plus golden cog equals a card drawn thanks to the Puffin Hightail ability, but it's just a Spitfire to follow up. Sure, it's for 3, but card drawn was Cogworks Workshop. And another Bonds of Agony out of the hand of Daniel Cole. Even he is upset to see it.
His apologies, his condolences given across the table as Daniel Flavin has to deal with this for what feels like 3 turns in a row.
Apologies and condolences, but the life totals do tell a different story. 19 plays 15. Granted, we haven't seen the full potential of Daniel Cole's 5-card hand. That is sure to come.
Yeah, if Daniel Flavin can walk away from this one unscathed, it'd be a miracle.
Soup Up and Goldwing Turbine are going to block.
7.
That's a total of 7
Yeah.
on this Bonds of Agony.
It's an important breakpoint, one of the many you need to be aware of.
But no, Daniel Cole says it is go time. He has flicked a Graphene Calycera. 1 damage comes across to Daniel Flavin, who descends down to 14. Razor's Edge, yes, we called it right, was placed in the arsenal after the last turn. So it's 7 go again now. Also a shred on this combat chain. So now only blocking 4 on 7 is Daniel Flavin, who's about to take the second Bonds of Agony hit this game.
Silver Lining only taking 3 damage, not the 17 that we saw at the calling.
No defense reactions to speak of, so Daniel Flavin knows what he has to do, just doesn't want to do it. 4 damage comes across there. 19 plays 11 now, as Daniel Flavin is forced to reveal the hand. It's yet another Copper Cog and a Cogworks Workshop. Daniel Cole has the opportunity to remove 3 more Copper Cogs from the deck of Daniel Flavin. Says enough is enough, though. It's Cogworks Workshop this time.
I mean, Cogworks Workshop is a better Copper Cog. So in a sense, he's doing the same thing, but better.
Daniel Cole now really taking a look through the deck as he's kind of forced to. The Copper Cogs aren't going to be, the Cogworks Workshops aren't going to be nearly as easy to come by as the Copper Cogs.
And Daniel Flavin's weakness only growing as those cogs continue to fail to hit the board. Finally saw 2, galvanized 1, down to 1. At least this one will stick around for a while thanks to the 2 steam counters left on it. But now we've got the Codex of Frailty and the Leave No Witness, and Daniel Flavin only has 1 card left in hand. So unless he wants to give up the Tunic and this card, assuming it's a
Copper
3 block.
Cog.
Oh, right. It's a Copper Cog. Doesn't block. Bye-bye Arsenal. Honestly, fine. It's a very, very bad Arsenal. You don't like to take the damage, but getting rid of that Golden Skywarden is fine.
Also a Cogworks Zeppelin off the top for the Leave No Witnesses on hit trigger. This is an absolute bloodbath if you're a fan of Puffin Hightail. 4 plays 19, and all Daniel Flavin can do is establish another Copper Cog. No, indeed, he's going to hold on to that even and just swing a Spitfire for a measly 1.
Ouch.
Puffin Hightail, normally a crack shot, has been made frail by just a book. Nevertheless, Daniel Cole still donates a card to the cause. It's a red infect. Perhaps a little flooded on stealth attacks here. I do see a Mark of the Black Widow in hand. Leave No Witnesses, and yet another pick up the point. Mark of the Black Widow is the way he's going to lead it off here, though. 3 go again. And Daniel Flavin has found himself 2 Golden Skywardens in the hand, but no Golden Cogs to use them with.
Yeah, I mean, He could galvanize the one copper cog to make a gold, but what are we even accomplishing at that point? Removing a cog with a steam counter to make a cog with a steam counter is, or without one rather.
I don't think he even gets the gold token at that point. It has to be a golden cog, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right, actually. Yeah, it would just confer the +1 block, so that would be a great play.
Not ideal, but I think if you were to ask Daniel Flavin, he would say there's next to nothing that has been ideal this game.
No, things have not fallen his way as Daniel Cole just played a very efficient defensive game, and for the few turns that things did line up, just sprinted ahead in the life lead.
It did seem like both of these players were jockeying for position, kind of circling the ring, feeling each other out for a long period of time, but Daniel Flavin ended up being the person to draw just too many awkward hands. He did have one thing going for him, and that is that Daniel Cole was stumbling this way and that. All reaction hands, all stealth attack hands, but just couldn't make use of any of the tempo that he had. And by the time he found useful hands, it was Bonds of Agony time and time again.
Yeah, and here we see Daniel Flavin putting 5 block in front. I'm very curious if he's going to galvanize something just on the off chance that there is a reaction. And it does look like, pointing at that copper cog, Daniel Flavin is cashing that one in for just the block value, +1 conferred to that Golden Sky Warden. And no reactions means a little bit of a waste.
Second copy of Conqueror of the High Seas is blocking on a pick up the point. Golden Sky Warden. Plus the Fiendel Spring Tunic shores up all the damage from Leave No Witnesses, but the damage has certainly been done. Maybe not to the life total, but to the morale and also to the hand of Daniel Flavin, who all he can do, play out that copper cog and pass.
And this Puffin Hightail has fallen overboard and is treading water right now, just blocking with every card in his hand, sending a measly 2. Daniel might even just block this out, showing us that he's more than happy to commit cards that aren't effective on offense to just keep that life total high and not take any chances with leaking damage when he doesn't have to.
He's got one that is worth 0 on offense in the form of Sink Below, but it might be able to fix the hand a little bit if Daniel Cole should need it. Looks like there's no trigger, though.
Yeah. Could still be thinking as Daniel Flavin looks through the graveyard, or could be happy with a hand. I see a Take Up the Mantle, which how could you not be happy with that hand, right?
Elsewise, there's an Orbweaver Spinneret, and Daniel immediately extends the fist bump. That is it. That's all the punishment that he can take. Plus, there are so many items in the hand and a pummel.
His hand just didn't block. He drew it up and was like, yep, today was not my day. This game was not my game. He knew that he couldn't stop the oncoming damage with only 2 block in hand, and that was all she wrote.
So definitely not the best showing of Puffin Hightail, but that does mean that Daniel Cole will get his day in the sun. Thumbs up, ladies and gentlemen. You see it from him first. Top 8 contention is coming his way, which means that we are going to be flooded with Arakni slip through the cracks, who have not slipped just into the hunted set, but also into intense meta contention here at Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what the breakout is, but it just feels like all of the Slippies made it into the top 8 and the Marionette. We have an assassin-heavy top 8.
So if we talk about conversion, Arakni slipped through the cracks. I want to say it's 3 copies that have made it into the top 8. Gravy Bones, however, just going to be 1 if I've been following the pairings properly. Also going to have an Oscilio up there, and I forget what else is in the mix. Yeah, the Arakni Marionette, who could be feasting because he has 2 hero abilities whenever he's going up against Arakni slip through the cracks, when you think about it.
Yeah, no, it's an extremely, extremely good... I won't say it's a perfectly 100% matchup, but the few times I have seen the Slippy versus Marionette, it looked bad for the Slippy.
The issue, however, is that when Arakni Marionette goes to what a lot of people are now considering the optimal build, the optimal 80, it's very knife-centric, right? And the Arakni slip through the cracks hero ability is only going to affect attacks with stealth. So maybe an older version of Arakni Marionette would be better suited in this case. That being said, Neeraj seems like the guy to get it done. He seemed stalwart in the face of a lot of rune chants from Ricardo Rua.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to seeing how those matches pair out. Did I hear interview? Are we doing that? Yeah.
We got ourselves
Okay.
an interview next with our winner, who is, of course, Daniel Cole. The Battle of the Daniels has been concluded, and we'll talk to the winner in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. More of that and more Flesh and Blood after this.
Welcome back, folks. I am joined here with the winner of round 6, Daniel. Sorry, can you remind me of your last name? Cole. There we go.
I was Daniel Cole.
Yeah, Daniel
the better
Cole.
Daniel.
Coming in, winning the game on Arakni. How you feeling?
Good. I bonzed 4 turns in a row, and I was going to do it a 5th turn in a row if you let me play the 5th turn. So, doesn't feel much better than that.
Yeah, the bonds were coming in clutch for you. It seemed like maybe early on you weren't drawing so well. We didn't get a great look at your early hands, but we did notice a lot of blocking. Can you walk us through the choice to block?
Yeah, there wasn't I didn't have a lot of good lines, and I was aware that he might go for the fatigue. One turn I was playing around a pummel because he'd played a friend of mine, and I knew he was playing pummel, and I saw the floating too, and I had a sink, so I was like, I might as well just play around it. I know that my deck does a lot more damage than his deck, so I can afford to play slow until it looks like I might fatigue, and then also keep enough of a life lead that if I need to pivot out of the fatigue, I can just take damage over and over again. And
Yeah.
also I knew that I hadn't played any codexes. I know I hadn't seen Take Up the Mantle, so I was I know all my power cards are coming, so I don't need to try to push boring vanilla damage when I can start ripping his hand later when it lines up. Also my first turn was my first 2 turns were 6 blues, so I was okay, I know most of my blues are not going to be just muddying my hands up.
Yeah, the way that we kind of saw it play out was the first couple turns you were really jostling for position, and then the next couple, and then the next couple. And it seemed like it went on, I would call it early game lasted almost 5, maybe even 6 turns where you were both staying above 30 life, not really making any huge moves in either direction.
Yeah.
But once
I think it also helped that
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, it helped that literally yesterday I was just testing Puffin. I just think it's a cool deck, and
Yeah.
I was this deck is not smooth, so I know that if I just give him space, he'll just have a hand he can't play, and then I can take the tempo. So I think that also made me confident to just play defensively.
Yeah, and it seemed to work out really well for you. You mentioned that you played a little bit of Puffin, and so you must know what the highs and lows of that deck are. Did you notice anything on your opponent's side of the board that looked a little bit off?
No, I mean I laugh because the highs of the deck, in theory, feel so good because you see every item and you're this item basically meet raids do this and draw a card.
Yeah.
But then I don't know. It just like isn't quite consistent enough. So I didn't see anything that like going wrong, but the deck just isn't like very smooth, I think, right now.
Yeah, as we were casting, what we kind of noticed was that there was a severe lack of cogs pretty much for the entire game, as the Sky Wardens were drawn with no cogs on the board, and then no cogs were generated for the Palantir and the Dovetail turns. And once those got blocked with and we moved past it, it kind of seemed like the window closed for the Puffin to do anything really above rate. And so at that point, your game plan of just blocking it out, waiting for them to do something meaningful, and when that didn't come, you just sort of hit them with the 4 bonds in a row and close things
That'll
out.
do it. Also, pulling their like copper cog on the bonds, I wasn't sure about, but like I said, I played the deck and I knew how bad I needed it. So I was like, honestly, like if I leave that to him and he just puts it down and then gets like 2 more next turn, then it can like the tempo can turn pretty fast. So I wasn't sure, but I think it worked out.
Yeah, it was a really interesting choice. We talked about that choice specifically, along with the, I think, Cogworks Workshop, which I think it seemed like it really played in your favor. I mean, what we saw was that...
Well, Cogswork Workshop was easy because then he had a no block, so I
Of
was like, well, the
course.
rest of my turn's free. So,
Yeah. But taking 6 cogs out of a deck that relies on cogs makes it very, very challenging to set anything meaningful up. So you really picked the game plan apart with those choices, and at the end of it, managed to get a very comfortable and clean victory.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So end of round 6, it seems to me like you're probably locked for top 8. I don't want to speak out of turn just in case, because we haven't seen the official
Yeah, I think I'm in the bubble.
loadout. So either you might be on the bubble or you might be right in. We'll have to wait and see how it lines up. But as we get this interview to a close, do you have any shout outs, thoughts before we wrap things up?
Not specific. Shout out Noah Beygelman. I like used his list as like the basis for mine. Shout out to my local Joshua. He beat me in the mirror, and that was a good game. I think I got some friends watching. Jack, Sarah, Riley. Shout out to you guys if you're still watching the stream.
Awesome. Oh, and I have one more question for you. What cards are we going to see banned come September 1st?
I mean, I think everyone sees this Saltwater Swell. Like, people suspect that. I think Just a Nick is the card to hit. Like, I know Bonds is a problem, but I also think that, like, I don't know, the ceiling of that card is so much lower without Just a Nick. And, like, I don't like, it's like a best of 1 game, and I don't like the decks that can do things that just like win the game in 1 turn. You know, if you have Bonds double Just a Nick, you're like, you just won the game. You just threw the right cards and you won the game, and I think that's not super fun. So I think that hitting Just a Nick keeps the like flavor of the assassin without.
I really like that take. I think that the 0 for 5 is quite an overrate card, especially when paired with a blue that's really a red when you turn it online.
Yeah.
So it's a good choice, and I back you on that. Thanks so much for joining us here. We're going to take a quick break while we get top 8 sorted out, so don't go anywhere, you viewers at home. We'll be back shortly with more Flesh and Blood after this.
Explode. Can you bring it back?
After a full day of smashing, flicking, and slashing, we have made our top 8 cut. in the August Open of AGE New England. Bryce Platts here with Michael Murray to take you through the final 3 games that we'll see on stream today. And boy, howdy, do we have plenty of assassin representation. There are 3 Arakni slip through the cracks that have made it all the way to the top tables, and as well, an Arakni Marionette. So 2 out of 3-ish forms, at least in terms of normal heroes, not demi-heroes, of Arakni represented here. We've also got Wizards out there. Chris Legg is representing Verdance, Thorn of the Rose. Paul Gibby on Oscilio, Constella Intelligence. And then, of course, our Dash.io mainstay, Connor Bryant, taking on his teammate, Pheno Black, in the quarterfinals. Going to see if he can rectify some of the wrongs that went his way at calling Kansas City in the top 8 there.
We've got, sorry, which match are we going to be streaming here?
We're going to be streaming Neeraj Satav versus Paul Gibby. So Oscilio, Constella Intelligence versus Arakni Marionette.
Looking forward to that one. This is a tough one for Oscilio. All of that disruption can be quite a pain to deal with. Of course, Arakni Marionette, not as known for disruption as Slippy. Looking very forward to that one. One thing to note about this bracket, it does appear that all the Slippies landed on the north side with the Arakni Marionette on the south side. It is of your opinion, Bryce, that the Marionette decks are not quite built to be so good into Slippy these days, lacking some of the stealth cards, but I do wonder if Neeraj would have preferred to face down some of those Slippies, bringing in the pseudo counter in the form of Marionette.
It will remain to be seen unless, of course, we end up with a Arakni finals. Granted, it cannot be a Slippy finals, but it could very well be Marionette versus Slippy. Chris Legg is going to have something to say about that on the north side of the bracket, and just about everybody else on the south side is going to be fighting Neeraj for that finals spot. And what is on offer in terms of pricing, it's $1,000 USD total for all of these players in the top 8 bracket. The winner is going to get $400, second place $200, third through fourth $100, and fifth through 8th. Everybody in the quarterfinals whose journey stops there is going to get $50. But also, AGE Open points are on the line, Michael. What do those mean?
That's right. Everyone is currently already locked in for a minimum of 15, working their way up 5 at a time until the finals at 30 and 25 apiece. And these points matter so much as we close the end of our East season. This is the second to last AGE East Open. The final one will be hosted in about 2 weeks. And then we will lock in our top 16 for the Players' Championship.
We've already mentioned that our feature match is going to be Neeraj Satav versus Paul Gibby, both of which are not currently represented on the top 16 leaderboard. But if we were to extend this down just 2 more places, you would see Paul Gibby sitting, waiting for the opportunity to bust into the top 16 bracket. And I'm almost positive that he has already done so, perhaps at the expense of seat 15, Ricardo Rua.
Yeah, it looks like Ricardo did not place as highly as he maybe would have liked on that Vynnset today. And sitting at the very bottom at 36, there is certainly a lot of jostling and jockeying about to unfold as we watch this top 8 happen before our eyes.
Also missing from the top 8 is our 9th seed for the Players' Championship. It's Elyse Symmes, who wasn't quite able to capitalize that 3-1 record into a top 8 finish. Nevertheless, she and Ricardo Rua are probably going to go home with more than the baseline 1 participation point. So hopefully solidifying their place a little bit more. Jacques Carlson also falling the way of a lot of other Gravy players at this tournament and just not converting super duper well.
It is really interesting to see how the Gravy Bones this tournament and at the prior calling suddenly kind of out of nowhere, not quite placing.
Perhaps hinting or detecting that they were on the ban assembly line, and everybody's kind of taking the swells out of their deck, trying to stem the tide a little bit before the ban hammer from LSS comes down upon their watery graved heads.
I can't imagine any Gravy Bones are playing Sans Swell today, but if they were, props to them. Just, I want to play a fair game of Flesh and Blood. Let's just get ahead of it.
That's what everybody wants to do,
right?
right?
Cut it from the deck.
Play nice and fair.
Yeah, exactly. I hear the new Living Legend format is all about fair things, which I'm very looking forward to in the Worlds.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that all unfolds. But for now, it's Classic Constructed all day for AGE New England. And we're going to keep that train rolling with our our only quarterfinal match, I should say. It's going to be Paul Gibby versus Neeraj Satav. Oscilio Constella Intelligence versus Arakni Marionette, respectively. We've already seen Neeraj on stream earlier after he fatigued out Vynnset Iron Maiden in the hands of Ricardo Rua, but I think this hero that deals arcane damage is going to be much harder to fatigue.
Absolutely. I've never heard of an Oscilio being fatigued in my career as a player or a caster. Of course, there's a first time for everything, but I just don't think that's the right game plan going into this. I think what we're going to see is Neeraj trying his best to disrupt and prevent Oscilio from assembling those 5, 6, even 7 card hands sometimes.
Paul Gibby thus far in the AGNE circuit has been piloting Verdance just about every single event he has been to. He's got, I believe, 1 or 2 top 8s to his name this season, but in this case, putting down the Thorn of the Rose for a much more explosive flavor of Wizard in Oscilio Constella Intelligence. 3rd seed versus 6, which means that Neeraj had the opportunity to choose turn order, taking first away from Oscilio. Michael, as an Oscilio mainstay, what do you think about that decision?
I think that's the right choice. Oscilio really likes to go first and get that chip damage, set up the 5-card hand, and going first against an Oscilio also has the benefit of potentially running into a bunch of no blocks and leaking a ton of damage early. So it's kind of a win-win to choose first, and I think Neeraj made the right choice.
There's been no activation of Oscilio just quite yet for Paul Gibby, which I really like. I think you should hold it back as long as humanly possible to bluff that you have plenty of block cards in the hand. Neeraj, however, putting his foot firmly on the gas, savor bloodshed into Kiss of Death after already flicking a Hunter's Clave means that Paul is going to have a really tough time blocking out enough. Oh, but not after finding a Shelter from the Storm after activating Oscilio.
Yeah, really nice find off the top.
It is Shelter from the Storm plus Eclectic Magnetism and Comet Storm Shock, shoring up more than enough damage on that Kiss of Death. Neeraj, unfortunately, forced to proceed to Arsenal with only 1 clave in hand, and Paul feeling very happy that the top of the deck cooperated for him there.
Absolutely. I think Oscilio is often presumed to be bad at blocking, but one of the things I like about the deck is that you do run 3 blocks and 4 blocks in the slots that do block. So when you can block, Oscilio can be quite efficient at it, and we see that here with Paul Gibby starting out, only taking 1 damage at the start of the turn. A little bit of a fumble there.
Unfortunately, Neeraj bumps the top card of his deck off of there. Nerves at the stream table are always at a fever pitch, so totally understandable when a mistake like that happens.
I imagine a quick shuffle will just solve this problem without any other issues.
Well, Devin Bell is our judge on the scene, and he's been doing a fantastic job moving things forward today, so we're going to defer to him. We'll come back to us in the booth. You can take a look at our ugly mugs one more time before we get back down to the action. Michael, based on what little we've seen so far, how do you feel if you're in Paul Gibby's seat?
Nice start. You love to take no damage at the beginning. There's always that risk, especially into an assassin that's running attack reactions. I think that's the reason that it's so useful to go first as assassin. Normally, you can't really push damage, but when you can do it at reaction speed, you're often hoping to push a ton early, and wasn't able to get that done. So small edge in the favor of Oscilio so far this game, but we have a lot to play for still. I certainly wouldn't say anyone's ahead just yet.
Now, I do want to talk about some of the setup pieces for Oscilio, especially in matchups we are not going to be facing arcane damage. It seems so important to stick a Sigil of Conductivity so early so that your Volzar activations can be free for the remainder of the game. So far, we haven't seen that make its way into Paul Gibby's hand, so maybe if there's one thing that is not going in his favor, maybe it's that.
Yeah, I mean, you do like to see that card. Of course, there's plenty of other sigils that fill that role when needed. One of the benefits, of course, is that Sigil of Conductivity can be bounced repeatedly, so it does enable some go again on top of making the Volzar free. It is a very nice piece, but a lot of the cards in the Oscilio deck are nice pieces. You want to see the Sigil of Brilliances early so that you can loop them using the Arcane spell that loops them.
Blast to Oblivion?
No.
Sigil
Sigil or late in the day, the card names
Etchings
Etchings
of
of
Arcana.
Arcana. Thank you so much. Etchings of Arcana, another just really, really powerful piece in Oscilio as we probably just shuffled up and moved on from that small little blunder as Paul Gibby takes his first turn of the game.
Back to the action. Paul Gibby remains marked, which is going in the favor of Neeraj Satav at the moment, who has transformed into Arakni Tarantula after rolling a 5. Blast to Oblivion is the start for Paul Gibby here, who is bringing in Fyendal Spring Tunic, a card that has often gone the wayside for a lot of Oscilio players in the favor of Old Knocker. Paul Gibby perhaps thinking that this game could go long enough to get multiple activations of Tunic.
Yeah, when the game plan is to block a lot, or at least block when disruption is presented, I think the Tunic makes a lot of sense. I've personally experienced a lot of games that go quite long, even though you'd think of Oscilio and the assassin on the other side of the table as both being aggressive. Neither deck really wants to take those hits, so you end up in a more of a mid-range battle, and that favors the Tunic generation that can be repeatedly used.
We spoke about the setup that is offered by Sigil of Conductivity, but Paul Gibby has found himself a useful bit of setup, and that is, of course, the Gone in a Flash, which is in his hand. So as long as Neeraj isn't threatening Arsenal disruption for a turn or two, Paul Gibby is really going to be able to wait for the moment where he draws up just about all instances and proceeds to do the Oscilio thing, which is Gone in a Flash over and over and over again.
Yep, Paul Gibby converting that 4-card hand into just 6 damage. Not a big deal. Pitching 1 to the bottom. 1 goes to the Arsenal.
Orb Weaver Spinneret is the start off for Neeraj. Rewarded to the 9s for flicking nice and early, which I think is a learning point for a lot of Arakni Marionettes. It's a deck where you can be much more flippant about your flicks than in Slippy because you're running all of these retrieve effects, and so much of your damage generally comes across in the form of daggers in the first place. Right now, it is 6 go again.
Yeah, +1 from the Orb Weaver, +1 from the Calycera itself, and then 3, of course, in the form of pick up the point.
That is up 6 and run,
up 6
my good
and
friend.
Run, thank you. Blue Orb Weaver Spinneret, only conferring the +1.
So 6 go again here. Go again because Paul Gibby remains marked after that turn 0 flick of the Hunter's Clave. 1 card bought for Neeraj's trouble, flicking another Hunter's Clave just like that. Unable to buy back the first Hunter's Clave with up 6 and run because both of those weapon zones were utilized. And Paul really punished for the 1-card block there because now Tarantula Toxin suddenly gets Graphene Calycera up to 9, but also shreds Paul's defenses down to 0. So 9 damage is going to get through here, and Tarantula Toxin getting its fabled 1 for 6 value.
And right as I finished talking about how this game is likely to go longer, Paul takes a huge hit and drops down to 23.
Neeraj is 10 life points ahead at this moment, but that can be gone in a flash if Oscilio gets to have their way. Paul's got 2 cards in hand, and of course a Gone in a Flash in the arsenal. Tunic counter should be ticking up to 2 here, and his Sigil of Conductivity has found its way into the hand. If Paul can get just a little bit of space, only deal with damage for a couple more turn cycles, then Neeraj is going to be knocking on heaven's door.
No mark cleared up. And once again, Paul looks like he's about to play a slightly inefficient turn. Now, it's inefficient in the moment. As you mentioned, that Sigil of Conductivity could be worth quite a bit as the game evolves. But for here and now, just 4 damage vanilla is presented on the combat chain. Paul Gibby responds with that Sigil of Conductivity. Wait, is that what that one?
It is Conductivity,
okay.
yeah.
The Marvels throw me just a bit.
Yeah. And another Sigil of Conductivity found in the hand for Paul Gibby.
That looks like a really good Gone in a Flash hand.
As long as there is a source of arcane damage, Paul might want to put his foot on the pedal. And yes, 2 equipment blocks come out despite the piercing effect on Hunter's Clave. Paul Gibby thinks that it is his time to go. Neeraj is going to have something to say about it, though. Mark of the Black Widow comes down. Just 3 damage right now, but Paul Gibby will be marked at instant speed thanks to Exposed. Up to 4 Goes Mark of the Black Widow. Should be, 5 now thanks to the Arakni Marionette hero ability. Paul forced to take 5 damage here and banish a card from hand.
Yeah, you'd really like to keep the full grip here. It's a very powerful combination along with the blast, but gives up the Sigil of Conductivity as that's redundant.
Graphene Callisto is the follow-up here. Just going to be 1 damage, no go again, thanks to the fact that Paul Gibby had his marked cleared on the previous chain link. 17 plays 29, back over to Paul Gibby, who has 3 cards in hand and 1 in the arsenal. I think there's a Mind Warp in hand, Michael. This could be go time.
Yeah, this looks like a really nice hand. Maybe doesn't even need to use the boots with the blink. I'll have to see how he plays it out.
Nevertheless, Gone in a Flash is going to be the start here. 4, no currently go again, but 1 amp is at the ready on Volzar. Lightning Rod.
Yeah, this, I think the blink could, he'll need to use the boots here if he wants to get 2 Gun and a Flashes onto the combat chain with go again.
4 damage accepted by Neeraj Satav, and now is Paul Gibby's window of opportunity. Fiendel Spring Tunic gonna cash in Lightning Grease. Paul says, this is the first and possibly only opportunity I will have to hit the combo button, so I'm going to take it. Neeraj is already down to 25. Blink is going to buy back an action point and also have go again. That's 2 action points here as another Gone in a Flash hits the combat chain, amping Volzar yet again. Shred is the block here for Neeraj. 1 damage probably going to leak through. Yes, down to 24 goes Neeraj. Paul Gibby playing out Consigned to Cosmos Shock, choosing just Shock. 1 arcane damage and a bounce of Gone in a Flash for Paul Gibby. Probably just going to play it out. Yes, Gone in a Flash does not have go again, but there were 2 action points at the ready for Paul Gibby, so another lightning card played, 4 more damage, and now a whopping 5 amp at the ready for Volzar, the Lightning Rod, and a Mind Warp in hand.
Yeah, this is a really big hit, especially if Neeraj likes his hand. He reaches for another card to block with, which means when this Mind Warp hits, Neeraj will be stripped down to 1 card to play on his turn plus the arsenal, and it'll be a random card at that.
If it is a blue, he might be pretty happy about it because he can always just go Hunter's Clave into Graphene Callisto, and that's not a terrible turn, especially when you are Arakni Marionette, but here comes the proof. It's in the pudding, ladies and gentlemen, and it's important to note here, Neeraj has brought absolutely no source of Arcane Barrier into this match. He was very careful about it when it came to Vynnset, but when the Constella Intelligence sits across from him, he says, I would rather just keep things that keep me on the front foot.
Yeah, and so Paul Gibby, despite comboing off, has only really equalized the life totals. That being said, is able to maintain tempo thanks to the disruption effect of the Mind Warp, plus the few cards that Neeraj blocked with. So, good spot to be in.
So after the Lightning Greaves and the Fiendel Spring Tunic are cashed in, the life totals are 17 plays 15 in favor of Paul Gibby currently, who has just drawn himself up to Sigils of Brilliance. Could be an Aether Bindings of the 3rd Age activation on the next turn in order to close this one out. For now, Neeraj does have something to say about it. Pick up the point with a flick of the Hunter's Clave.
If there is disruption in the arsenal, this would be huge. Neeraj really needs just a little bit more. Oh, I saw it for a moment. It looks like a shred. What?
It was a shred. Definitely not a card that can be used for any offensive capability on this turn. Perhaps Neeraj forgot about what it was as well. And it's 3 cut from the same cloths, and a Tarantula Toxin drawn up for Neeraj Satav. This is just about as horrible as it can get as Paul Gibby comes in swinging with a flittering charge.
Yeah, lots of arcane damage to follow on this, as he did draw up the Sigil of Brilliance along with the Somersault, which will allow this flittering charge to be returned to the hand, a pseudo Gone in a Flash turn. So lots of amp on the Volzar.
Sigil of Brilliance at the ready to confer go again once again, and Etchings of Arcana at the ready to buy back another Sigil of Conductivity from the graveyard.
And Neeraj falling to 7. This is potentially lethal.
This game could be gone in a flash just as quick as it began. And yes, 4 amp plus 3 arcane with no arcane barrier means a dead Neeraj Satav. Goodbye, Arakni Marionette. You don't even get the chance to use double hero abilities with Slippy in this top 8. Gibby closing this one out in a flash with 50,000 watts of power.
That was a 1-2 punch if I've ever seen it. Combo into pseudo combo and just closing it out. 7 arcane on the back to finish with no arcane barrier in sight.
And this is exactly why Oscilio has been such an addictive hero for so many people of late, myself included. I went 4-0 at an armory recently, and I felt the power, Michael.
It feels
Becoming
so good.
a ley line of electricity is just an absolute blast.
Yeah, he's a very fun hero to pick up, very complicated, but for those of you who like aggressive combo-based heroes, I highly recommend giving him a shot if you have the opportunity.
Yeah, and the skill curve has definitely dropped thanks to Consigned to Cosmos. I will say that. I did try piloting Oscilio before that card came on the scene, and it is way easier now.
Yeah, it just gives you outs in spots that you otherwise wouldn't. An instant that can come without needing to set up go again, but can still do arcane damage is such a powerful piece, and it's so flexible in a block 3 as well.
Well, we have one of the quarterfinal answers here. Gibby ascends past Neeraj Satav and proceeds into the semifinal, which means that there is going to be more crackling lightning there to be had. But do we have any answers otherwise? I think that game was just gone so quickly. None of the others have been ready to finish.
As you said, it gone in a flash was this game, so we'll have to wait just a little bit longer to see how the rest of this top 8 bracket unfolds, but we know at the very least that Gibby has progressed into the semifinals.
And we've got to hear it from the horse's mouth. Gibby, in this case, I'm calling a horse, but he's not a horse. He's a beautiful man that pilots lightning wizards to fantastical finishes. One of the 2 Oscilios in the room today has found his way into the semifinals, and we're going to hear from him about that win and the rest of his tournament in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. We'll have an interview with Gibby. Microwaves be damned. There's a new guy with 1,000 watts in his hand, and his name is Paul Gibby, piloting Oscilio Constella Intelligence to his third top 8 of the season at AGE New England. 3 top 8s, by the way, for only 3 events attended. Paul, you are on a hot streak with 3 different heroes, mind you.
Yeah, so first I was playing Verdance. I just felt that she was the strongest wizard at the time. This was before we realized just how good Gravy was. And then the next one, I just felt like switching it up, wanted to play my other class, which was Assassin. But now that Gravy is doing really well, Oscilio felt like the pick for this meta. And it really feels like that was the correct call.
Without a doubt, you are one of 2 Oscilios that came to the event. And a 50% conversion rate isn't bad, especially when we've got 36 players total in the room. So you told me that Neeraj is one of your locals, and you guys have run the Oscilio Marionette matchup many, many times together. And overall, coming to the conclusion that perhaps AB0 is correct and that he just needs to race you out. Obviously, it did not go his way in this case. Any cause to rethink that strategy?
According to him, his next hand had like 3 0-for-4 pumps, and then he was going to Tunic into Calicera. So if he survived that last turn, I was very dead. So I was really just one turn too fast for him, which means it was probably the right call. So Oscilio's a weird deck because pretty high variance. Sometimes the deck just doesn't cooperate. This time it did. And a lot of times I think for these matchups that can't handle you very well, they need to just go faster. And I should clarify that I'm familiar with Neeraj's deck, and I know he's on a bigger dagger package rather than a bigger disruption package. So I can afford to play like a value game. Whereas against other marionettes, if I know they're on more Mark the Black Widows, they're more heavy into the stealth disruption, I need to play a little more differently.
I also noticed that you did see your first ever window of opportunity for the Gone in a Flash combo, and you took it readily, despite the fact that there was a little bit of disruption before you popped off with Lightning Greaves. You were hit with a Mark of the Black Widow and were forced to banish a Sigil of Conductivity from hand, which essentially meant banishing 4 more damage from your combo turn. Nevertheless, you hit the pedal to the metal and went for it. Is that just what you have to do against decks that can disrupt you like Assassin?
More or less, yeah. Like, because, especially since I know he's going to be presenting so much damage with his daggers, I can't afford to wait. If I see a good combo, I'm going to take it. Like, there are some decks that I can wait and sculpt, like against Guardian, but those daggers are not Guardian attacks.
And if that was the game plan, then I am curious about the inclusion of Fiendel Spring Tunic, especially when so many Oscilio players around the world are opting for something that is a little bit more on demand, like Old Knocker. In this case, you thought that the game was at least going to go 3 turns, and that you would be able to cash in the value on that Tunic.
So I play both in my deck and tailor it to the matchup. A lot of times I just prefer Tunic in games that might go longer, depending on how the hands line up. So in this one, I was bringing in Eclectic Magnetism, and that card feels so bad when you're not on Tunic. And so I wanted to use that card.
I see. Awesome. And so I do wonder, against Neeraj, since you guys have run this matchup quite a few times, has it ever gone long enough to where, for example, you get 2 activations of the Tunic or even 3?
Yes.
Awesome. So maybe that is informing your decision-making as well. Speaking of your local scene, where is it that you and Neeraj hail from?
So the closest store to me is Omar's World of Comics in Lexington, Mass.
Awesome.
It's close enough for me to bike to.
Okay, even better. What's your local scene like? Are you guys hitting +10 folks at Armory each week or even more?
We're like in the 8 to 12 range, which
Sick.
I'm pretty happy with. I was the player who started the scene. Like, I just started showing up and saying, "Hey, who wants to play this new game?"
And so when was that time? When did you get into Flesh and Blood?
This was right around Uprising release.
Okay, so still fairly, I mean, wow. How many years ago are we talking now? I feel like a Flesh and Blood boomer. I got in the middle of Everfest, but even that felt late at the time.
Well, Everfest, that was like only one set before me.
Yeah, exactly. So we're kindred spirits, Paul. Well, that's awesome, man. I'm really happy to see that you are one of the lexicons making local scenes happen. And does that mean that you and Neeraj carpooled today to the event together?
We did not. We drove separately.
Okay, that's probably for the best because it'll be a bit of an awkward carpool back if you're holding the bigger envelope of cash.
Yeah.
Well, Paul, you have plenty to prepare for. There is another bit of a bracket that you need to handle. Almost assuredly going to be a Slippy in the finals if you are to make it there. How do you feel about that particular matchup?
I feel Slippy is like a 40-60 matchup. Like, I don't feel favored, but it's a matchup I can win. Like, I've already faced 2, lost 1, won 1. So
surely
hope
this
it
will
replicates the win more than the loss.
Surely this will just be another day at the office for the Constella Intelligence. What about the off chance that you meet Verdance in the finals after she takes down 2 Slippies in a row?
I'd love to face Verdance.
So we will be hoping for you that your fellow wizard on the north side of the bracket can take a couple games down. Paul, go ahead and take a rest, and we will see you potentially in the finals. We'll be talking about the semifinals match as well. Might have you back, and good luck on a meteoric rise, my friend.
Thank you. Looking forward to it.
Alrighty, folks, we will be back with more Paul Gibby, more 50,000 watts of power microwaves, and also more flesh and blood after this. Don't go anywhere. We've got a little bit of time before our next round, folks, because Paul Gibby just took names in that last round and blasted his opponent into oblivion, despite the fact that he's a local. Luckily, they're not carpooling back together, so hopefully they can avoid a little bit of awkwardness. In the meantime, though, we have an extra special treat. It is Katie Lamar, owner and proprietor of Grave Troll Games, where all of the competitors in AG New England now sit. The top 8 folks are competing for all of the cash, and it's all because of this woman sitting to my proverbial right. Katie, thank you so much for hosting AGE once again. You're always a bundle of energy, and we just had to have you back on the stream to put a face to your wonderful store.
Well, thank you. Again, I always love putting on the big events for whoever, you know.
Awesome. And so this is still only... Remind me if I'm wrong, but this is like 3 months into Grave Troll opening its doors. Is that correct?
Yes, I opened June 1st of this summer. So yeah, we're going into month 3 now, which is September.
Well, we would love to hear a status update. How is everything going?
Everything's been really good. The biggest development is that my staircase is finally on the way. I have engineers out, so hopefully, I know. It's such a big deal. So hopefully the next time we're doing this, well, you guys will still be downstairs, but they'll all be upstairs doing their thing. So that's really been like the biggest development. I mean, we continue to do like, everything else, between like continuing to like support Fab here in the store, a lot of learn to plays. And I think we have one on dock for next month as well. We're just trying to figure out a date.
So as a reminder to everybody at home, Katie, you opened up Grave Troll Games with a bit of an off-kilter business model, at least as far as trading card game-centric stores tend to go. You are not carrying a whole lot of Magic the Gathering product, instead focusing mainly on Pokemon and Flesh and Blood, which when I pitch the idea to other folks in the space, they go, good luck to her. What do you have to say about it? How has it been going so far, despite leaving Magic behind?
I mean, like, I still carry Magic. It's just not something I'm super forward on. But like, I tell people all the time, between like the events like these Mondays when we do Armory, the Tuesday night like Whatnot streams, like it is Fab that actually keeps the store open. And it's at a point too where like locals and like other people like across like the Fab space have like now asked for like full deck lists, and that's something we're working on to get better. From all the commons to Majestics, things like that. Like, we are really shaping up to kind of be like a very big Fab focal point, especially in the New England area.
When you originally told, well, it was technically Ben Hebert who told us about your store, and when we heard about the business model and what you were trying to accomplish, we knew that we just had to be a part of it, because what are we if not missionaries for the game of Flesh and Blood ultimately?
Oh, I tell people every day. I was like, I'm here to preach the gospel by James White, and it's my favorite mission I've been put on this earth to do.
And so you've mentioned Whatnot already. You've got a bit of a following on Whatnot, and if folks don't know what that is, because I didn't when I first heard it, can you give us a little rundown of what Whatnot is, and what you do on there?
Yeah, so we kind of just do it all. So Whatnot is a live streaming platform where like people will do like card breaks and things like that. We normally do it on Tuesday nights. It's just a bunch of fun. We open packs from like various sets. We come down, we look at the case, we buy singles. I'm partnered with Tie Dice, so Tie Card Shop, so I have theirs. So I sell a lot of dice for them as well. And it's just a lot of fun. And we've done everything from like, like we have a Super Slam stream coming up for when that happens on pre-release. We'll be opening that on Friday, to we've gone all the way back to Arcane First Ed on the stream. We've basically cracked it all other than Alpha, but that's for Philly.
And I do have to harken back to the last time we were in your store. It was the first time we were in your store, the grand opening, if you will, of AG at Grave Troll Games. And I was informed about what I think is kind of a barbaric tradition that you guys do on Whatnot. It is called, hold on, let me think of it. It's called Flip It or Rip It. Can you explain what this insane game is and why you think it's fun?
Yes. Oh, I don't. My stream people do. I sit there and I cry with them. Don't you worry. So basically, they'll buy a pack, shuffle it up, and then they'll choose either to rip the card or to flip it around. If they flip the rare or higher, they get to keep all the cards. If they rip the rare, then they lose all of it, or higher, same thing. So like Majestics and Cold Foils too.
And so what is the most egregious rip that you have ever done?
We ripped the First Ed Beast Within from Crew foil, and that was like heartbreak. Yeah.
And you're a brute player too, aren't you, Katie?
I am. It was awful. I just sat there and I'm like, I'm never going to recover from this. People still bring it up to this day, and I'm like, I have not emotionally recovered. We need to move on past this topic.
So would you say that if people tune into your Whatnot stream, they kind of have to have kind of like a masochistic energy to them, or is that not typically how things go?
No, that's not typically how things go. We have a lot of fun. Everything from like, sometimes I kind of call it like a flavor of the night. Like there was one night we literally ripped like 4 cases of heavy hitters. A lot of funny things in there, like no legendary until the last box, and it was 2 of the same one, all the way to like, yeah, it was not a good run. All the way to like, like sometimes if I get like restocks on products, we'll just do auctions and we'll start packs at like $1 each and then just let it auction its way up.
That's awesome. So it sounds like you're not just building an in-the-person Flesh and Blood playing community, but also fostering the other thing that people tend to like about card games, which is, I don't know, degenerate gambling.
I don't know if I go that far, but we definitely do some of that on there without a doubt.
Well, that's awesome, Katie. You have definitely put together yourself a solid community of Flesh and Blood players. What are your armories like? You said they go on Mondays, right? How many people do you usually have?
Somewhere between 14 and 24 is normally what I get for armory.
And are you seeing a lot of those 14 to 24 here at AGE today?
Yeah, a lot of them are here. Some of them I think have been taking a break recently, which is fine. I know there's a ban list next week, so I kind of expect it, But yeah, they're like all here. And they're also like very active in the stores, especially like my judge community that is around here as well. They're always like willing to like jump for like the let's play kind of thing or learn to play kind of things or like anything extra in the store. Like they're there as well. So
speaking of the ban list, Katie, I know you are a bit of a Flesh and Blood player yourself. You are a Brute player, so maybe you're hurting a little bit right now. I had my stint in Brute and definitely have left it behind in my Flesh and Blood past. But right now, we have a ban list coming up. Is there anything that you are maybe hoping to take a hit?
I'm kind of really interested to see what they're going to do about Gravy and Slippy, honestly. That's the number one thing I kind of like keep watching and hearing also like from my players a lot because I don't get to play all the time. So it's going to be really interesting because I actually like coming from Magic, I'm a huge graveyard player. So Gravy is like right up my alley of things I want to do. So my plan is actually to build him once we are post-ban, just so I have like an idea of like what I'm working with because I definitely think I'm going to probably head down that path next.
Willing to jump on the Gravy train, but only if he's doing fair things, huh, Katie?
Yeah, I've never once done anything degenerate in my cardboard career of cheating or getting things into play at a discount. Never, couldn't be me.
And so you mentioned that you were a graveyard player in Magic. I'm assuming that is exactly where the namesake Grave Troll games comes from. Am I right?
Yep. Yeah, it comes from the Magic card Golgari Grave Troll.
I remember playing that card. I think in the Golgari is it dual decks, if I remember right. I think it was included there.
Yeah.
Those were really good times.
Yep. It was a time, like when I first started playing Magic, I played Dredge, and I just kind of kept with it my whole Magic career. Like I never put it down. It's just like how I love to play the game, if you can even call it that. So yeah, so I decided when I was going to open up my store, I would definitely pay homage to my favorite Magic card. It's just I always think it's kind of funny now that I named my store after a Magic card, but my store kind of like excels in Fab, so it's like there's a weird irony going on here.
Well, it's good to honor your past, isn't it? Right? I mean, in my case, I was also a Magic player back in the day. So if I were to open a store, I would say call it Geist of St. Traft Games. Does that give you any PTSD at all?
Oh God, you're a Geist player. You're that guy.
Yep.
You're that guy.
I definitely
Bryce, I thought so highly of you until this very moment.
I love doing the Vant hexproof thing, and holy cow, was it fun! You guys had stuff going on too, right? That was when that really nasty Liliana of the Veil was around, right?
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. No, she was the queen bee for a while. Not so much these days, but that's just where the game is heading.
All right. Well, let's put away the game with 2 out of 3 non-games for a second. Let's talk a little bit more about Flesh and Blood. Do you have plans to maybe vend anywhere in the local scene or abroad anytime soon? Basically, the upshot of what I'm asking is where can people find more from Katie Lamar and Grave Troll Games?
I'm always really around on Discord. Honestly, I have a pretty, I'd say like known face at this point across the Facebook marketplace as well as Purple Discord. For people who don't know, that's kind of like the Fab Discord that is out there. So I buy and sell like a lot on there. I actually have a lot of people I've met through there who actually sell to me like very regularly and buy through me regularly. So that's like pretty cool to kind of like connect on that level as well. But the next real time, like in person, I'm doing anything is it's going to be Philly. I'm going to go backpacking back to my roots essentially, and bring a bunch of stuff down there all the way from sealed to singles and just kind of wheel and deal and buy, trade, whatever all weekend. So that's really when I'll be out in person kind of doing the store thing.
Wait, backpacking? What do you mean by that? Are you backpacking to Philly?
So not quite. So I will be driving late at night because I have to fight through every major New England metropolitan that exists. But backpacking is kind of like a term in the selling world for people who aren't like official store owners. They work out of a backpack primarily, and they'll have like a binder and they'll like grind through, buy, sell, trade. So it's more like a stepping stone into the direction of store ownership. Like I was a backpacker for like many years before I like took it on in the more official role. So it's like one of my favorite things to do. You just go down with like a bunch of binders and stuff and you're like, yeah, let's make a deal,
Okay, well, be on the lookout, folks, at the World Championships for a store owner with a lot of energy and a backpack, probably 3 to 4 times her size. And that'll be Katie Lamar, and she'll have exactly what you need.
I'm going to try. Probably bring all my really nice things down, honestly, and be like, look at these.
Awesome. Well, I can't wait to see you there. I know I will be there alongside Sock Puppet producer Justin and founder of AGE, along with a whole host of the AGE Pro team. So we would love to finally make the physical acquaintance, and thank you so much for all that you have offered for us. You've been an amazing partner, and we can't wait until the next one, Katie.
Oh my God, that'd be awesome to finally meet in Philly. Yeah, it keeps sounding like Philly's going to be more and more exciting every day that goes by. But yeah, no, that'd be awesome to finally meet you guys face to face.
Undoubtedly so. We'll let you go now, Katie, and we're going to prepare for the semifinal match. If you want to see more from Katie, she is Grave Troll on Discord. And you heard it here first. She's going to be backpacking to a world championship near you. For now, folks, we'll be back with more Flesh and Blood, more lightning-y Oscilio shenanigans, and potentially more Arakni slip through the cracks after this. Don't go anywhere. Thank you, Katie.
Welcome back, folks. We just witnessed a lightning-fast game as Oscilio took it down with a clean 7 arcane damage to the face, and we've got a run back for you as he faces Dash.io up next. I'm joined here with Bryce, and we will see our top 8 bracket fill in right before your very eyes. Joshua Tavares made it in. First seed continues into the semifinals, as well as Noah Beygelman, the Slippy mirror on the north side of the bracket. But who wants to see the Slippy mirror? Not me. I'm more interested in Paul Gibby against Connor Bryant Dash.io. Another very difficult matchup for Oscilio, but we saw him take it down against the Arakni Marionette. And now we'll see if he can stand up to the aggressive deck that often also brings quite a bit of arcane barrier naturally without even needing to try, in the form of Dash.io.
3 runaways contenders reduces down to 2 as Pheno Black falls to his teammate Connor Bryant in the quarterfinal. Dash.io makes their way to the semifinal and thus quenches any hope that Gravy Bones had for taking this one down. Hey, how about that? 5 represented Gravy Bones versus 5 represented Slippies, and this is the way the bracket shakes out. Maybe we shouldn't ban anything from Gravy after all.
You know, it's so funny. We spent the last couple AGE casts. My first take was, yeah, maybe we don't ban anything from Gravy, and then we saw calling after calling featuring Gravy, and I changed my tune. And now that we've changed our tunes, where's Gravy? Not at the last calling, not at the top brackets of AGE East.
I swear they are taking losses just to make sure that the ban hammer doesn't hit too hard.
You might be right about that. Then again, we do have a very, very tight game on our hands. Flesh and Blood is not easy to play. It's not easy to win. And those very close matches often result in wins or losses that are very volatile across the board.
Before we see all of that volatility on full display, we do have to thank our sponsor one more time. That's Grave Troll Games in the hands of Katie Lamar, who we just saw on interview in a break between the last round and this one. If you didn't get a chance to watch our interview with Katie, go back and check it out. She's a swell person and she runs a tight ship. Grave Troll Games has amazing facilities and has been the best partner that AGE could possibly ask for on the Eastern Seaboard. There's more to be had with them as well. And also our other partner in the East, that's Great Stories Comics and Games. We'll be there on the 6th of September. Unfortunately, we will not be streaming that event. Instead, we will be holding on to our 1s and 0s and getting ready for the Players' Championship, which will be happening in October, likely back at Grave Troll Games in Nashua, New Hampshire. Besides that, you also have the LA Players' Championship to look forward to on October 25th. Michael, how is that one going to shake out?
I can't wait for the Players' Championship. I love the format. I love the way that it's all constructed. It makes seeding so important. So it's not enough to get top 16. You really want to get the higher seeding so that you get to choose turn order. It makes all the difference.
And that'll be turn order all throughout the day because seeding is always going to choose it until we make it to the top 8 cut of that 16-person tournament. But more on that later. We can get into the nitty-gritty of the Players' Championship all we want, but we have questions left to answer, Michael. Let's go ahead and proceed back down to the feature match floor at Grave Troll Games in Nashua, New Hampshire. It's Paul Gibby occupying once again the left side of your screen on Oscilio Constella Intelligence versus Dash.io, the Boost Master, in the hands of Connor Bryant.
Yeah, this is another very volatile matchup. It will come down to how these players draw up, and I would say that in a large part, these decks play very similar to one another. Combo aggro, as you will, with the ability to block out when needed.
Speaking of combo, Connor Bryant has found one of the most important combo pieces on this turn 0. It's maximum velocity, and Paul Gibby giving no quarter. Straight away, Lightning Greaves is going to block this T-Bone, as it is forced to do. Paul, instead of bringing that Fiendel Spring Tunic, as he did against Arakni Marionette, now opting for the old knocker, knowing that this game could be over in less than 3 turns.
And seeing that null time zone turn 0 is massive for Connor Bryant. I would be shocked if he doesn't name Gone in a Flash, because once that is in play, it means that Paul won't be able to combo off until it leaves. And there it is, quick as lightning, writing it down on that piece of paper for us. Gone in a flash.
And Paul remaining with strong composure, but knowing that this is not the greatest situation I could possibly be in, especially because Connor Bryant did not crank that null time zone. Instead, just playing a boom grenade off the top.
It
no
was the
crank
other way
there
around.
either.
Boom grenade in hand and the null time zone off the top. But either way, they both end up with steam counters ready to roll for the next turn. So this is the start turn of dreams from Connor Bryant.
Yeah, he's feeling great. The only way it possibly could have been better was perhaps a Tekla core established or a Tekla pounder in this case, though. Paul Gibby just doing a little bit of filtering. Electrostatic discharge goes into the graveyard. I think that is one of the most often Oscilio discarded cards, isn't it?
Yeah, if it doesn't line up, it doesn't line up. Although in this case, lots of attacks. So could have been nice to pair with the Gone in a Flash. Of course, that card wasn't in hand yet, so couldn't have known.
And Gone in a Flash cannot be played or pitched thanks to null time zone. It's only blocks for Gone in a Flash for now. Current funnel, however, Paul taking him back real quick, making sure he plays his instant first. Connor, being a good-natured soul that he is, allows all of that to happen. Current funnel is the follow-up here, which is going to gain go again because Paul has played a lightning action on the previous chain link, and now it's going to confer go again to whatever comes next. But that's going to be it for Paul Gibby, who's just plunking a card into Arsenal. I believe that card being Blast to Oblivion, and pass it back over to Connor.
So far, no Gone in a Flash. So far that null time zone not doing anything just yet.
Its effect is currently null and void, but Connor Bryant has just banished a Fast and Furious off of the boost of a 0 to 60, which means that null time zone goes right back up to 2 steam counters, and Paul Gibby is going to have to eat asphalt for just a little bit longer.
Goes for the Oscilio activation, hoping to find some more blocking cards.
That is one. It's Etchings of Arcana, one that you usually want to be sending, but it can do some 3 block in a pinch.
Yeah, this is tough. 2 instants in hand is what it looks like to me.
To me, it looks like a very slightly hairy forearm.
Yeah, 2 instants, which means it's very unlikely for Paul Gibby to make it through this turn without eating that boom grenade. And he decides not to waste any cards on it. Just takes the damage down to 30.
It's what you've got to do sometimes against Dash.io. It never feels good to get boom-boomed, but if it was going to happen anyway, you might as well do it early on in the turn before you have completely given up on whatever you were going to try to do on your turn.
Yeah, and Connor establishing another extremely powerful card in this form of Spark of Genius, playing out that Cerebellum processor and cranking it.
Don't forget that a card will be drawn after Spark of Genius has completely resolved. Spark of Genius, a card that was probably designed without Dash.io in mind originally in the crank mechanic. Not to say that it was a mistake by any means, but holy, does this card do even more than it ever did in Dash.IE.
Yeah, the aggression that it unlocks is unprecedented. Looks like another Spark of Genius was just drawn. This is looking scary.
There is a blue in hand and also a Pulse Wave Harpoon. At this point, Connor, because a Boom Grenade has connected on the first chain link, he probably knows that shields are fairly down for Paul Gibby, especially after Oscilio has been activated. Is there perhaps an argument to be made for resolving yet another Spark of Genius and finding a red Boom Grenade?
I can see that. I could also see a second Cerebellum processor. I think both are good choices. It may be smart not to put all your eggs in one basket and go for that Boom Grenade. We'll have to see.
Spark of Genius, however, being resolved here. The heist on top of Connor's deck wasn't to his liking. Probably was digging for another item off the top as he hasn't resolved one from there just yet. But right now, it is looking so nasty for Connor at the moment. Null time zone with 2 steam counters on it, preventing the Gone in a Flash combo from Paul Gibby for at least 3 more turns.
And it looks like your read was correct. The Boom Grenade signaling, the no blocks from Paul signaling that he doesn't want to block means Connor is happy to try again and push this Boom Grenade to connect.
Card drawn here is a Sprocket Rocket, so Connor can go even wider than we originally thought. this game. He's having a chuckle because holy is he having an amazing game so far, because he's also found an item on the top after drawing a card from Cerebellum Processor, and it's not, Spark of Genius, and it's not just any item. It is a Cerebellum Processor. Going to be cranked and generate yet another action point. So Connor has the ability to draw a card here essentially for free.
Does just that. Finds another boom grenade.
Connor, you heard it from him during his interview. He doesn't normally like to resolve boom grenades in the hand, but if he has to, he might as well be having a turn like the one before us. There's still 2 boost cards at least at Connor's disposal, and Paul simply has 2 blocking cards in the hand.
I will say there's a little bit of a saving grace with the potential to block with Flash of Brilliance and bounce the Sigil of Brilliance back to the hand that could allow Paul to discard an instant and maybe draw another blocking card for the turn. He doesn't.
Yep.
He takes it.
Paul just says,
oh, wow.
Boom, 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 boom. Just send it, my guy. I'm going to wait out this null time zone and get you in the end. But Connor says, that's not all. I'm going to offer the little bit of disruption that Mechanologist can. The Pulse Wave Harpoon revealing 2 instants is Paul Gibby saying, I don't want to block with any of these cards in hand. Instead, it's going to be Aether Bindings of the Third Age and Flash of Brilliance, which is going to trigger off discarding a Sigil of Lightning in order to bounce that Blast to Oblivion. And at this point, Connor has to be thinking, oh, there's a Blast to Oblivion in the arsenal.
Yeah, that makes sense on his side. Paul needs to find a way to make it's a lot of damage.
Yeah, that lot of damage is coming in the form of maximum velocity. After the 3rd boost, this this turn has come through. It's 10 more damage, which would leave Paul at a measly 7 life if all of this damage is accepted. And is there anything the Oscilio player can do at this point except say no blocks?
I think you have to take it. I think what you need to do is come back with a turn that's worth 40 damage. And if you can pull that off, then you're in a good spot. But if you can't, if this turn falls short, honestly, of 30, Paul is in a difficult position.
With a shake of the head and a large exhalation, Paul Gibby accepts all of the damage from maximum velocity and goes down to just 7 life points. He's going to do what he can. This game is not even 8 minutes old as of yet.
The saving grace, of course, is the potential Blast to Oblivion paired with the Sigil of Brilliance, using the Oscilio, finding another instant. Not exactly what he wants to see, but is able to establish the Sigil of Brilliance here off the back of the Flittering Charge, which is a nice way to set it up efficiently.
I feel like an electromagnetic somersault would really make this turn sing.
It would. Whatever he draws off the blast or off the Sigil of Brilliance here is going to make or break this game for Paul.
He may even at that point be forced to commit the Lightning Greaves in order to keep the turn going, right?
Oh, absolutely. I am fully expecting Lightning Greaves on this turn.
Connor Bryant smelling blood in the water, knowing that there's not that much offensive potential left for Paul Gibby. There's just not enough time, really, is what's going on here. Old Knocker cashed in for Lightning Greaves. Paul Gibby, after playing Sigil of Brilliance, is going to have 2 action points with which to work. 1 from the go again off of Flittering Charge, and 1 from the go again now conferred by Lightning Greaves on Sigil of Brilliance.
And here it is.
Blast to Oblivion. Perhaps the one saving grace left for Paul Gibby. It's coming in for 4. 1 action point remaining. When Paul plays an instant this chain link, he will be able to bounce an aura on the arena back to its owner's hand. That aura, of course, is going to be Sigil of Brilliance, which, when that one leaves the arena, is going to draw Paul a card.
Yeah, I think this has to be Blast or Somersault, or Paul Gibby is in trouble.
And he's going all out here. Aether Bindings of the Third Age also coming out to play. 1 Arcane, and it's a blink
Not
in the
good
hand.
enough.
Not where we want to be. If there's one thing Paul needed, it wasn't more instants on this turn. There is a source of Arcane, so things aren't all over for Paul here. He is going to just vomit all of these lightning cards out onto the combat chain. Plenty of amp on Volzar Lightning Rod. is just going to cash in 6 of it in order to send Etchings of Arcana. Coming in for 10 Arcane.
Yep, 11 with the bindings.
Thank you.
Which is good, but Connor has kept a full grip with 2 Cerebellum processors on the board.
Etchings of Arcana finds Sigil of Lightning. Paul Gibby places it readily into the arsenal, but what is it going to do for Paul at this juncture when only 11 minutes in, Connor Bryant holds a full grip, 2 Cerebellum processors, a null time zone, and only has 7 life points to get through. Oh, it's an amazing start to the turn. Boom grenade in the yellow off the top, which means that any 4-power attack is going to be threatening lethal.
It also means that we get to see another card drawn with that action point, yellow zipper hit, and another max velocity in hand.
Yellow zipper hit comes out to play. This is 4, wait for it, go again after banishing a Cerebellum processor off the top. Paul Gibby instantly trying to do a little bit of recycling. Luckily has found himself 2 attack action cards and the electromagnetic somersault.
That is helpful. Would have loved to see that last turn.
So far insulated from death is Paul Gibby, but I would say there's only a minute or so left in Paul Gibby's life. Blast to Oblivion blocks on a blue 0 to 60. Pulse Wave Harpoon is the follow-up here. The last card in hand for Connor Bryant is a maximum velocity. No way for it to be deployed here. Connor Bryant forces the Fry out of the hand to block for 0.
Ouch.
And Paul Gibby forced to block with Gone in a Flash just to stay alive because of that yellow boom grenade. So 1 and then an additional 3 gets through. Down to 3 goes Paul Gibby, and Connor Bryant is going to have 5 cards to work with, one of them being max velocity on the next turn.
Oh, nope, that's game.
That's a J.K. Roffelmau, ladies and gentlemen. Card drawn off of Cerebellum Processor plus Achilles Accelerator means that maximum velocity gets the job done, and Connor Bryant wins in a matter of seconds. Paul Gibby thought he could go fast. How about the Boostmaster Dash IO?
Yeah, that was tough to deal with on the Oscilio side. Connor coming out swinging. One of the best starts to the game I've seen from him thus far.
You've heard of 0 to 60. That looked more like 0 to 100. Max velocity, and there was 3 boom grenades connecting overall in a 3-turn game, if I'm not mistaken.
And how many cards were drawn on top of that?
Yeah, it was potentially a war crime. Maybe we should be banning something from Dash IO come Monday.
Yeah. Got to get rid of those boom grenades.
That's probably not going to be happening, but Connor Bryant certainly seeming like there's a lot of pain to come from the boost train. We're gonna take a minute to get an interview from Connor Bryant because, let's be honest, we have a little bit of time to kill before our finals is going to be ready. A Slippy mirror happens on the other side of the room, but maybe we can hear from Mr. Runaways once more.
Sounds good to me.
All right, we will be back with that. And, of course, some more Flesh and Blood at the AG New England August Open. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, folks. I'm joined here with Connor Bryant, winner of the semifinals match into Oscilio Constella Intelligence. How are you feeling after that game?
I'm feeling fast. I had some max velocity on that one.
Oh
That
yeah,
was
you
crazy.
boosted, you boomed.
Yeah, we had it all. That was my favorite thing is sparking for a boom grenade when they can't block it all, and then we got to spark into another spark, and it was just going crazy.
Yeah, that was an
nuts.
interesting turn. We noticed that the Oscilio player didn't block the first one, and we're debating whether it was going to be a boom grenade or a cerebellum processor. You paused for a moment looking at both, and then made the correct call that, yeah, if he's not blocking, might as well push the damage. And boy,
the
did
first
you go
spark
fast.
I got. Yeah, the first spark I got processor, and then I was like, okay, I think we'll be able to use this to push through because I'll have the extra action point from breaking my boots. I can definitely draw the cards, get my max V off. And then once I had all the pieces, I was like, all right, now we're getting the boom grenade with the second one to push all the damage.
Yeah, and starting
but that's how that matchup goes.
Oh, sorry. Starting the game off with the null time zone. How does that make you feel when it's on the field?
I feel like I'm like, don't blow it, don't blow it, don't blow it. It's like you kind of have them locked out, and you just need to not give them a lot of space to wait out the null time zone or let them like set up a blast to oblivion thing. Actually, I played against Paul in the Swiss of the last round, and I had two null time zones out, one on Dawn in the Flash, one on blast to oblivion, and he was just totally locked out. So,
yeah,
but didn't get to do that this time, but just as good.
And then you hit the Fast and Furious off the top to put the extra counter on it just to extend the lockout. Once that happened, I was definitely feeling a little sorry for the Oscilio player.
Yeah. They said there's a saying, sometimes you're the bud, sometimes you're the windshield, and I was definitely the windshield that time.
That's true. I think this matchup can be fairly volatile. I know that I would consider Dash.io to be favored, but do you have a sense of how favored you are, or if that is even true at all?
I think Dash.io is pretty favored. I would say like probably 70-30 if my deck functions and everyone cooperates or whatever, just because I do have null time zone and I can spark for it if I need to. I haven't lost to it yet. I've played against Oscilio probably 4 or 5 times in the last couple tournaments, and you generally can just race them and they can't block at all or whatever to try to kind of fend you off, and you're able to really pop off and use all your cards and deal a bunch of damage and kind of run them over. The deck is obviously scary though to play against Oscilio. Like once they have Sigil of Brilliance in play and going into their turn with that kind of setup, it's a little spooky. But you just gotta keep boosting, keep attacking, and hope they run out of blocking cards.
Yeah, when the combo finally did happen with Oscilio, we saw him play that Blast to Oblivion alongside the Sigil of Brilliance, and Bryce and I were both looking at that Sigil of Brilliance as a potential out. We were thinking that if he could find a Somersault or another Blast, that maybe he could string together lethal. It didn't come through, and it would have been a very slim chance for it to happen. But like you said, Oscilio really does have an out pretty much at any point in the game as long as the combo is going off, which can be very scary.
And he sees so many cards too between his hero power and then drawing extra cards off of Sigil of Brilliance, and he can hero power on each turn. So he can see a lot of cards and really dig deep to try to get that setup going. So Oscilio is a really strong deck right now, really strong.
Yeah.
It's kind of similar to Dio where it has a good gravy matchup and it's not great in a Slippy. And then to the other aggro decks, it's just a game of who's faster. But thankfully Dio is a little bit faster.
Yeah, speaking of Slippy, we do know for a fact that you will face a Slippy in the finals, as the north side of the bracket is a Slippy mirror at the moment, probably still going on. You mentioned that you feel a little unfavored into that. Is that correct?
Yeah, that matchup's hard. It's generally tough. They have a really good disruption, and then also if you get a little bit ahead, they can start trying to fatigue you and try to run you out of cards. So they can kind of get you both ways through damage or through fatigue, and you kind of have to balance it.
Sure.
Plus, like Dio doesn't have access to D-reacts, and so you get really blown out by trying to block their disruption. And then if they have the combat trick over the top, you get put in a pretty tough spot. So it's a tough matchup. I think like 35-65 is the general like
Okay.
what people say it is or whatever. What I've seen on the stats websites.
Sure.
But I've beaten it before. You just gotta go fast. That's all.
Okay, so you just need your pieces to line up early and consistently.
Yeah, and if Slippy has a kind of dud turn, or a big thing you can do too is if they go to threaten your arsenal and you have your crown still, get the crown, clear the arsenal, not worry about the disruption now, and now you have a 5-card hand to kind of throw back at them.
Yeah.
And you can always set up too with like Techlo Core and things like that. So this list, it's basically I'm just playing CYK Lionel's list from Calling Auckland, so I played in Kansas City also. The deck is just so efficient and like really lean. It's like extra zero cost attacks. You're really set up just to always be able to max V if you draw it. And so if I as the DO player can find those windows and kind of set up those windows where I have a 4 or 5 card hand and I draw max V, most of the time I can put it together to make it work. So it's just got to be things do have to kind of line up, but that's always true with Dash.io.
Yeah.
It's part of the fun of it.
Yeah, and as long as you can avoid that disruption on the turn that you draw it, I think you can usually get away with a 4-card hand to get the max V off, but it gets a little bit tough if you can get items off the top or some other way to draw cards if you've already established that cerebellum processor. I know that you can certainly turn 3-4 cards into a lot more than that. In fact, I think you might have drawn more cards than the Oscilio during that last game. So if you can line something like that up, I think your chances might be pretty good.
Yeah, that's the plan. We'll try to see what we can do. But both of the Slippy players are really good players, and so it'll be a good match. I'm excited for it.
Have you played either of them yet?
Not today. I've played against them in the past or whatever. Noah's my teammates on Runaways.
Got it.
People often joke that we look a lot alike. People always confuse Noah and I. So they'll come up to events and be like, "No, I loved you on the Runaways podcast," and I'll be like, Thanks so much.
Yeah.
So we'll be playing the mirror match, but just the tall red-headed mirror match.
So I've got to assume that you're rooting for Noah then and get that Runaways finals.
Yeah, that'd be fun. That'd be cool. I'll take whoever, but whoever comes up, I'll try to battle them. But yeah, that'd be fun to have the Runaways mirror match in the finals.
Awesome.
I actually beat Fino in the first round of top 8.
True,
so
knocking out Runaways today seems to be the theme. Speaking of the Runaways, do you guys have anything in the pipeline that you want to talk about in this interview?
Just our podcast. Just check out the Runaways podcast. We're doing good work over there. We've got a Metafy going as well with like kind of like monthly guides for the top heroes. So definitely check that out as well. But yeah, check out the podcast. The podcast is always a good time. You get to hear Fino yelling like you can hear in the background probably here. But
yeah, and for the viewers at home, where should they go to check out that podcast?
YouTube. On YouTube, just search the Runaways Fabtcg, and we should come up under that. You'll see us.
Cool.
All right.
Any other shout outs or people you'd like to talk about before we wrap up?
Yeah, just shout out my Runaways friends and then shout out the homies back home. Runaways is cool because we're all from different areas, and like we got a lot of East Coast people and some Midwest people and New Jersey people and everything. And then also everyone has their local homies and everything. So it's always like a little extended family. So I started to give love to everybody that always travels with me and everything. All the homies. That'll give them love.
Well, thanks so much for joining us for the interview. We've probably got a few more minutes before the last round clears up before the finals. So we'll go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Viewers at home, we've got the finals coming up for you in just a few minutes. Thanks again for the interview.
It's killing me 'cause I just can't say what I'm in. And everywhere I go is the wrong place to be. I think I should go home, but I don't know where it is. Bring it back to me, please. Bring it back to me, please. Bring it back to me, please. It's making me feel
Only one runaway left. Runaway victory, I mean, because we have two of Team Runaways in the finals here. Noah Beygelman has ascended alongside his teammate Connor Bryant to the final bracket. Arakni mirrors be damned. No assassin mirror in the final. It is instead going to be Mr. Slippy versus Dash.io. Both of them are going to be trying to go fast, but in very different ways. And if Connor Bryant gets the space to set up exactly the game state that he did against Paul Gibby last game, it's definitely going to be a runaway of boom, boom, boost victory.
Absolutely. But he's got his work cut out for him because unlike Oscilio, this Arakni slip through the cracks is going to be looking to rip that hand apart and prevent that very game plan from taking to fruition. So we will have to wait and see how this game plays out. But it's my understanding that it is a steep climb for the Dash.io and things will need to fall in Connor's favor if he wants to be able to take this and take the top prize.
As I mentioned before, both of these players are going to be household names. They're both part of Team Runaways. They're also mainstays here at Arcane Games and Events in the New England circuit. We have player profiles for both of them, so let's go ahead and pull it up and see what they're all about. Noah Beygelman, always the positive vibes kind of guy. Really loves the fact that breakfast food is about showing a personal touch, so he'll take misshapen pancakes over a perfect waffle any day.
It's a great choice, and I gotta shout out that win percent. 86% has got to be a contender for one of the best win rates I've ever seen flash on this screen.
It is only going up today, mind you, because Noah is definitely positive in terms of his win rate today. Only one top 8 to speak of so far this season. Today makes it 2 and assuredly secures him plenty of AGE points in order to feel comfortable going into the last open of the season. I also love the inside joke from his locals saying fin mode or putting your hand on your head to indicate a shark fin when somebody is sharking.
Yeah. You gotta let them know that you know that they're sharking.
Nothing's going to take the wind out of a shark's sails more than putting up your hand over the top of your head and calling him out on it. On the other side of the table is going to be Connor Bryant holding on to a symbiosis shot mat and wearing the Fabled Runaways sweater right here. Also showing off a really solid win rate in his own mind, 63% and 2 top 8s, which equal 47 AGE points. Both of these players are really going to be feeling comfortable going into the last open and therefore the Players' Championship. I think it's almost considered a lock at this point.
Yeah, they are going to slingshot ahead with an injection of 25 and 30 points respectively. On top of that 47, will put them cleanly in the top 8.
Also absolutely loves Mike Dalton in their local scene for giving the Runaways crap and keeping them in their place. Here's the Players' Championship standings in New England. We've already talked about our 2 players that are going to be duking it out for the finals and 30 AGE points. We got Connor Bryant in the 12th seed, currently at least, versus Noah Beygelman in the 8th seed. Both players feeling pretty comfortable at the moment. Connor Bryant almost didn't show up today, though, and was encouraged by our stream tech and friend of the show, Jesse Harper. And I'm sure he's feeling glad that he did so, especially now because 12th seed is not exactly comfortable when there are 2 opens left to be played.
Yeah, it's a good thing to show up and get those points while you can. Connor's showing us that he's got what it takes to get to the top tables.
So proud of Connor for his boosting victories all day today. Got to shout out Noah Beygelman for putting up a great game on stream as well in his own right. And we're ready to go, Michael. Should we close this day out?
Let's get this show on the road.
With only one match left to play, it is Noah Beygelman on the left side of your screen, and in the right corner, it is Connor Bryant. Dash.io versus Arakni slipped through the cracks. 2nd seed versus 5th seed, which means that Connor Bryant has the decision of turn order. What will he choose? Time will tell.
Yeah, in this matchup, once again, I do like going first into Assassin due to those reactions. They can just be so troublesome to deal with. Plus, with Dash, having the ability to establish items on the first turn is a very encouraging way to start the game.
And already there's a card in Banish. Connor Bryant decides to go first here. 36 plays 38. Neither of these heroes starting at the traditional 40 life total. Both of them have inexorably important and powerful hero abilities, so they need a little bit of a hamper on life in order to keep them in check. For now, Noah Beygelman blocking both with an Infiltrate and Black Tech Whisperers on that T-Bone, as he is forced to do, because T-Bone will force a player to block if Connor has boosted this turn.
Connor finding that item.
The follow-up here, Zipper Hit in the yellow, coming in for 4 go again after another boost. Noah Beygelman has an answer, Sync below, and no sync to follow. Connor playing the backup protocol red off the top of the deck. Looks like there is no crank right here, wants to keep that item around for his first real tempo swingy turn of the game, instead just plunking a card in arsenal and saying, do your worst, teammate Noah Beygelman.
Surely he's not saying exactly that. Maybe do your mediumist.
Perhaps even actually do your worst, please.
Yeah, literally do your worst. That would be great. Thank you.
Noah Beygelman lining up a hand, Art of Desire, Mind, Command and Conquer. Is that a Tarantula Toxin? No, it is a Razor's Edge in the left side of the screen. This is going to be a disruptive turn and a half. So it's Mark of the Black Widow, just begging for a flick of the Hunter's Clave, which can then be followed up by a Command and Conquer. Connor Bryant is not going to be able to keep all of his cards on his next turn. That's for darn sure.
Yeah, and these are the interesting decision points that I was looking forward to seeing. Does Connor just say, look, I can't stop it. I don't have D-Reacts. I'm going to take it and try to work around you chewing my hand apart? Or does he play a little more conservatively and try to predict the reactions?
Connor Bryant holding strong, but in the tank on the blocking side of things, it is nothing but boost attacks in the hand. 2 zipper hits, a 0 to 60, and a throttle are what comprise his offensive capabilities. Noah Beygelman immediately flicking a Hunter's Clave. 1 damage comes across. Connor Bryant descends down to 35 and also becomes marked. Follow-up we know is going to be, yes, Razor's Edge. Mark of the Black Widow gets up to 6 and now has a Dirty Rotten on hit. 3 damage conferred and Mark consumed. Connor Bryant down to 32 and must banish a card directly from hand. It is his choice, though. And the choice is Red Throttle. Follow-up for Noah Beygelman. Assuredly, yes. Blue in the pitch and Command and Conquer on the combat chain. Connor now has the opportunity to block out entirely and protect that card in arsenal, or perhaps just send a Throttle on his turn.
Tough spot here. It does seem like he's considering blocking, although it's kind of 6 one way or 6 the other. If he does decide to take the hit and lose the arsenal, at least he can send back 6 damage plus the Symbiosis shot for a somewhat offensive turn.
I'm certainly offended. Noah Beygelman is sitting very comfortably while Connor writhes in the face of all this disruption. I think that card in arsenal is a Fast and Furious.
And we do see the Crown of Providence committed here, so likes the card on top enough to draw it and clear the arsenal.
Card on top is yet another yellow 0 to 60. Might just be cashed in for that backup protocol red in order to find a juicier card in the yard.
I think the juiciest option he has is that T-Bone, which isn't all that juicy.
Give my son the juice, says my co-caster Michael Murray. Hasn't been found in the graveyard as of yet. A Boom Grenade on the top is there, though, in the yellow. Connor Bryant casting it there, as is his right as Dash.io. Yellow Boom Grenade has been cranked here, and 2 action points are now on offer for Connor Bryant. Red Zipper Hit hits the combat chain. Boosted, of course. 5 go again here, with 3 more damage on the back end if it connects.
No floating means that the activation of the Teklo Foundry Heart is unlikely. This turn, maybe won't need it. I think you said that the last card was yellow in hand, which does mean that it could be pitched for the backup protocol.
It could also be pitched for Teklo Foundry Heart,
Mhm.
thereby getting up to 3 resources,
There it is.
which then would allow Connor Bryant to activate backup protocol red, find a red zipper hit, and then send an additional 5.
Yeah, much harder breakpoint to deal with. That being said, Noah's got 3 cards in hand, one of which is a Bonds of Agony.
Connor at least probably making it so that Noah Beygelman isn't able to hold on to every single one of those cards. Is, however, out of resources and with 2 action points. So I tend to think we're going to see 2 shots of the pistol after this chain link resolves. Pistol 1 comes across, 2 damage here. And pistol 2. No steam counters left on the Symbiosis shot, but Noah Beygelman has stopped his first boom grenade of the game. It's back over to Noah, who has 1 card. 34 plays 28.
Ooh, and this is not a very good hand. All blues and 2 items means Connor is going to fall a little behind in tempo here unless the top of the deck is something like a red backup protocol.
Or unless he is able to name the perfect card with the null time zone that lies in hand.
It's possible.
For now, it's 1 go again on a blue T-bone, which buys a block of the red back shroud. Important to mention at this point that Noah Beygelman decided to bring in the balance of justice against Connor Bryant. Dash.io is definitely want to draw cards, but in this case, it's just a lot of setup. Connor Bryant establishes a Teklo Pounder. It's got 3 steam counters on it. 1 will be removed each turn the first time Connor boosts, and it'll confer +2 to the first boost attack every single turn.
Yeah, definitely a weak turn. Some setup is always nice, but if Noah Beygelman has disruption, which it looks like he does, then Connor, who just drew up a maximum velocity, is unlikely to be able to make use of that hand.
Art of Desire Body comes in. 3 go again. Connor Bryant knows the top card of his deck. He's allowed to look at it because of his hero. Does know if Art of Desire Body is going to get extra value for Noah Beygelman if it connects or not. It does seem like this might be a turn for full steam ahead for Connor Bryant if he can keep his full grip.
Thought I saw a Mark of the Black Widow in hand.
Oh, it's there, all right. Also a Tarantula Toxin
Ooh.
for Noah Beygelman. But he does have to be careful. Already down to 1 dagger. Deciding instead of sending that Mark of the Black Widow, it's better used in the pitch zone for the spike with Blood Rot.
And despite knowing that the top card of the deck was red, Connor Bryant opted not to block. Maybe astutely, as the attack reaction came through anyway.
Blood Rot Pox given to Connor Bryant from the infected blade of Noah Beygelman. Noah doing a little bit of card draw himself. Draws up a Leave No Witnesses. Talk about disruption coming exactly when he needs it.
Fortunately for Connor, he does have 4 block still left in the equipment.
Usually Connor wants to be blocking with these Cogworks Tinker Rings on a turn where he can also cash in the adaptive plating. But in this case, 2 + 2 is equal to 4, and Leave No Witnesses is threatening exactly that amount of damage.
Without cranking the cog, which I don't imagine he would want to do, he does still have the opportunity to block with the adaptive plating next turn as well. So it's a nice setup to have back-to-back 5-card hands or 4-card hands, depending on how he plays and draws up.
And Noah forced to just put a card in Arsenal, give himself a bit of an IP penalty. Does, however, have access to a Tarantula Toxin and a Bonds of Agony for the next turn. So ultimately, Connor getting through that fairly unscathed. Obviously, Dash.io cares a lot less about her life total at this point in the game than she does about the cards in her hand. And here's exactly why. Zipper hit. Boosted, of course. Banishing a null time zone comes in for 7, eating the first steam counter on that Teklo Pounder.
This would be a great time for a boom grenade to be on top. I don't believe that's what it was, but Connor needs to push damage and a lot of it to start to even out these life totals.
Right now, Noah Beygelman with a 13 life surplus, 22 plays 35. But Connor has so many cards and resources to deploy before this turn is over. Noah blocking with 1 card and accepting 4 damage down to 31. Oh, the follow-up is a 0-cost boost card from the arsenal. Exactly what Connor needed in order to get to the fabled 3 boosts for the maximum velocity that lies in wait in hand.
1 resource short at the moment, but of course with the use of the Teklo Foundry Heart, that won't be a problem, and goes digging a little further, maybe trying to find something on top, but really I think just trying to set this max V, as you pointed out.
Pulse Wave Harpoon forces Noah Beygelman to reveal 3 cards out of the hand, one of which is Codex of Frailty. Connor Bryant, at this point, will be able to force that all too powerful card onto the combat chain. If he so chooses, he could also instead choose to bring out Bonds of Agony, which would be a crippling thing, especially because Noah Beygelman plunked a Tarantula Toxin in the arsenal. So Codex of Frailty, altogether useless on Noah's turn. That being said, Connor can't possibly know that.
Well, he makes the right choice regardless, chooses the Bonds of Agony, which leaves Noah with very little to work with on the offensive end. So we will likely see the rest of his hand committed to blocking if he wants to stem the bleeding here, as we see the first max V of the game get played out for 10.
And here it comes across the combat chain to Noah Beygelman's dome. Does have the option to cash in both the cards in hand for 5 block value. Definitely not the ultimate use case that you would like for those cards, but might be all he can do in a pinch right here.
And after this turn resolves, we'll see Connor Bryant firmly taking tempo once again. The last time this happened, he drew up a pretty bricky hand. So for his sake, he's really going to be hoping for a lot more gas on the other end of this. And Noah just takes it all, decides to keep the 2 cards in hand.
Down to 19 goes Noah Beygelman. Connor Bryant does have a little bit of damage to take himself. Bloodrot pops and becomes 2 damage. Connor Bryant finds himself a boom grenade, a heist, 0 to 60, and a Teklo core in hand. Not the worst, not the best.
Noah just opting for the Hunter's Clave coming out, pitching the blue.
Hunter's Clave can get buffed up by the Tarantula Toxin in Arsenal, so Noah will be able to make use of Codex of Frailty here.
Makes sense, keeping the cards in that sense.
Noah flippantly throws out that Tarantula Toxin from the Arsenal. Connor taking 4 damage and a mark in total. Now, the choice for Noah is going to be a curious one here. He has access to Leave No Witnesses, but Connor doesn't have a card in Arsenal, so perhaps instead it should be... Oh, I'm sorry. Codex of Frailty, of course, is going to put a card in his arsenal.
Right. I do like that he still has access to the adaptive plating in combination with the Teklo Foundry Heart. That's 4 block in just armor, so Connor will be able to cleanly cover this up if he so chooses without committing a card.
He's doing exactly that, Michael, as you suggested. Teklo Foundry Heart blocks for 1. Adaptive plating, after consuming that golden cog, blocks for an additional 3. Total of 4 means no arsenal disruption. Connor is still marked for the next turn, though, which could definitely be relevant based on the way these Slippy decks are built. For now, though, it's back over to Connor. 16 plays 19. He's got plenty of cards here. Honestly, probably much happier to turn that potential 3 damage in the form of a yellow boom grenade into a red zipper hit, even if it is hampered a little bit by Frailty.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. This seems like a small win for Connor, despite Codex of Frailty being such a powerhouse of a card. Being able to utilize the armor in combination with the upgrade in card quality is a nice saving grace for Connor Bryant.
Now, if Noah is paying attention there, Connor Bryant just flipped through his banish zone because he has a heist in hand. That can be indicative of that exact card because Connor is confirming that there is a hit for the on-hit of heist further on in the turn.
I actually really like the texture of Connor's hand here. He's got just enough resources to deploy the heist and the 0 to 60 red. And even if he sees a boom grenade off the top, play it out. Misses there. Didn't see that one.
3 resources floating, though, after digging with the Tekla Foundry Heart. I think Connor can be pretty laissez-faire with his deck, namely because this game is just going so fast. 0 to 60, boosted, of course. Finds, finally, an item on the top. Backup Protocol red. Lies in wait, ready for Connor to play at instant speed.
Unfortunately for him, this turn he's not going to be able to convert it into any damage because 2 frailties sit on the board, preventing that Symbiosis shot from coming through for any extra damage.
Command and Conquer is the block for Noah Beygelman. 1 damage gets through, but Backup Protocol red is there. How will Connor continue the turn is the real question here, though. Does not crank the Backup Protocol, doesn't have the resources in order to use whatever card he would draw. Instead, yes, looks to be boosting that heist, boosting away a red 0 to 60, even though Symbiosis shot will come in for 0 power.
Interesting choice. Maybe just looking for better cards, although I don't know many cards that are better than a red 0 to 60.
Only 1 card left in the hand of Noah Beygelman, so 2 damage comes across on the heist. Connor Bryant fetches out that yellow boom grenade from the banish zone, which means that not only has he done a healthy amount of damage, he's also done setup.
Yeah, and once again, he's going to be able to start this turn out with a 4-card hand.
Noah Beygelman can do nothing but draw up and pass and wait for the onslaught. Steam counters coalesce into mist in front of Connor Bryant's eyes, but that's okay because the items are still here to play.
And with an extra counter still on that Tekla Pounder, looks like a pretty spicy turn about to unfold.
0 to 60 in the yellow, however, coming in for 5 go again, thanks to the last counter on Tekla Pounder. Currently representing 3 is Connor Bryant, but let's make sure that we catch your trigger there, Connor.
There it is.
We got there. So Noah's going to rethink on blocks here now that damage is represented properly.
And that's a big difference, 3 to 5, especially when there's a boom grenade on the table. And having that backup protocol means that any resource cards in Connor Bryant's hand can just turn into another red.
And Noah just says, I feel like this boom grenade is going to connect no matter what I do, so I might as well get it out of the way now.
Wants to keep a grip and wants to get back to disrupting Connor Bryant. But at 9 life, that's a very tough spot to start not blocking.
Especially when Connor Bryant has access to backup protocol red, and thereby any probably 0 cost boost card in his graveyard.
Not to mention with the lack of frailties this turn, any way you slice it, Connor's likely going to end that chain with an additional 2 damage from the gun.
Still plenty of cards to banish off the top of the deck and plenty of potential for items to find. And I think Connor's got a lot of resources too. It's 2 blues in the hand and a Pulse Wave Harpoon.
Yeah, I really like the spot that he's in right now. The ability to get that backup protocol out last turn was a huge deal. And he goes and finds the heist.
Just going to cash in those resources for even more meaningful on hits.
I really like this choice here because he noticed that Noah didn't want to block, so it's forcing...
There's a boom grenade on top of Connor Bryant's deck now. Obviously, Noah is going to respect this on hit, I would have to imagine.
Right.
If there's one thing that should get 2 cards from your hand, it is a heist. So Connor will likely have to play out the boom grenade if he wants it to stick, with Noah knowing that it's coming.
Regardless, so that boom grenade represents an extra action point, which means it's at least worth 2 more damage, even if it doesn't pop.
Noah Beygelman, still with 4 cards in hand.
I wonder if the banish is light enough on items that Noah's not concerned about it. I don't know what's in there, but if it happens to be item light and Noah says, I don't care, it could be... But no, Noah reaches for 2 cards.
Because there is at least another backup protocol red in the banish zone. 2 cards, Just a Nick and Art of Desire Body, block out this heist. Connor Bryant taking his opportunity to play a red boom grenade off the top.
Looks like no crank.
And I think that's a heads-up choice. Pulse Wave Harpoon
Big
coming in
deal.
and boosting away yet another red boom grenade. Connor's at the point in this game where he really doesn't need more than the one. Noah Beygelman shows Codex of Frailty and Kiss of Death in hand. Connor is going to harpoon out the Codex of Frailty. Noah likely just going to throw the Kiss of Death in front of this Pulse Wave Harpoon anyway, because Boom Grenade is represented here.
I think that's likely too. Sitting at 9 life, taking an additional 6 here would put him at 3, and that's a very, very difficult number to come back from when you are just going to pass once again.
Connor Bryant, a master in Mechanologist. Symbiosis Shot comes across. Bullets are now flying along with steampunk punches. Noah descends down to 7 to Connor Bryant's 16, who again forgoes an arsenal, but that's okay because he is beating down his teammate.
And 3 turns in a row now, Connor Bryant has had full tempo, full steam ahead, and a boom grenade to match sitting on that field.
In this turn, it's going to be no reprieve for Noah Beygelman. There is a Spark of Genius and a Cerebellum Processor on the top of the deck. Blue in the pitch. Connor Bryant is finding the best turn at the best possible time. It's outpace coming in, 4 going in, can't be defended by equipment. And this is exactly when you want to be resolving that card, when you have a red boom grenade on the field.
For Noah Beygelman's sake, I sure hope he has a D-React in hand. If not, this is asking for 2 cards, but he does. He's got the sink below. Covers it cleanly.
Okay, he is down, but certainly not out. Connor giving a wry laugh as Noah Beygelman does a little bit of filtering. Finds himself another choice of a 3-block. And Connor taking a quick look through the graveyard. Wondering what is there and what is still left in the deck. Crank happens on the Cerebellum Processor, 2 action points.
2 action points and potentially 2 cards drawn, as we also know that the Spark of Genius is in the hand of Connor Bryant. So this 2-card hand is actually a 4-card hand.
Connor Bryant can see the top of the deck, so when he chooses to go for that Cerebellum Processor is going to be the ceiling of skill expression on this turn.
Absolutely.
In case Connor has not shown us enough today that he is skilled at this deck.
What item do you think he searches for? Can't be a boom grenade. Not likely to be a Cerebellum Processor either, with the lack of action points to resolve a second one.
I'm guessing he is out of backup protocol reds. Otherwise, that would perhaps be my choice. Could search out a null time zone and call out Sink Below, something to that effect.
You can see that he's really thinking about this, wondering, just like we are, what item to find if he plays this out.
It's possible that there aren't any other good hits in the deck. So at that point, you might as well say like Yellow Boom Grenade.
Sure. You can at least resolve it, but the expectation if you put another boom grenade out is that you probably won't connect with either. Noah's still working with 3 cards in hand, plus a little bit of block in the form of flick knives. Still not a good place to be in, but maybe a little bit of breathing room if Connor can't resolve a meaningful item off the back of this Spark of Genius.
We can pontificate all we want, but Connor Bryant is going into the deck, delving for the right choice. I saw a null time zone, a Cerebellum Processor, and a boom grenade. Pulling to the fore a yellow boom grenade is Connor Bryant, knowing that it is less about the damage here and more just buying back the action point, going a little bit wider. The choice, however, is Cerebellum Processor, cranked, of course. 6 steam counters on Symbiosis Shot and 2 action points at Connor's disposal. Don't forget, he's about to draw a card off of Spark of Genius as well.
It's a max fee. And a blue on top. How many times is he boosted? Is it 2 or 3?
It was outpace. So far, it's just been outpace.
Okay.
So it's only 1.
Outpace.
Unfortunately, doesn't bode well for resolving maximum velocity on this turn.
Chooses to dig a little bit deeper. almost would have liked to see him draw that blue now while it's there. Seems to be happy with the thing on top, though.
The eyebrows definitely came to the top of the forehead. Does he like it or does he not? I think he doesn't like it based on the fact that he's boosting it away now. It's null time zone. Pulse Wave Harpoon comes in for 4. Noah will have to reveal 2 cards from hand.
And it seems to me that he's looking for just one more boost card, a red preferably, something that's a break point, because that Max V is not going to be able to be used this turn.
Only 2 boosts so far. Noah Beygelman cashing in the flick knives. Sensing that the way through is by defense alone, because although Connor has been putting up a nonstop onslaught, he is getting low on gas in the tank. There's not much damage left in that deck. It's actually looking pretty healthy now that I think about it.
Looks like he's just going to cash in these action points for 2 symbiosis shots. Doesn't like the top card of his deck.
Cerebellum Processor showing its floor for sure.
For the first time in a long time, it looks like Noah's going to be able to keep a few cards. Falling all the way down to 3 to do it, though.
Another 2 from Connor Bryant. Noah Beygelman says, this is my last opportunity to do something affirmative. Descends down to 3. 3 plays 16. Noah's got 3 cards to work with, 2 in hand and 1 in arsenal. It's going to be a Persuasive Prognosis. That is a disruptive piece, if I've ever seen one. Connor Bryant has some good sauce in the hand, but almost assuredly not going to be able to keep it.
He's got the sauce and he's got the life to take the hit.
1 go again on Persuasive Prognosis, threatening to take a card away from Connor Bryant. If Connor takes a look at the top of his deck and sees a blue, I think he is completely insulated from this on-hit. I think he's only got yellows. No, there is a blue in the hand.
Now he's thinking he could just block with the blue.
Not a bad prospect, but does it leave him with enough resources?
Pitches it to play the item.
I don't hate this.
Not bad. Guaranteeing 2 resources at the start of the turn, and if he's lucky, it's another blue on top. Didn't see it.
I didn't see it either. But Connor says, A-OK, ship the damage. Wow, such amazing play from Connor all tournament long. This is the 3rd time we've had him on stream, and he has not disappointed a single time.
Take up the mantle, though. The terrifying card. And it's got to be...
It's got to be Bonds of Agony.
Yeah.
Bonds of Agony is the choice for Noah Beygelman. 1 card left in hand. Black Tech Whisperers needs 1 more attack reaction here. It's going to be Redback Shroud into Spike with Blood Rot, question mark?
That'd be pretty sick.
Looks like it might just be the activation of Redback Shroud that Noah was looking for there. So Bonds of Agony is only getting up to 7. Not the scariest bonds we've ever seen, but Connor is happy to take it there.
Happy is probably too strong a word, but is able to walk away with 9 life still and 3 cards to work with as it stands.
There's one thing that this does mean, it's that maximum velocity will continue to rot in the arsenal for 1 more turn.
As soon as I said 3 cards, I was like, actually, it's 2. There's no shot he plays that arsenal card out. And all of a sudden, Noah's finding a window to get back into this game.
3 plays 9. It's definitely not a comfortable spot against the Dash IO. But Noah has done his due diligence on defense. Might be able to scrape it out. Connor is getting low in deck damage. He probably needs to set up some way to resolve that maximum velocity. If he does, this game is absolutely his.
Yeah, it's getting down to those life totals where sometimes when that card hits the arsenal, it just stays there. As long as you have to commit cards to blocking, you really need 4 cards in hand to make it work.
In an interview earlier today, Connor Bryant said that he is so comfortable in these end games where he's got less than 5 cards in deck and just has to eke it out. He has been here before many times. But you have to imagine so has Noah Beygelman, who is a contender of the top 8 at Worlds in Osaka, and also just a damn good player in his own right.
And yellow, 0 to 60 is the choice as Noah Beygelman rips 2 blues from the deck and takes a good hard look at it. There's enough cards here that he could effectively memorize what's left and just have a really good idea of what Connor potentially could draw up into for the rest of the game.
An important answer to know the amount of damage left in a -IO deck. It does look like it is 10 cards or above for Connor Bryant, though.
Yeah, still has gas in the tank to work with.
The card banished is 0 to 60. I think Noah was going for maximum deck damage based on that banish.
And we see Connor now 2 cards in hand, 1 dead card in arsenal for this turn. 2 resources floating thanks to that Teklo core.
T-Bone boosts away a red throttle. That's a significant amount of damage. Gone from the deck. Balance of Justice plus Justinic is going to block that out. 9 plays 3. Spark of Genius in the hand for Connor Bryant. Are there even any items left in the deck to search out?
That's a good question. And he needs to figure it out because if he fails to find that, could be backbreaking.
Connor Bryant head in hands. Even though he's been there many times before, this is definitely an uncomfortable spot.
He needs to find something here.
Whatever he finds, there is no possibility of resolving that maximum velocity. There are no twin drives in the deck as far as we have seen.
He's got a boom grenade. That's not good enough.
There is another copy of Heist.
No more backup protocols in. It looks like he's looking at the cerebellum processor, which also just doesn't do anything in this spot.
He would love to be able to find an item and also another one on top of the deck to generate some action points.
Yeah, he really needs to top deck a meaningful boost card here. And it looks like it's just between the two. It's either Boom Grenade or Cerebellum Processor, and neither of those is a good prospect.
Noah Beygelman still has plenty of cards left in the deck.
And a sink below to boot.
Thumbing between 2 items, only one of which can possibly be his savior as Connor Bryant. There's so many blocking cards for Noah Beygelman, though. Cerebellum Processor is the choice.
And he needs a boost card here. I don't know if there's any red throttles left in the deck, but that sure would be a nice hit right here, right now.
It was really looking like this was Connor's game.
Yeah.
Just moments ago. Established a Teklo Pounder with 3 counters, got value on all of them.
Connor finding something. Trying to read his face here.
A Teklo core off the top. So no extra action points generated there. But it is getting rid of more non-blocking items for Connor Bryant. Perhaps thinking it's time for one last-ditch effort. I believe Teklo Pounder on the top.
Teklo core in hand. It's just not good enough. Can shoot 1 pistol shot.
Oh. The options are normally limitless for -IO, but in this case, Connor Bryant is pigeonholed into just one. Fire Symbiosis shot and give almost full tempo over to Noah Beygelman.
It's a very scary spot to be in. He still has a little bit of a life cushion, but he can't afford to block in this spot.
I believe 10, 12 cards left in Connor Bryant's deck. He could have one more turn of power here. But it's all up to Noah, who does have a defense reaction in hand, don't get me wrong. But it's an Art of Desire body, and I think a Razor's Edge in the hand. Not the worst thing for Connor.
It's
Not any real disruption.
And he blocks with the Razor's Edge.
Is Noah committing to a win by fatigue here?
Could be.
Art of Desire Body coming in for 3 going in at a time where Connor Bryant has found a heist on the top of the deck and just about every other item available to him in the hand.
This is a brick. Another one.
A brick house?
Something like that. A straw house and a brick hand.
Noah Beygelman is huffing and puffing and trying to blow down Connor Bryant's house. That house is normally built on items and boost cards, but not when they come in this draw sequence.
And it's his only offensive card. If he blocks with that here, what's he going to do?
Establish a Tekla Pounder and pass, I would imagine. Doesn't feel great, but no blocks is the call for Connor Bryant. 3 damage. And goodbye heist off the top of the deck. One of the last vestiges of damage. So Noah Beygelman is going to be able to draw a card and gain a life. Up to 4 he goes. Card drawn is Shelter from the Storm, though.
Doesn't help on the killing Connor Bryant axis, but sure does it help on the fatigue Connor Bryant axis.
And a Tarantula Toxin rots in the arsenal for Noah Beygelman.
Wow.
Perhaps really hoping that Connor had committed to a blocking card there.
And
Both players have a wry laugh together. They have tested together. They have played this game many hours. According to Connor, they are often mistaken as one another. 2 doppelgamers locked in a battle to the death and just drawing pool noodles against each other.
4 resources to work with and a really bad hand. I don't know what Connor can get from here. I don't think he can generate another action point. I think all of the items which he could play are gone or in his hand.
Only 6 cards in the deck for Connor Bryant. He's having a laugh. Doesn't know how he's going to put this turn together, but he is damn well going to try. What has Noah drawn in terms of offense? Connor could use Noah's IP penalty as an opportunity to simply set up a Tekla Pounder and pass, perhaps saying, I know you got defense reactions there. I'm just going to wait.
It could be that. At 6 life, though, it's a very risky play.
Expedite. Boosted, of course, finding a Fast and Furious and placing a steam counter back on the boom grenade just played and cranked from Connor Bryant's hand.
And Noah is choosing to block with not the reactions, showing us once again that it does seem like the game plan is fatigue.
Connor Bryant checks the arsenal, confirming that once again, maximum velocity remains there. Noah Beygelman has a big laugh as he realizes he has stranded 2 defense reactions and a Tarantula Toxin in his hand. Finally, it is time to send the Hunter's Clave. Both players having a big laugh.
Ooh.
And finally, there's the hand that Connor Bryant can use to close out this game. Noah Beygelman, I believe, only has the Tarantula Toxin for more damage on this turn, which means that Connor is not dead on board.
Does he know that, though?
That's a
is
good
he
question.
going to afford a no block? And he says no blocks. The Tarantula Toxin comes out and he drops down to 2.
Is there a codex to follow?
Yes, there is.
Codex of Frailty, the 3rd one.
Ooh.
Finally not ripped away by a Pulse Wave Harpoon. Noah Beygelman can do a little bit of disruption. It's Leave No Witnesses, Frailty, and a Ponder Token. Both could be incredibly relevant here as Leave No Witnesses hits the combat chain. 4 damage, threatening disruption, but also lethal against Connor Bryant, who has done such painstaking setup to try to get through this game.
And with the cards all face up on the table, I don't hate Connor only blocking with 1 card. Going down to 1, we know there's no flick knives. And keeping a 3-card hand plus a symbiosis shot, but no, he just
No, instead, Connor Bryant decides that this is the time for concession. Cannot get through the disruption and the constant defenses of Noah Beygelman. Says there's not enough damage left in the deck if I have to block here.
Okay.
And that's it. Noah Beygelman takes down the August AGE Open in New England, thereby completely securing his place in the Players' Championship at this point. There is no way he can be dethroned.
What a comeback from Noah, playing to his outs and finding that cracked window, just barely slipping through.
As he is wont to do, being Arakni slipped through the cracks, finds the cracks in the window and slips right through them. Good on you, Michael. I'm proud of you. I've trained you well.
Well, thank you so much, and congratulations to Noah Beygelman for taking it down. What a nail-biter of a finish.
Yeah, you could have cut the tension with a sponge in that room. I was feeling it on the edge of my seat. It was definitely Connor's game to lose right there, and he certainly did based on a couple of really rough draws.
Yeah, he got the gas when he needed it in so many spots, turned it around. It looked really dicey for him early in the game, but then he started to piece together these really great hands, but just at the finish line faltered and fell.
I swear, one more boost card on that turn on the second to last boom grenade, and that would have been a completely different game right then and there. Also, a couple of saving graces from the top of the deck on his last turn when it seemed like it was nothing but items on the top of the deck, and Connor Bryant could have been hoisting the crown instead of Noah Beygelman.
Yeah, I mean, you can't ask for a better final match than that.
No, indeed. And Dash.io showing that she has got the stripes in order to take on the top meta decks, despite the fact that everybody is calling for their heads come September 1st and the banned and restricted announcement. Folks, that is going to do it for us here at Arcane Games and Events. But of course, we have to have a winner outro interview with Mr. Noah Beygelman himself. You can see his face in one of our ugly mugs one more time, and then that will be lights out for AGE in August. We will see you in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Losing control, I gotta know who's in control of me. Losing control, I'm gonna explode. Can you bring it back to me? Bring it back to me. Bring it back to me. Bring it back to me. It's making me feel so weak. Feeling like a puppet controlled by some strings. It's killing me 'cause I just can't say what I mean. And everywhere I go is the wrong place to be. I think I should go home, but I don't know where it is. Bring it back to me. Bring it back to me.
In the Battle of the Runaways, Noah Beygelman reigns supreme over his, according to his opponent, doppelganger Connor Bryant. First comes first. Do you get mistaken for Connor Bryant at all?
To be honest, most of the time he gets mistaken for me. I got mistaken for him one time, and I was totally taken aback. I was like, "What do you mean?" I mean, I guess I played mech at like one armory. I don't think I'm famous for playing mech, but yeah, we've kind of over the past year just like traded names back and forth. So I think after he did well at the calling, he was the owner of the name, and then now I beat him here and retook back the claim.
Okay, 100%. So surely the next time you two are in a room together, somebody is going to think that you're both Noah Beygelman. Is that what you're saying?
I hope so.
I'm seeing double bagels, but in this case,
Mhm.
you took that one out, and just before we went live, you said you had thought you had lost that game about 19 times, and Michael and I in the booth absolutely agree with you. It seemed like, I mean, pardon the pun, but Connor was absolutely running away with the tempo and your life total at several points during that game. But then all of a sudden it seemed like he was just drawing up pillows to throw at you over and over again, full item hands, and a lot of reprieve, some of which kind of took you aback because you were stranded with 2 defense reactions at the most critical juncture of the game. Walk me through this emotional roller coaster that you were going through all game long.
Yeah, for some reason, I didn't learn my lesson, and I kept arsenaling Tarantula Toxin, thinking, like, surely he will put a card sideways one time. Like, I believe he will actually block. And then he just never blocks. So my arsenal is completely bricked. I have to, like, pitch into a dagger just to clear it to play the Codex. Like, it was pretty bad. I took a lot of unnecessary damage. But then I was thinking at the end, like, okay, I've been kind of bricked on these clunky attack reacts. Surely I have lots of defense reactions. So I think I can actually kind of attrition him out if I just play for attacks that threaten banishing the top card of his deck, right? The Art of Desire Body. From seeing his deck on the bonds, I was like, wow, this is actually like 70% to hit at this point, surprisingly, because he had a lot of reds in decks. So I was like, okay, I think I can maybe cheese a win out here.
And cheese you certainly did, although it looked a little bit more confident than that, despite having to pitch those 2 red defense reactions into a Hunter's Clave, because on the other side of the board, Connor was drawing the exact wrong, probably third of his deck in the form of oops all items.
Yeah, we were talking about it. I think when he played the Spark and got the 3rd processor, I think his out was to actually Spark for the core to give him a greater chance of hitting a crank item off the top so he could get 2 action points and potentially go harder that turn instead of kind of just like shooting the gun and passing with 2 Tekla cores that may or may not ever end up actually getting value. Because
Tekla core, of course, was the only item left in the deck that didn't have crank and thereby could not generate extra action points. Which makes a lot of sense because anything else he's going to grab, say a boom grenade or whatever, is going to be essentially irrelevant because you're already dead on board if you're letting attacks through anyway. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I think he got some really nice pulse waves off that game. I feel like usually pulse wave is kind of like whatever. Like I was sort of playing around the first one, but he had the heist, or the second one, sorry, but he had the heist. So I was like, okay, I have to give up cards to block and just hope he doesn't have it. He had it, totally like wrecked what I was planning to do on that turn with throwing my stealth attack. I had to take up the mantle and arsenal and then follow up with the codex, like really take the tempo back. But yeah, pulse wave says no. Pulse wave was looking very hot there. I think it was just 1 codex out of 3 that you were able to resolve that game thanks to pulse wave harpoon. Yeah. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, it was quite tough. And but when I'm resolving codex, I mean, I'm doing like 3 card 4 beforehand. So. But it's enough to get the job done. I mean,
you're supposed to get off that card.
Yeah, and it got the fist bump. I think not necessarily because of the arsenal disruption. Connor had probably let go of the pipe dream of resolving a maximum velocity by the end of that game, but instead it was probably the deck damage that you were doing in addition that just made it so he couldn't put a turn together. Yeah, exactly. If he loses his arsenal, loses the top card, he has 1 card in deck. I don't see how he can win. He can only boost 1 time. So the Pounder's looking a little bit silly. Attrition looking like an incredibly viable strategy still against Dash.io, especially in your very capable hands, my friend. So take me into the Runaways team. Are you guys going to be cool about this, or are you going to lay a whole layer cake of crap talk at Connor just about at every player meeting? Oh no, we definitely banter, but I think none of it is like, none of it is inflammatory, right? We're like trying to lightly jab at each other in order to achieve the greater goal of all of us doing well at real tournaments. So I think the AG Players Cup, maybe he'll come back for some revenge when bigger purse on the line, more stakes. He can take me down there. That's right, and you with this victory are almost assuredly locked for the AG Players Championship. Nevertheless, we do have 1 more open coming up at the beginning of September at Great Stories Comics and Games. Are you going to put down the mantle for a second, or are you going to come back and see if you can get even more cash before you go to the Players Championship? Oh, I'm going to keep playing. I really like playing this format. Like I was saying on our earlier interview, it's just Slippy is a deck that, I don't know, it works out well for me, where
it kind of hits that like ninja feel of you can play all your hands, but also has the trickiness aspect. You can be defensive if you want to. It just, while this deck currently exists, and spoiler, maybe it won't on on Monday if LSS decides to hit some cards, but while it exists in its current form, yeah, I'm just gonna keep playing every tournament I can with it.
And if it does get a big hit, do you know where your eyes turn to, where your flesh and blood flavor will fall next?
I really like Gravy. I like playing. Usually, I like playing complicated decks. This is kind of the first time I've played like a more simple deck. I guess 2025 have been going down the simple deck train, but yeah, I think probably Gravy if he gets no hits. If he does end up getting some hits, I'll probably try out Oscilio. I really like that hero too. So
I do too. I'm a recent Oscilio convert, and come into the light, my friend. It is really fun out here. But Noah, the winning.
I just love the idea.
The winning of AGE in August in New England is not the only thing you have going for you. You've got a dinner order in with Pheno Black, and it sounded pretty awesome. Why don't we finish this interview with you making the good folks at home nice and hungry? What are you getting?
Okay, so I'm starting with the crispy garlic and tuna maki. And then for the main event is the Portuguese seafood stew. It's got like haddock, shrimp, scallops, mussels, clams, everything in like a tomato broth with a nice crusty bread for dipping. It's fabulous.
Oh my God, I'm going to go into a coma. So before that happens, we're going to sign off. That's it for us here at Arcane Games and Events for the August Open in New England. The man sitting next to me in virtual space is your champion, Noah Beygelman, no stranger to the highest stakes tables in Flesh and Blood, but nevertheless, he loves to play the game and feel at home in our circuit. We can expect more from him next month and also at the Players' Championship, which is an indeterminate day in October. Keep your schedules cleared, and we will be back with more Flesh and Blood in just mere moments. We'll see you next time.